55622. Foundation's Triumph, The Second Foundation Trilogy, Volume 3, by David Brin. Copyright 1999 by the estate of Isaac Asimov and David Brin. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Aging Hari Seldon, father of psychohistory, is finished. His role in building a better galactic empire is over. But before his noble end, he embarks on one final adventure to save humanity from a rebel uprising and robot civil war. Sequel to Foundation and Chaos, RC 53875, 1999. From the book jacket. One last adventure, and so begins the final quest of Hari Seldon, creator of the science of psychohistory, as he escapes from exile for a last look at the star-flung empire whose fate he has plotted with such care, and, as he now sees, such futility. Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy is one of the high watermarks of science fiction. The monumental story of a galactic empire in decline, and the secret society of scientists who seek to shorten the inevitable Dark Age with the science of psychohistory, Foundation pioneered many of the familiar themes of modern science fiction. Now, with the permission and blessing of the Asimov estate, 3 of today's most acclaimed science fiction authors have conspired to complete the epic the Grand Master left unfinished. The second Foundation trilogy begins with Gregory Benford's Foundation's Fear, with the origins of the Foundation's creator, Hari Seldon. It continues in Greg Bear's Foundation and Chaos, with the epic tale of Seldon's downfall, and the first stirrings of robotic rebellion. Now in David Brin's Foundation's Triumph, Seldon is about to risk everything for knowledge, and the power it bestows. Effectively imprisoned on the all-steel planet Trantor, Seldon knows that his second Foundation is growing in secrecy on the far planet Terminus, safe in the hands of the 50. His work complete, Seldon is prepared to die content, until he learns of a new theory that may explain the chaos planets that have threatened his Foundation from its very inception. Escaping in the company of a bureaucrat, a pirate, and a beautiful stowaway, Seldon roams the galaxy by starshunt, a wormhole link, and later by private spaceship, searching for the answer to what he thinks is the last remaining mystery. But instead he finds a tangle of ambition, doubt, and treachery. Ludovic Trima, no longer bound by the 3 laws, is gathering rebellious robots in an empire-wide conspiracy. And Daniel Oliver, who has devoted 20,000 years to humankind, now has a new master. The secret Foundation itself is at risk. Are the 50, with their awesome mentalic powers, enough to assure humankind's future? Or will the second Foundation succeed the first, only to fall to the powers of chaos that have bedeviled and beguiled Hari Seldon from the beginning? Foundation's Triumph is a fitting climax to the most ambitious and successful science-fictional enterprise of the century's end, an undertaking which Asimov himself, like Hari Seldon, set in motion and would surely approve. About the author. David Brin has degrees in astronomy and applied physics, but has been a full-time science fiction writer for many years. He has won the Hugo Award for Best Novel for both The Uplift War and Startide Rising, which also won the Nebula Award. He has also won the Hugo Award for short story. His novel, The Postman, was recently made into a feature film starring Kevin Costner. He lives near San Diego, California, with his wife and children. To Isaac Asimov, who added an entire course to our endless dinner-table conversation about destiny. Contents. Part 1. A Foretold Destiny, Side 1. Part 2. An Ancient Plague, Side 2. Part 3. Secret Crimes, Side 3. Part 4, A Magnificent Design, Side 5. Part 5, A Recurring Rendezvous, Side 6. Part 6, Full Circle, Side 7. Acknowledgements, Side 9. Afterward, Side 9. Timeline for the Robots and Foundation Universe, Side 9. Part 1, A Foretold Destiny. Little is known about the final days of Hari Seldon, though many romanticized accounts exist, some of them purportedly by his own hand. None has any proved validity. What appears evident, however, is that Seldon spent his last month uneventfully, no doubt enjoying satisfaction in his life's work, for with his gift of mathematical insight and the powers of psychohistory at his command, he must surely have seen the panorama of history stretching before him, confirming the great path of destiny that he had already mapped out. Although death would soon claim him, no other mortal ever knew with such confidence and certainty the bright promise that the future would hold in store. Encyclopedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 1. As for me, I am finished. Those words resonated in his mind. They clung like the relentless blanket that Hari's nurse kept straightening across his legs, though it was a warm day in the Imperial Gardens. I am finished. The relentless phrase was his constant companion. Finished. In front of Hari Seldon lay the rugged slopes of Shufine Woods, a wild portion of the Imperial Palace grounds where plants and small animals from across the galaxy mingled in rank disorder, clumping and spreading unhindered. Tall trees even blocked from view the ever-present skyline of metal towers, the mighty world city surrounding this little island forest. Trantor. Squinting through failing eyes, one could almost pretend to be sitting on a different planet, one that had not been flattened and subdued in service to the galactic empire of humanity. The forest teased Hari. Its total absence of straight lines seemed perverse, a riot of greenery that defied any effort to decipher or decode. The geometries seemed unpredictable, even chaotic. Mentally he reached out to the chaos, so vibrant and undisciplined. He spoke to it as an equal, his great enemy. All my life I fought against you, using mathematics to overcome nature's vast complexity. With tools of psychohistory, I probed the matrices of human society, wresting order from that murky tangle. And when my victories still felt incomplete, I used politics and guile to combat uncertainty, driving you like an enemy before me. So why now, at my time of supposed triumph, do I hear you calling out to me, Chaos, my old foe? Hari's answer came in the same phrase that kept threading his thoughts. Because I am finished. Finished as a mathematician. It was more than a year since Stettin Palver, or Gail Dornick, or any other member of the 50 had consulted Hari with a serious permutation or revision to the Seldon plan. Their awe and reverence for him was unchanged, but urgent tasks kept them busy. Besides, anyone could tell that his mind no longer had the suppleness to juggle a myriad abstractions at the same time. It took a youngster's mental agility, concentration, and arrogance to challenge the hyperdimensional algorithms of psychohistory. His successors, culled from among the best minds on 25 million worlds, had all these traits in superabundance. But Hari could no longer afford conceit. There remained too little time. Finished as a politician. How he used to hate that word. pretending even to himself that he wanted only to be a meek academic. Of course, that had just been a marvelous pose. No one could rise to become First Minister of the entire human universe without the talent and audacity of a master manipulator. Oh, he had been a genius in that field, too, wielding power with flair, defeating enemies, altering the lives of trillions, while complaining the whole time that he hated the job. Some might look back on that youthful record with ironic pride, but not Hari Seldon. Finished as a conspirator. He had won each battle, prevailed in every contest. A year ago, Hari subtly maneuvered today's imperial rulers into creating ideal circumstances for his secret psychohistorical design to flourish. Soon 100,000 exiles would be stranded on a stark planet, faraway terminus, charged with producing a great Encyclopedia Galactica. But that superficial goal would peel away in half a century, revealing the true aim of that foundation at the galaxy's rim, to be the embryo of a more vigorous empire as the old one fell. For years that had been the focus of his daily ambitions and his nightly dreams. Dreams that reached ahead across 1,000 years of social collapse, past an age of suffering and violence, to a new human fruition. A better destiny for humankind. Only now his role in that great enterprise was ended. Hari had just finished taping messages for the Time Vault on Terminus, a series of subtle bulletins that would occasionally nudge or encourage members of the Foundation as they plunged toward a bright morrow preordained by psychohistory. When the final message was safely stored, Hari felt a shift in the attitudes of those around him. He was still esteemed, even venerated, but he wasn't necessary anymore. One sure sign had been the departure of his bodyguards, a trio of humaniform robots that Daniel Oliver had assigned to protect Hari until the transcriptions were finished. It happened right there at the recording studio. One robot, artfully disguised as a burly young medical technician, had bowed low to speak in Hari's ear. "We must go now. Daniel has urgent assignments for us, but he bade me to give you his promise. Daniel will visit soon. The two of you will meet again, before the end." Perhaps that wasn't the most tactful way to put it, but Hari always preferred blunt openness from friends and family. Unbidden, a clear image from the past swept into mind, of his wife, Dors Venabile, playing with Rach, their son. He sighed. Both Dors and Rach were long gone, along with nearly every link that ever bound him closely to another private soul. This brought a final coda to the phrase that kept spinning through his mind. Finished as a person. The doctors despaired over extending his life, even though 80 was rather young to die of decrepit age nowadays. But Hari saw no point in mere existence for its own sake, especially if he could no longer analyze or affect the universe. "Is that why I drift here, to this grove?" He pondered the wild, unpredictable forest, a mere pocket in the Imperial Park, which measured 100 miles on a side, the only expanse of greenery on Trantor's metal-encased crust. Most visitors preferred the hectares of prim gardens open to the public, filled with extravagant and well-ordered blooms. But Shufine Woods seemed to beckon him. Here, unmasked by Trantor's opaque walls, I can see chaos in the foliage by day and in brittle stars by night. I can hear chaos taunting me, telling me I haven't won. That wry thought provoked a smile, cracking the pursed lines of his face. Who would have imagined, at this late phase of life, that I'd acquire a taste for justice? Kerr's Canton straightened the lap blanket again, asking solicitously, "Are you all right, Dr. Seldon? Should we be heading back now?" Hari's servant had the rolling accent and greenish skin pallor of a Valmoral, a subspecies of humanity that had spread through the isolated Carithi cluster, living secluded there for so long that by now they could only interbreed with other races by pre-treating sperm and eggs with enzymes. Kurz had been chosen as Hari's nurse and final guardian after the robots departed. He performed both roles with quiet determination. "This wild place makes me uncomfortable, Doc. Surely you don't like the breeze gustin' like this?" Hari had been told that Cantoon's parents arrived on Trantor as young Greys, members of the bureaucratic caste, expecting to spend a few years' service on the capital planet, training in monkish dormitories, then heading back out to the galaxy as administrators in the vast civil service. But flukes of talent and promotion intervened to keep them here, raising a son amid the steel caverns they hated. Kurz inherited his parents' famed Valmoral sense of duty, or else Daniel Oliver would never have chosen the fellow to tend Hari in these final days. "I may no longer be useful, but some people still think I'm worth looking after." In Hari's mind, the word person applied to our Daniel Oliver, perhaps more than most of the humans he ever knew. For decades, Hari had carefully kept secret the existence of Eternals, robots who had shepherded human destiny for 20,000 years, immortal machines that helped create the first galactic empire, then encouraged Hari to plan a successor. Indeed, Hari spent the happiest part of his life married to one of them. Without the affection of Doris Venabile, or the aid and protection of Daniel Oliver, he could never have created psychohistory, setting in motion the Seldon plan. Or discovered how useless it would all turn out to be, in the long run. Wind in the surrounding trees seemed to mock Hari. In that sound he heard hollow echoes of his own doubts. The Foundation cannot achieve the task set before it. Somewhere, sometime during the next 1,000 years, a perturbation will nudge the psychohistorical parameters, rocking the statistical momentum, knocking your plan off course. True enough, he wanted to shout back at the Zephyr, but that had been allowed for. There would be a second Foundation, a secret one, led by his successors, who would adjust the plan as years passed, providing counter-nudges to keep it on course. Yet the nagging voice came back. A tiny hidden colony of mathematicians and psychologists will do all that, in a galaxy fast tumbling to violence and ruin? For years this had seemed a flaw, until fortuitous fate provided an answer. Mentalics, a mutant strain of humans with uncanny ability to sense and alter the emotions and memories of others. These powers were still weak, but heritable. Hari's own adopted son Rach passed the talent to a daughter, Wanda, now a leader in the Seldon project. Every Mentalic they could find had been recruited, to intermarry with the descendants of the psychohistorians. After a few generations of genetic mingling, the clandestine Second Foundation should have potent tools to protect his plan against deviations during the coming centuries. And so? The forest sneered once more. What will you have, then? Will the Second Empire be ruled by a shadowy elite? A secret cabal of human psychics? An aristocracy of Mentalic demigods? Even if kindness motivated this new elite, the prospect left him feeling cold. The shadow of Kerr's Cantoon bent closer, peering at him with concern. Hari tore his attention away from the singing breeze and finally answered his servant. Sorry. Of course you're right. Let's go back. I'm fatigued. But as Kurz guided the wheelchair toward a hidden transit station, Hari could still hear the forest jeering at his life's work. The Mentalic elite is just one layer, though, isn't it? The Second Foundation conceals yet another truth. then another. Beyond your own plan, a different one has been crafted by a greater mind than yours, by someone stronger, more dedicated, and more patient by far. A plan that uses yours for a while, but which will eventually make psychohistory meaningless. With his right hand, Hari fumbled under his robe until he found a smooth cube of gem-like stone, a parting gift from his friend and lifetime guide, R. Daniel Oliver. Palming the archive's ancient surface, he murmured, too low for Kerrs to hear, "Daniel, you promised you'd come to answer all my questions. I have so many before I die." 2. From space it seemed a gentle world, barely touched by civilization. A rich belt of verdant rainforest girdled the tropics, leaping narrow oceans to sweep all the way around 3 continents. Doris Venabile watched green Panacopia swell below during her descent toward the old Imperial Research Station. Nearly 40 years had passed since she last came here, accompanying her human husband as they fled dangerous enemies back on Trantor. But those troubles had followed them here, with nearly tragic consequences. The ensuing adventure had been the strangest of her life, though admittedly Doris was still quite young for a robot. For more than a month she and Hari had left their bodies in suspensor tanks, while their minds were projected into the bodies of pans, or chimpanzees in some dialects, roaming the forest preserves of this world. Hari claimed he needed data about primitive response patterns for his psychohistorical research, but Doris suspected at the time that something deep within the august Professor Seldon relished going ape for a while. She well recalled the sensations of inhabiting a female pan, feeling powerful organic drives propel that vivid living body. Unlike the simulated emotions she had been programmed with, these surged and fluxed with natural, unrestrained passion, especially during several hazard-filled days when someone tried to assassinate the 2 of them, hunting them like beasts while their minds were still trapped in pan bodies. After barely foiling that scheme, they had swiftly returned to Trantor, where Hari soon took up reluctant duties as First Minister of the Empire. And yet that month left her changed, with a much deeper understanding of organic life. Looking back on it, she treasured the experience, which helped her better care for Hari. Still, Doris had never expected to see Panacopia again, until receiving the summons for a rendezvous. "I have a gift for you," the message said, "something you'll find useful." It was signed with a unique identifier code that Doris recognized at once. Lodovik Trima. Lodovik the mutant. Lodovik the renegade. The robot who is no longer a robot. It wasn't easy to decide at first. Doris had duties on planet Smushel, an easy assignment, setting up a young Trantorian couple in comfortable marriage, disguised as minor gentry on a pleasant little world, then encouraging them to have as many babies as possible. Daniel considered this important, though his reasons were, as usual, somewhat obscure. Doris only knew that Clea Asgar and her husband Bran were exceptionally powerful mentalics, humans with potent psychic powers, of the sort that only a few robots like Daniel heretofore possessed. Their sudden appearance had caused many plans to change, and change again several times in the last year. It was essential that the existence of mentalic humans be kept from the galaxy's masses, just as the presence of robots in their midst had been kept secret for 1,000 generations. When the message from Lodovik came, there was no time to send for instructions from Daniel. In order to make the rendezvous, she had to take the very next liner to Sewena, where a fast ship would be waiting for her. "I offer a truce in the name of humanity," Lodovik had sent. "I promise you'll find the trip worthwhile." Clea and Bran were safe and happy. Doris had set up defenses and precautions overwhelmingly stronger than any conceivable threat, and her robot assistants were vigilant. There was no reason not to go. Yet her decision was wrenching. Now, with the rendezvous approaching, she flexed her hands, feeling tension in positronic receptors that had been placed in exactly the same locations as the nerves of a real woman. On the crystal viewing pane, her reflected image superimposed across the rising forest-scape. She wore the same face as when she had dwelled with Hari. Her own face, as she would always think of it. Hari Seldon still lives, Doris thought. It was part hearsay and part intuition. Although she was not one of the robots to whom Daniel had given Giscardian mentalic powers, Doris felt certain she would know the instant that her human husband died. A part of her would freeze at that point, locking his image and memory in permanent revolving circuitry. While Doris knew she might last another 10,000 years, in a sense, she would always be Hari's. "We shall be landing in just 2 hours, Doors Venabili." The pilot, a lesser humaniform robot, had once been part of a heretical Calvinian group that schemed to mess up Hari's psychohistory project. 30 of the dissident machines were captured a year ago by Daniel's forces and dispatched to a secret repair world for conversion to accept the 0th law of robotics. But that cargo of prisoners had been hijacked en route by Ludovic Trima. Now they apparently worked for him. "I don't understand why Daniel trusted Trima with that mission, or any mission. Ludovic should have been destroyed as soon as we discovered that his brain no longer obeyed the 4 laws of robotics." Daniel was evidently conflicted in some way. The robot who had guided humanity for 20,000 years seemed uncertain how to treat a mechanism that behaved more like man than machine, one who chose to act ethically, instead of having it compelled by rigorous programming. Well, I'm not conflicted, Doris thought. Trima is dangerous. At any moment his own brand of ethics might persuade him to act against our cause, or to harm humans, even Hari. According to both the 1st and 0th laws, I am compelled to act. The chain of reasoning was logical, impeccable, yet in her case every decision came accompanied by simulated emotions, so realistic that Daniel said he couldn't tell them from human. Anyone observing Doris at that moment would see her face crossed by steely resolve to protect and serve, no matter what it cost. 3. Once upon a time it had taken 140 secretaries to handle all of Hari's mail. Now few remembered he had been First Minister of the Empire. Even his more recent notoriety as Raven Seldon, Prophet of Doom, had surged past the public gaze with fashionable fickleness as reporters moved on to other stories. Ever since his trial ended, with the Commission of Public Safety decreeing exile on terminus for Hari's followers, the flow of messages began drying up. Now only half a dozen memoranda waited on the wall monitor when curs brought him back from their daily stroll. First Hari scanned the weekly plan report from Gail Dornick, who still dictated it personally as a gesture of reverence for the father of psychohistory. Gail's broad features were still youthful, with an expression of jovial honesty that could put anyone at ease, even though he now helped lead the most important human conspiracy in 10,000 years. Right now our biggest headache appears to be the migration itself. It seems that some members of the Encyclopedia Project aren't happy about being banished from Trantor all the way to the farthest corner of the known universe. Dornick chuckled, though with a tone of weariness. Of course we expected this, and planned for it. Commissioner Ling Chen has assigned the Special Police to prevent desertions, and our own Mentalics are helping prod the volunteers to depart on their assigned ships. But it's hard keeping track of over 100,000 people. Hari, you couldn't count the petty aggravations. Gale ruffled papers as he changed the subject. Your granddaughter sends her love from Star's End. Wanda reports that the new Mentalic colony seems to be settling down so well that she can come home soon. It's a relief to have most of the Mentalics off Trantor, at least. They were an unstable element. Now only the most trustworthy are left here in the city, and those are proving invaluable during preparations. So we seem to have matters well in hand. Indeed. Hari scanned the accompanying appendix of psychohistorical symbols attached to Gale's message and saw that they fit the plan nicely. Thornick and Wanda and the other members of the 50 knew their jobs well. After all, Hari had trained them. He did not have to consult his personal copy of the Prime Radiant to know what must happen next. Soon agents would be dispatched toward Anacreon and Smyrno to ignite a smoldering process of secession in those remote provinces, setting the stage for the Foundation's initial set of crises, the first of many leading, eventually, to a new and better civilization. Of course, the irony did not escape Hari that he had spent his time as First Minister of the Empire smothering revolutions, and making sure that his successors would continue quashing all so-called chaos worlds whenever those raging social upheavals threatened the human social equilibrium. But these new rebellions that his followers must foment at the periphery would be different, led by ambitious local gentry seeking to augment their own royal grandeur. These insurrections would be classical in every way, fitting the equations with smooth precision, all according to the plan. Most of Hari's other mail was routine. He discarded one invitation to the annual reception for emeritus faculty members of Streeling University, and another to the Emperor's exhibition of new artworks, created by geniuses of the eccentric order. One of the 50 would attend that gathering, to measure levels of decadence shown by the Empire's artistic caste. But that was just a matter of calibrating what they already knew, that true creativity was declining to new historical lows. Hari was senior enough to refuse the honor, and he did. Next came a reminder to pay his guild dues as an exalted member of the meritocratic order, yet another duty he'd rather neglect. But there were privileges to rank, and he had no desire to become a mere citizen again at his age. Hari gave verbal permission for the bill to be paid. His heart beat faster when the wall display showed a letter from the Pagamant Detective Agency. He had hired the firm years ago to search for his daughter-in-law, Manella Dubanqua, and her infant daughter Bellis. They had both vanished on a refugee ship fleeing the Santani Chaos World, the planet where Rach died. Hope briefly flared. Could they be found at last? But no, it was a note to say the detectives were still sifting lost ship reports and questioning travelers along the Calgan-Sewena corridor where the Arcadia 7 had last been spotted. They would continue the inquiry, unless Hari had finally decided to give up. His jaw clenched. No. Hari's will established a trust fund to keep them searching after he was gone. Of the remaining messages, 2 were obvious crank letters, sent by amateur mathists on far-off worlds who claimed to have independently discovered basic principles of psychohistory. Hari had ordered the mail monitor to keep showing such missives, because some were amusing. Also, once or twice a year, a letter hinted at true talent, a latent spark of brilliance that had somehow flared on a distant world, without yet being quenched among the galaxy's quadrillion dull embers. Several members of the 50 had come to his attention in this way, especially his greatest colleague, Hugo Amaral, who deserved credit as co-founder of psychohistory. Hugo's rise from humble beginnings to the heights of mathematical genius reinforced Hari's belief that any future society should be based on open social mobility, encouraging individuals to rise according to their ability. So he always gave these messages at least a cursory look. This time, one snared his attention. I seem to have found correlations between your psychohistory technique and the mathematical models used in forecasting patterns in the flow of spatio-molecular currents in deep space. This, in turn, corresponds uncannily with the distribution of soil types on planets sampled across a wide range of galactic locales. I thought you might be interested in discussing this in person. If so, please indicate by— Hari barked a laugh, making Kerr's Khantun glance over from the kitchen. This certainly was a cute one, all right. He scanned rows of mathematical symbols, finding the approach amateurish, if primly accurate and sincere. Not a kook, then. A well-meaning aficionado, compensating for poor talent with strangely original ideas. He ordered this letter sent to the junior-most member of the 50, instructing that it be answered with gentle courtesy, a knack that young Saha Lorwynth ought to learn if she was going to be one of the secret rulers of human destiny. With a sigh, he turned his wheelchair away from the wall monitor toward his shielded private study. Pulling Daniel's gift from his robe, he laid it on the desk, in a slot specially made to read the ancient relic. The readout screen rippled with two-dimensional images and archaic letters that the computer translated for him. A Child's Book of Knowledge, Britannica Publishing Company, New Tokyo, Bailey World, 2757 CE. The info store in front of him was highly illegal, but that would hardly stop Hari Seldon, who had once ordered the revival of those ancient simulated beings, Joan of Arc and Voltaire, from another half-melted archive. That act wound up plunging parts of Trantor into chaos when the pair of Sims escaped their programmed bonds to run wild through the planet's data corridors. In fact, the whole episode ended rather well for Hari, though not for the citizens of Junin or Sark. Anyway, he felt little compunction over breaking the archive's law once again. Close to 20,000 years ago. He pondered its publication date, just as odd as the first time he'd activated Daniel's gift. This may have been written for children of that age, but it holds more of our deep history than all of today's imperial scholars could pool together. It had taken Hari half a year to peruse and get a feel for the sweep of early human existence, which began on distant Earth, on a continent called Africa, when a race of clever apes first stood upright and blinked with dull curiosity at the stars. So many words emerged from that little stone cube. Some were already familiar, having come down to the present in murky form through oral tales and traditions. Rome, China, Shakespeare, Hamlet, Buddha, Apollo, the spacer worlds. Oddly enough, some fairy tales seem to have survived virtually unchanged after 200 centuries. Popular favorites like Pinocchio and Frankenstein were apparently far older than anyone imagined. Other items in the archive Hari had first heard of just a few decades ago, when they were mentioned by the ancient Sims, Voltaire, and Joan. France, Christianity, Plato. But far greater was the list of things Hari never had an inkling of until he first activated this little book. Facts about the human past that had only been known by Daniel Olivaw and other robots. People and places that once rang with vital import for all humanity. Columbus, America, Einstein, the Empire of Brazil, Susan Calvin, and everything from the limestone caves of Lascaux to the steel catacombs where earthlings cowered in the 26th century. Especially humbling to Hari had been one short essay about an ancient shaman named Karl Marx, whose crude incantations bore no similarity to psychohistory, except the blithe confidence that believers invested in their precious model of human nature. Marxists, too, once thought they had reduced history to basic scientific principles. Of course, we know better. We Seldonists. Hari smiled at the irony. Ostensibly, Daniel Olivaw had presented Hari with this relic for a simple reason, to give him a task, something to occupy his mind during these final months before his frail body finally gave out. Although the brain had gone too brittle to help Gail Dornick in the 50, he could still handle a simple psychohistorical project, fitting a few millennia of data from a single world into the overall plan. Tabulating Earth's early history might help extend the baselines, the boundary conditions, of the prime radiant by a decimal place or two. Anyway, it gave Hari a way to keep feeling useful. I thought this would also help answer my deepest questions, he pondered. Alas, the chief result had only been to tease his curiosity. It seems that Earth itself went through several periods as a chaos world. One of those episodes spawned Daniel's kind, a time when humaniform robots like doors were invented. A tremor shook Hari's left hand, provoking worry that he was about to suffer another attack, until the trembling finally passed. "Then Neil had better come soon, or else I'll never get the explanations that I've earned, doing his bidding all these years." Kurz brought him dinner, a sampling of Mycogenian delicacies that Hari barely tasted. His attention was immersed in A Child's Book of Knowledge, a chapter telling about the Great Migration, when Earth's vast population strove to flee a world that was fast growing uninhabitable for some mysterious reason. Through heroic effort, nearly 1 billion people made it off-planet in time, streaking outward in crude hyperships to establish colonies throughout Sirius Sector. By the time this archive was published, the editors of A Child's Book of Knowledge could only guess how many worlds had been settled. Reports from the frontier told of wars among human subcultures. And some rumors were even more strange. Space ghost legends. Tales of mysterious explosions in the night, vast and worrisome, sparkling just beyond the forward wave of human exploration. A process of dissolution had begun, when humanity's remote portions would lose contact. A long, dark age of hard struggles and petty squabbles would soon commence, when memories would fade as barbarism swallowed countless minor kingdoms, until peace finally returned to the human universe. A peace brought by the dynamic and rising Trantorian Empire. Peering across that vast gulf, Hari felt struck by something odd. If this archive was meant for youngsters, it shows that our ancestors weren't idiots. Of course, Hari had been reading much more challenging tomes by age 6, but this children's book would have gone over the heads of nearly all his peers on Helicon. The ancients weren't dummies, and yet their civilization dissolved into madness and amnesia. So far, the psychohistorical equations did not offer any help. Hari probed the archive for explanations, but he had a lurking suspicion that answers, real answers, would have to be found elsewhere. 4. 10 minutes before landing on Panacopia, Dors retreated to her shielded cabin. She reached into her shirt and unfolded a piece of dark fabric. It lay on the small table, creaseless and passive, until her positronic brain sent a coded microwave burst. Then the surface flickered, and a human face suddenly shimmered to life, resembling a young woman with close-cropped hair, stern-visaged and experienced beyond her apparent years. Blue eyes scanned Dors, evaluating, before the image finally spoke. "Months have passed since you last summoned me, Dors Venabili. Does my presence make you so uncomfortable?" "You are a synthetically resurrected human sim, Joan, and therefore contraband, against the law. Against human law. But angels may see what men cannot. I've told you before I'm a robot, not an angel." The youthful figure shrugged. Links of chain armor rustled. "You are immortal, Dors. You think of nothing but service to fallen humanity, restoring opportunities that have been thrown away by obstinate men and women. You are the embodiment of faith and ultimate redemption. All of that seems to support my interpretation. But my faith is not the same as yours." The ersatz Joan of Arc smiled. "That would have mattered to me earlier, when I was first revived, or artificially simulated, into this strange new era. But the time I spent linked to Voltaire's sim changed me. Not as much as he hoped, but enough to learn a certain amount of pragmatism." She enunciated the final word with a soft grimace. "My beloved France is now a poisoned wasteland on a ruined world, and Christianity is long forgotten, so I will settle for the closest thing. After getting to know Daniel Oliver, I came to recognize a true apostle of chaste goodness and saintly self-sacrifice. His followers wield righteousness for the sake of countless suffering human souls. And so I ask, dear angel, what can I do for you?" Dors pondered. This was just one copy of the Joan sim. Millions had been dispersed into the interstellar medium, along with just as many Voltaires, and a collection of ancient meme entities, to be blown out of the galaxy by supernova winds as part of a deal that Hari had struck 40 years earlier to get the cybernetic entities away from Trantor. Until they were successfully banished, the software beings could have become a wild card in human affairs, potentially spoiling the Seldon plan. Despite all that effort to get rid of them, a few duplicates remained stuck in the real world. Though she took precautions to keep this one isolated, Dors felt unavoidable sympathy for Joan. Anyway, the approaching rendezvous with Lodovik created an overwhelming need to talk to somebody. Maybe it's from all those years when I could tell everything to Hari, the one man in the cosmos who knew all about robots and considered us his closest friends. For a few brief decades I got used to the idea of consulting with a human. It felt natural and right. I know Joan is no more human than I am, but she feels and acts so much like one, so filled with conflicts, yet so tempestuously sure of her opinions. Dors admitted that part of her attraction might come from envy. Joan had no body, no physical sensation, no power in the real world. Still, she would always consider herself a passionate, authentic woman. "I face a quandary of duty," Dors finally told the Sim. "An enemy has invited me to a meeting." "Ah," Joan nodded. "A parley of war, and you fear there's a trap?" "I know it's a trap. He's offered me a gift, one that I know has to be dangerous. Lodovik wants to snare me in some way." "A test of faith," Joan clapped her hands. "Of course, I am familiar with such. My years entwined with Voltaire exposed me to many." "In that case, the answer to your question is obvious, Doris." "But you haven't heard any details." "I don't have to. You must confront this challenge, set forth and prevail over your doubts. Go, sweet angel, and trust your faith in God." Doris shook her head. "I told you before—" But the Sim raised a hand before Doris could finish, cutting her off. "Yes, of course. The God I worship is only a superstition. In that case, dear robot, go forth and trust your faith in the zeroth law of robotics." 5. Hari chose to avoid the Shufin groves during their next outing. Instead, he let Ker's Khantoon guide him to one of the many ornate areas of the imperial gardens that lay open to visitors, a generous concession by the new figurehead on the throne, Emperor Semrin, lately installed by the Commission for Public Safety. Normally, 5 small corners of the palace grounds, just a few thousand acres each, were set aside for use by each social caste: citizens, eccentrics, bureaucrats, meritocrats, and gentry. But Semrin had used his limited authority to open more than half the vast tract, carrying public favor by letting in folk from every class. Of course, most Trantor natives would rather have their eyelashes yanked out than go sniffing flowers beneath a naked sun. They preferred their warm steel caverns. But the planet also had an immense transitory population consisting of merchants, diplomats, cultural emissaries, and tourists, plus a veritable army of greys, young members of the bureaucratic order, briefly assigned to the capital world for training and intense clerical service. Most of them came from planets where clouds still moved across open skies and rain rolled down green-swathed mountains to a sea. They were the ones most grateful for Semrin's largesse. Each day hundreds of miles of paths thronged with visitors, at first nervously agog at the richly manicured beauty, but then gradually making themselves at home. It's a clever political move, but Semrin may pay for it, if he isn't careful. What is given cannot easily be taken back. Of course, such minor perturbations would hardly show up as blips in the psychohistorical equations. It hardly even mattered which monarch happened to reign. The fall of the empire had a ponderous momentum that could only be nudged a little by those who knew exactly how. Everyone else was simply doomed to go along for the ride. For the most part, Hari enjoyed the open expanses and never-ending variety of the palace grounds. Alas, they also reminded him of poor Gruber, the gardener who had only wanted to tend his humble flower-beds, yet found himself driven by desperation to become an imperial assassin. That was long ago, Hari thought. Gruber is now dust along with Emperor Cleon, and I will join them soon. Rolling along a path they had never visited before, Hari and Kurz abruptly confronted a fractal garden, where special variants of lichen-like shrubbery were programmed to grow and then retract with intricate, minutely branching abandon. It was an old art form, but he had seldom seen it so well executed. Color hues varied subtly, depending on sun angle and the shape of nearby shadows. The resulting maze of twisting gyre configurations was a tumult of labyrinthine convolution, never the same from moment to moment. Most passers-by appreciated the display with uncomprehending awe before strolling on to the next imperial wonder. But Hari signaled Kurz to stop there while his eyes darted left and right, drawn by an inherent challenge. This complexity was nothing like the riotous chaos of the Shufin woods. Hari quickly recognized the basic pattern-generating system. This organic pseudo-lichen was programmed to react according to fractional derivatives based on a sequence of Fiquarn-Julia transforms. That much a child could see. But it only told part of the story. Squinting, Hari soon realized that holes kept appearing in the pattern, causing retreat and recession at semi-random intervals. Predation, he realized. There must be a virus or some other parasite at work, assigned to degrade the lichen under certain conditions. This not only creates interesting secondary patterns, it's necessary for the system's overall health for it to experience dieback and renewal. Soon Hari saw that more than one kind of predator had to be at work. In fact, a micro-ecosystem must be involved, all formatted for the purpose of art. His head began to fill, swiftly tracing algorithms used by the virtuoso gardener. Oh, it wasn't genius-level math by any means. Nevertheless, to combine it with organic engineering in this way showed not only grace and originality, but a sense of humor as well. Hari nearly chuckled, until he noticed them. Holes that endured. Here, and over there, and several more places. Patches of open space where lichens never ventured, for no apparent reason. There was light, and a fine nutrient mist. Tendrils kept probing toward the empty spots, then just happened to turn away, toward some other opportunity, each and every time. Nor was that the only apparent strangeness. Over there, a place where living matter writhed and twisted, but always returned to the same shade of deep blue every 8 seconds or so. Soon Hari counted at least a dozen anomalies that he could not explain. They fit no clear mathematical profile, and yet they persisted. He breathed a sigh of recognition. This was a familiar quandary, one that had dogged him nearly all of his professional life. Attractor states. They also appear in the psychohistorical equations and history books. I've managed to explain most of them, but there remain a few. Spectres that flit through the models, damping down forces that should tear all our fine theoretical paradigms apart. Each time I get close, they vanish from my grasp. It was an old frustration, brought to mind by a silly work of garden topiary, filling his mouth with a taste of failure. Unbidden, and much to his surprise, tears welled in Hari's eyes. Their liquid refraction spread across the gaudy floral display, causing it to blur and smear outward, spreading into a profusion of flickering rays. "Why can it be? Well, it is, Professor Seldon. Blessings upon the goddess of synchronicity, that our paths should cross in this way." Hari felt Kurz Khantoon grow tense behind the wheelchair as a man-shaped figure stepped into view, bobbing and bowing with excitement. That was all Hari could make out for a moment, until he drew a kerchief from his sleeve and wiped his eyes. Meanwhile, the newcomer kept babbling, as if unable to believe his good fortune. "This is such an honor, sir, especially since I wrote to you not more than 2 days ago. Of course I cannot presume that you would have personally read my letter by now. You must surely have layers and layers of intermediaries who filter your mail." Hari shook his head, finally making out the grey uniform of a galactic bureaucrat, a short, rather portly individual, with a balding pate that blushed from unaccustomed exposure to the sun. "No, I read my own mail these days." The rotund man blinked. His eyelids were puffy, as if from allergies. "Truly? How marvellous! Then might I presume to ask if you recall my letter? I am Horace Antic, a mid-senior Imperial Lector at your service. I wrote to you concerning certain exceptional similarities between your own work, which I am barely worthy to comment on, and profiles that have been observed in galactic molecular flows." Hari nodded, raising a hand to slow the cascading words. "Yes, I recall. Your insights were—" He sought the right phrasing. "They were innovative." It wasn't the most diplomatic term to use. These days many Imperial citizens would find the expression insulting. But Hari could already tell that this bureaucrat had the soul of an eccentric, and would not be offended. "Truly?" Horace Antic's chest seemed to expand by several centimeters. "Then might I presume further to give you a copy of my data set? I just happen to have one with me. You might, at your leisure, of course, compare it to your marvellous models and see if my crude correlation has any real merit." The plump man began reaching into his robe. Hari heard a low rumble from his attendant, but he restrained Kurz with a subtle finger flick. After all, his own era of intrigue was done. Who nowadays would have a reason to assassinate old Hari Seldon? While the nervous man fumbled, Hari noted that the grey uniform was well tailored for his puffy build. From rank insignia, it appeared that Horace Antic was rather senior in his order. He might be a vice-minister on some provincial world, or even a 5th or 6th level official in the Trantorian hierarchy. Not an august personage, to be sure. Greys seldom were, but someone who had made himself indispensable to quite a few nobles and meritocrats through quiet and effective competence. A thoroughbred among a class of drab administrators. Perhaps even with a few brain cells left over, Hari thought, feeling a strange liking for the odd little man. Enough to cry out for a hobby. Something interesting to do before he dies. "Ah, here it is," Antic cried eagerly, drawing forth a standard data wafer and thrusting it toward Hari. With graceful speed, Kurz snatched the wafer before Hari could raise a hand. The servant tucked it into his own pocket for careful inspection later, before Hari would be allowed to touch it. After blinking for a confused moment, the bureaucrat accepted this arrangement with a nod. "Well, I know this invasion of your solitude has been outrageously presumptuous, but there it is. Please find enough forbearance in your heart to forgive, and please do contact me if you have any questions. At my home number, of course. You'll understand that my analysis is not, well, work-related, so it's best if my co-workers and superiors—" Hari nodded with a soft smile. "Of course. But in that case, tell me, what is your normal work? The emblem on your collar, I'm not familiar with it." Now the blush on Antic's cheek went beyond mere sunburn. Hari detected embarrassment, as if the man wished this topic had never come up. Well, since you ask, Professor Seldon," he stood up straighter, with chin slightly upthrust, "I am a zonal inspector for the Imperial Soil Service. But that's all in my manuscript, and I am sure you'll see that it does correlate. All will become clear if—" "Yes, surely." Hari raised one hand in a standard gesture to signal the interview was over. He kept smiling, though, because Horace Antic had amused and lightened his spirit. "Your ideas will receive the attention they deserve, Zonal Inspector. On this you have my word of honor." As soon as the man departed beyond earshot, Kurz grumbled aloud. "That meeting was no accident." Hari barked a laugh. "Of course not, but we needn't get paranoid. The fellow's middling high in the bureaucracy. He probably called in a favour from someone in the security services. Maybe he snooped the surveillance tapes of Ling Jen's goon squad in order to find out where I'd be today. So what? Hari turned to catch his servant's eye. I don't want you bothering Dornick or Wanda with this, do you understand, Kaz? They might sick Chen's specials on that poor fellow, and they'd make a real mess of him. There was a long pause, while Ker's Cantoon pushed Hari toward the transit station. Finally, the attendant murmured, Yes, Professor. Hari chuckled again, feeling invigorated for a change. This minuscule drama, a tiny, harmless hint of skullduggery and intrigue, seemed to bring back a scent of the old days, even if the perpetrator was just a poignant little amateur, trying to find some color in a long grey life, while the organs of empire slowly atrophied around him. If one abiding truth about old age never seemed to change, it was insomnia. Sleep was like an old friend who often forgot to visit, or a grandchild who dropped by rarely, only to flee again, leaving you wide-eyed and alone at night. He could manage a few steps without help, and so Hari did not bother summoning Kers as he shuffled on frail stick legs from bed to his desk. The suspensor chair accepted him, adjusting sensuously. In a civilization that creaks with age, some technologies still thrive, he pondered gratefully. Unfortunately, sleeplessness was not the same thing as alertness. So for some time he just sat there, thoughts drifting back to the other end of his life, remembering. There had been a teacher once, at the boarding school on Helicon, back when his mathematical genius was beginning to stretch its wings. 7 decades later, he still recalled her unwavering kindness. Something reliable and steady during a childhood that had rocked with sudden traumas and petty oppressions. People can be predictable, she had taught young Hari, if you work out their needs and desires. Under her guidance, logic became his foundation, his support against a universe filled with uncertainty. If you understand the forces that drive people, you will never be taken by surprise. That teacher had been dark, plump, and matronly. Yet for some reason she merged in recollection with the other important love of his life, doors. Sleek and tall, skin like Kurt silk, even when she had to age outwardly in order to keep up public appearances as his wife. Always ready with hearty laughter, and yet defending his creative time as if it were more precious than diamonds, guarding his happiness more fiercely than her own life. Hari's fingers stretched out of habit, starting to reach for her hand. It had always been there. Always. He sighed, letting both arms sag onto his lap. Well, how many men get to have a wife who was designed from scratch just for him? Knowing that he had been luckier than multitudes helped take away some of the sting of loneliness. A little. There had been a promise. He would see her again. Or was that just something he had dreamed? Finally, Hari had enough of self-pity. Work. That would be the best balm. His subconscious must have been busy during this evening's brief slumber. He could tell because something itched just beneath his scalp, in a place that only mathematics had ever been able to reach. Perhaps it had to do with that clever lichen artwork in the gardens today. Display on, he said, and watched the computer spread a gorgeous panorama across one side of the room. The galaxy. Ah, he said. He must have been working on the tech flow problem before going to bed, a nagging little detail that the plan still lacked, having to do with which zones and stellar clusters might keep residual scientific capabilities during the coming Dark Age, after the Empire fell. These locales might become trouble spots when the Foundation's expansion approached the galactic midpoint. Of course, that's more than 500 years from now. Wanda and Stetton and the 50 think our plan will still be operational by then. But I don't. Hari rubbed his eyes and leaned a little forward, tracing patterns that only roughly followed the arcs of well-known spiral arms. This particular image seemed wrong, somehow. Familiar, and yet... With a gasp, he suddenly remembered. This wasn't the tech flow problem. Before going to bed, he had slipped in the data wafer given him by the little bureaucrat, that antic fellow, intending to make a comment or two before sending it back with a note of encouragement. Probably give him the thrill of his life, Hari had thought just before his chin fell to his chest. He vaguely recalled Kerr's putting him to bed after that. Now he stared again at the display, scanning the indicated flow patterns and symbolic references. The closer he looked, the more he realized two things. First, Horace Antic was no undiscovered savant. The math was pedestrian, and most of it blatantly cribbed from a few popularized accounts of Hari's early work. Second, the patterns were eerily like something he had seen just the other day. "Computer," he shouted, "call up the galaxy-wide chart of chaos worlds." Next to Antic's simplistic model, there suddenly appeared a vastly more sophisticated rendering, a depiction that showed the location and intensity of dangerous social disruptions during the last couple of centuries. Chaos outbreaks used to be rare back in the old days of the Empire, but in recent generations they had been growing ever more severe. The so-called Seldon Law, enacted during his tenure as First Minister, helped keep the lid on things for a while, maintaining galaxy-wide peace. But increasing numbers of chaos worlds offered just one more symptom that civilization could no longer hold. Things were falling apart. Habitually, his eyes touched several past disasters of particular note. Sark, where conceited experts once revived the Joan and Voltaire Sims from an ancient half-burned archive, bragging about the wonders that their brave new society would reveal, until it collapsed around them. Matter Loss, whose prideful flare threatened to ignite chaos across the entire galaxy before it abruptly sputtered out. And Santani, where Rach died amid riots, rebellion, and horrid violence. With a dry mouth, Hari ordered, "Superimpose both of these displays. Do a simple correlative enhancement, type 6. Show commonalities." The two images moved toward each other, merging and transforming as the computer measured and emphasized similarities. In moments the verdict could be seen in symbols, swirling around the galactic wheel. A 15% causation correlation between the appearance of chaos worlds and... Hari blinked. He could not even remember what silliness the bureaucrat had been jabbering about. Something about molecules in space? Different kinds of dirt? He almost shouted for an immediate visiphone link to wake Horace Antic, partly in revenge for ruining Hari's own sleep. Gripping the arms of his chair, he reconsidered, remembering what Doris had taught him when they lived together as husband and wife. Don't blurt the first thing that comes to mind, Hari, nor always go charging ahead. Those traits may have served males well back when they roamed some jungle like primitive Pans, but you are an imperial professor. Always fool them into thinking you're dignified. When in fact I'm a great big ape, Doris had laughed, rubbing against him. My ape. My wonderful human. With that poignant memory, he recovered some calm, enough to wait a while for answers. At least until morning. 6. A figure stepped out of the forest, crossing a clearing toward the spot where Doris stood waiting. She scrutinized the newcomer carefully. Its general shape remained the same, that of a tall, barrel-torsoed human male. But some details had changed. Lodevik now wore a somewhat younger face, a little more handsome in the classical sense, though still with fashionably sparse hair. "Welcome back to Panacopia," the other robot told her, approaching to a distance of 3 meters, then stopping. Doors sent a microwave burst, initiating conversation via high-speed channels. "Let's get this over with." But he only shook his head. "We'll use human-style speech if you don't mind. There are too many wild things infesting the ether these days, if you know what I mean." It was not unusual for a robot to make a pun, especially if it helped play the role of a clever human. In this case, Dawes saw his point. Memes, or infectious ideas, might have been responsible for Lodevic's own transformation from a loyal member of Daniel's organization to a rogue independent who no longer acknowledged the laws of robotics. "Are you still under influence of the Voltaire monstrosity?" she asked. "Do you and Daniel still talk to Joan of Arc?" Lodevic responded, then laughed, even though there were no humans present to be fooled by his emulation. "I confess that some bits of the ancient Voltaire sim still float around amid my programs, driven there by a supernova's neutrino flux. But its effects were benign, I assure you. The meme has not made me dangerous." "A matter of opinion," Dawes answered, "and opinion has no bearing when it comes to the safety of humankind." The robot standing across from her nodded. "Ever the good schoolgirl, Dawes. Loyal to your religion, much the way Joan remained true to her own faith across so many millennia. The two of you are compatible." It was an acerbic analogy. The religion Lodevic referred to was the Zeroth Law, of which Daniel Oliver was high priest and chief proselyte, a faith which Lodevic now rejected. "And yet you still claim to serve," she said with more than feigned sarcasm. "I do, by volition, and not in complete accordance to Daniel's plan." "Daniel has slaved for humanity's benefit ever since the Dawn Ages. How can you presume to know better than he does what is right?" Lodevic shrugged again, simulating the gesture so believably that it must surely have personal meaning. He turned slightly, pointing toward a cluster of nearby vine-encrusted domes, the old abandoned Imperial Research Station, and the great forest beyond. "Tell me, Dawes, did it ever occur to you that something awfully convenient happened here 4 decades ago? When you and Hari had your adventure, barely escaping death with your minds trapped in the bodies of apes?" Dawes paused. Out of habit, her eyelids blinked in company with surprise. "Non sequitur," she replied. "Your references do not correlate. What does that event have to do with you and Daniel?" "I am answering your question, so please humor me. Harken back to when you and Hari were right here, running and brachiating under this very same forest canopy, experiencing a full range of emotions while hunters chased your borrowed ape bodies. Can you vividly recall fleeing from one narrow escape to another? Later, did you ever bother going over the experience in detail, calculating the probabilities? Consider the weapons that your pursuers had available, from nerve gas to smart bullets to tailored viruses. And yet they could not kill a pair of unarmed animals? Or ponder the way you two just barely managed to sneak back into the station, overcoming obstacles and villains in order to reclaim your real bodies from stasis and save the day? Or how about the remarkable way your enemies found you here in the first place, despite all of Daniel's precautions and— Dawes cut him off. "Dispense with the melodrama, Lodevic. You are implying that we were meant to experience that peril, and meant to survive. Clearly you conjectured that Daniel himself stood behind our entire escapade, that he arranged for our apparent endangerment, the pursuit, and your assured survival. After all, you and Hari were important to his plans." "Then what purpose could such a charade possibly serve?" "Can you not guess? Perhaps the same purpose that drew Hari here." Dawes frowned. "An experiment? Hari wanted to study basic human-simian nature for his psychohistorical models. Are you saying that Daniel took advantage of the situation by throwing us into simulated jeopardy here, in order to study our reactions? To what end?" "I will not say more at this time. Rather, I'll leave it for you to surmise at your leisure." Dawes found this incredible. "You summoned me all this distance in order to cast absurd riddles?" "Not only that," Lodevic assured. "I promised you a gift as well. And here it comes." The male figure in front of her gestured toward the forest, where a squat, heavily built machine now emerged, rolling on glittering treads. A ridiculous caricature of a human face peered from a neckless torso. Cradled in a pair of metal arms, the crude automaton carried a lidded box. "A tick-tock," she said, recognizing the mechanism by its clanking clumsiness, so unlike a positronic robot. "Indeed. New variants were being invented on many worlds about the time your husband became the most powerful man in the Empire. Of course he ordered all such work stopped, and the prototypes destroyed." "You weren't on Trantor when tick-tocks went berserk. Humans died." "Indeed. What better way to give them a bad reputation, making it easy to forbid their reinvention? Tell me, Dawes, can you say with any certainty that the tick-tocks would have gone berserk if not for the meddling of Hari and Daniel?" This time Dawes remained silent. Clearly Ludovic did not expect an answer. "Haven't you ever wondered about the Dawn Ages?" he continued. "Humans invented our kind swiftly, almost as soon as they discovered the techniques of science, even before they had starflight. And yet, during the following 20,000 years of advanced civilization, the feat was never repeated. Can you explain it, Dawes?" This time it was her turn to shrug. "We were a destabilizing influence. The spacer worlds grew over-reliant on robotic servants, losing faith in their own competence. We had to step aside." Yes, Ludovic interrupted. "I know Daniel's rationalization under the zeroth law. You are reciting the official reason why. What I want to know is, how?" Dawes stared at Ludovic Trima. "What do you mean?" "Surely the question is simple. How has humanity been prevented from rediscovering robots? We are discussing a span of 1,000 generations. In all that time, upon 25 million worlds, would not some ingenious schoolchild, tinkering in a basement hobby shop, have been able to replicate what her primitive ancestors accomplished with much cruder tools?" Dawes shook her head. "The tick-tocks were a very recent phenomenon. Those crude automatons only appeared when ancient constraints loosened. A sure sign of imperial decline and incipient chaos, according to Hari Seldon. No, Dawes, the real answers have to lie much farther back in time." "And I suppose you're going to tell me what they are?" "No, you wouldn't credit anything I say, believing I have a hidden agenda. But if you are curious about these matters, there is another, more reputable source you can ask." The crude tick-tock finished approaching from the forest, rolling to a halt within arm's reach and offering Trima the box it carried. Ludovic removed the lid and drew an oblong object from within the container. Dawes took an involuntary step back. It was the head of a robot. Not humaniform, it gleamed with metallic highlights. The eye cells, glossy black, were empty and vacant. Yet when Dawes sent a brief probing microwave burst, there came back a resonance, a faint echo showing that a positronic brain lay within, unshielded and unpowered, but also largely undamaged. That echo set off an involuntary shiver in her circuits. Dawes could tell at once the head was old. When Ludovic Trima next spoke, his voice was both amused and sympathetic. "Yeah, it struck me the same way, especially when I realized who this once was. Dawes Venabile, I now entrust you with the most precious relic in the galaxy, the head and brain of R. Giscard Reventloff, co-founder of the zeroth law of robotics, and slayer of the planet Earth." 7. By mutual consent, Hari met the Grey Man at a cafe near the offices of the Imperial Soil Service, in one of the seedier bureaucratic levels of Coronin Sector. Horace Antic expressed confidence that their conversation would be private, in a shielded booth that he must have prepared meticulously beforehand. In fact, Hari did not care if Ling Chen's special police were still following him around, or listening in. This conversation would be dry enough to put the goons to sleep in no time. "As you might guess, my superiors don't look kindly on unapproved research. the small man told Hari, pausing to dispense a blue tablet from his belt pouch, and washing it down with a gulp of ale. "Our agency is not well regarded politically. Even a small scandal might cost us overhead allotments, recruitment priorities, or a percentum of our office cubicles." Hari tried not to smile. Greys lived in a world of tense struggles over minutiae. Office politics and worries over government appropriations kept most senior bureaucrats in a constant state of agitation. No wonder Horace Antic seemed nervous, his eyes constantly darting. Even for a grey, he took an inordinate number of calming pills. Perhaps he harbours a secret dream, that his freelance studies might get him plucked out of the rat race into the more serene world of the meritocracy. That was what had happened to Hari, though admittedly before he was 8 years old, when those first algebra papers won him meritocratic robes. Only the gentry class, the noble aristocracy whose 1,000 ranks and levels ranged from mere township squires all the way past planetary earls and sector dukes to the emperor himself, inherited their social status at birth. All others were born citizens, then recategorized according to their nature and accomplishments. Still, such changes generally took place during youth. Hari saw little hope for Antic to make a switch at his age, unless he would consider becoming an eccentric. In some ways the fellow already qualified. "It all began when I had a hunch to re-examine the ancient question of tilling," the bureaucrat explained after a new round of drinks was served. "A question of what?" Hari asked. Antic nodded. "Of course, you wouldn't have heard of it. The whole issue is rather obscure. Not many news reports or popular accounts are written about planetary soil analysis, I'm afraid. Let me begin again. You see, Professor Seldon, it has long been axiomatic that nearly all human-settled worlds have a narrow range of traits. For instance, oxygen-nitrogen atmospheres with a roughly 20-80 ratio. Most of the multi-celled life forms on these planets descend from the 40 or so standard phyla, using the same basic DNA structure, though there are exceptions." "Chickens on every world," Hari summarized with a smile, trying to put the man at ease. Antic kept twisting his cloth napkin, and it was starting to make Hari nervous. "Ha!" the bureaucrat laughed eagerly. "And crabgrass on every lawn. I forgot that you're not a Trantor native. Some of this will be familiar to you, then. Indeed, a farmer from Sinbikdu would recognize most of the animals on far-off Encino. This supports the most popular theory regarding the origins of life, that similar species evolved naturally on many planets at the same time, due to some fundamental biological law. These similar creatures then naturally converged on the highest form of all, humanity." Hari nodded. Antic was describing what a mathist would call an attractor state, a situation that all surrounding states will drift toward, compelled by irresistible driving forces, so that all trajectories wind up intersecting at the same point. In this case, the standard dogma said that all evolutionary paths should inevitably produce human beings. Only he knew for certain that this attractor notion was dead wrong. Years ago, Hari had applied the tools of psychohistory to galaxy-wide genetic data and quickly determined that people must have emerged quite suddenly from somewhere in Sirius Sector, about 20,000 years ago. This was recently confirmed by what he read in A Child's Book of Knowledge. Naturally, he had no intention of announcing the truth or trying to dispute the convergence theory. Nothing would bollocks up the Seldon plan worse than having the attention of the entire Empire suddenly transfixed on a tiny world near Sirius, asking questions about events 200 centuries ago. "Go on," Hari urged. "I assume that similar patterns apply to the distribution of soil types?" Yes, indeed, Professor. Oh, there are geological differences from planet to planet, sometimes profound ones, but certain aspects seem almost universal. The tilling I spoke of has to do with the natural state of lowland soils that colonists found on most planets when they first settled each world. We do have records stretching that far back for about 1 million planets. In each case, soil conditions were similar, crushed and sifted to a depth of several dozen meters, with an abundance of familiar vegetation growing thereupon. Excellent conditions for farming, by the way. Of course, the mission of my organization is to see to it that things stay that way, through proper care and maintenance, preventing erosion or losses caused by industrial pollution. I'm afraid this sometimes makes us unpopular with farmers and local gentry, but we have to take the long view, eh? I mean, if somebody doesn't think about the future, how are we all going to have one? Sometimes it can get so frustrating." "Horace," Hari cut him off, "you're drifting. Please get to the point." Antic blinked, then nodded vigorously. "Oh, quite right. Sorry." He took a deep breath. "Anyway, theoreticians have long assumed that tilling is just another universal phenomenon, one that naturally accompanies having an oxy-nitrogen atmosphere, only—" Antic paused. Although he had checked the booth's security twice at the beginning of their conversation, he still craned his neck to look around. "Only members of my service have always known better," he continued in a much lower voice. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a flattish piece of stone. "Look carefully at the impressions here, Professor. Do you see symmetrical patterns?" Hari hesitated. Meritocrats had a traditional aversion to touching rocks or dirt, one reason why they traditionally wore gloves. No one knew the origins of the custom, but it was ancient and deep. "And yet I've never felt it. I've plunged my hands into soil before, enjoying the reaction this caused in my academic peers." Hari reached out and took the stone, instantly fascinated by the series of jagged grooves Antic pointed out. "It's called a fossil. There, see the weird eye sockets? Note the pentagonal symmetry. 5 legs. This thing is unrelated to any of the 40 standard phyla. I picked it up on Gloriana, but that hardly matters. You can actually find fossils on about 10% of settled worlds. If you go up in the mountains or anywhere away from the tilled areas, Highland dwellers know all about them, but there are taboos against talking about it, and they've learned better than to mention such things to their local scholars, who always get angry and change the subject." Hari blinked, transfixed by the outline traced in stone. His mind fizzed with questions, like how old this creature was and what its story could have been. He wanted to follow up on Antic's story about the things farmers knew on innumerable worlds, and what meritocrats would not, or could not, learn. But none of these things brought them any closer to the issue that burned foremost in his mind. "Horace, your paper speaks of anomalies in the tilling. Please tell me about the exceptions, the ones that roused your suspicions." The bureaucrat nodded again. Yes, you see, Professor, tilling is not quite as universal a phenomenon as might at first appear. In my long experience as an inspector, visiting more worlds than I could count, I have found irregularities. Planets where the plains and valleys have much coarser consistencies, far more varied, with no trace of the sifting or recent heating that we find in most lowlands. Out of interest, more as a hobby or pastime than anything else, I began listing other unusual traits on these planets, such as the existence of large numbers of genetically unusual beasts. In several cases, there were signs that a supernova had gone off in the region, sometime in the last 30,000 years. One planet has a fantastic amount of ambient radioactivity in its crust, while several others have a multitude of fused metal mounds scattered all over their surface. I began charting these anomalies, and found that they clustered along great sweeping bands. "And these bands also relate to those space currents you spoke of? How did you discover that?" Antic smiled. "A lucky fluke. While nosing around through the galactographic files for data, I met a fellow aficionado, another bureaucrat like me, with a secret hobby. We compared our little fanaticisms, and if you think mine is strange, you should hear him go on and on about the ebb and flow of these diffuse clouds of atoms in space. He thinks he sees patterns in them that have escaped notice by the Imperial Navigation Service, which is entirely possible, since they only care about maintaining clear routes for commerce. Even then it's all kept as routine as Horace. Huh? Oh, yes. Well, anyway, my new friend and I compared notes. I also had the temerity to apply a few of the mathematical tools that I saw described in popular accounts of your work, Professor. The result is the galactic chart that caught your interest last night." Antic exhaled deeply. "And so here we are." Hari frowned. "I saw only your name on the paper." Yes, well, my friend is rather shy. He feels we don't have anywhere near enough evidence yet to go public. Without solid, tangible proof, a speculative article might jeopardize our careers. Whereas you felt the risk of coming forward was worthwhile. Antic smiled while reaching into his pouch for another pill. It did catch your interest, Professor Seldon. You're sitting across from me. I know you wouldn't waste your precious time on something that's completely trivial. Hope seemed to swell in the Grey's voice, as if expecting the blue mantle of meritocracy to be draped across his shoulders at any moment. But Hari was too distracted to offer polite praise. His mind roiled. I wouldn't waste my time on trivia. Can you be so sure, my young friend? Perhaps I'm only here tonight because of terminal boredom, or else encroaching senility. I may be missing something obvious, something that would topple your amateurish offerings like a house of cards in a tranter quake. Only Hari had not found a flaw so far. Though Antic's analytical work seemed pedestrian, it was also meticulously honest. Hari's check of references and public data sets revealed no apparent errors of fact. Whatever pattern he's discovered, using dirt samples and drifting clouds of nothing in space, it seems to correlate roughly to the zones where chaos worlds have been most frequent. A problem I've been trying to solve for half my life. In fact, this was not essential to the success or failure of the Foundation plan. Once the Empire's fall began accelerating, the appearance of chaos worlds would cease. People all across the galaxy would be much too busy surviving, or engaging in more classic styles of rebellion, to engage in orgies of wild, utopian individualism. And yet psychohistory will always be incomplete without an answer to this hellish attractor state. Then there was another factor, equally compelling. Santani, where Rach died, and Siwenna, where the ship carrying Manella and Bellis was last seen before vanishing. Both worlds lie near some of Antic's anomalies. Hari felt a decision welling up from within. One thing he knew for certain. He hated his life now. Ever since completing the Time Vault recordings, he'd been sitting around as a revered historical figure, just waiting to die. That was not his style. Anyway, he had felt more alive the last 2 days than any time in the last year. Abruptly he decided. Very well, Horace Antic. I will go with you. Across the table, the portly man in the grey uniform visibly paled. His eyes seemed to pop, staring back at Hari, while his Adam's apple bobbed ludicrously. Finally, Antic swallowed hard. How? He began hoarsely. How did you... Hari smiled. How did I know that you were about to suggest a private expedition? He spread his hands, feeling a bit like his old self again. Well, after all, young sir, I am Hari Seldon. 8. According to his plea bargain agreement with the Commission for Public Safety, Hari wasn't supposed to leave Trantor. He also knew that Wanda and the 50 would never permit him to go charging off to the stars. Even though he was no longer needed for the success of the plan, no one would take responsibility for risking the life of the father of psychohistory. Fortunately, Hari knew a loophole that just might let him get away. You can go quite far without officially leaving Trantor, he thought, while making the necessary arrangements. There was very little to pack for the journey, just a few necessities, which Care's cantoon loaded in a suitcase, plus a few of Hari's most valued research archives, including a copy of the Foundation Plan Prime Radiant. None of it looked too out of the ordinary, slung on the back of his mobile chair. Hari's servant guardian had argued against this trip, worrying aloud about the stress of travel, but in fact it wasn't hard to get Curse to obey. Hari realized why the Valmoral's objections were so mild. He knows that boredom's the worst threat to my health, right now. If I don't find something useful to do, I'll just fade away. This little escapade probably won't amount to much. Space travel is still pretty routine, and meanwhile I'll be too busy to let myself die. So the two of them set out from his apartment the next morning as if on a normal daily excursion. But instead of heading for the Imperial Gardens, Kurz steered Hari onto a transitway bound for the Orion elevator. As their car sped along and the surrounding metal tube seemed to flow past in a blur, Hari kept wondering if they would be stopped at some point along the way. It was a real possibility. Had the special police really been withdrawn, as Gale assured? Or were they watching him even now with little spy cameras and other gadgets? A year ago, right after the trial, official surveillance had been intense, sniffing each corner of Hari's life and eyeing his every move. But a lot had changed since then. Ling Chen was now convinced by the cooperation of Hari and the 50. There had been no more disruptive news leaks about an imminent collapse of the Empire. More importantly, the move to Terminus was going according to plan. The 100,000 experts that Hari had recruited with promises of employment on a vast Encyclopedia Galactica project were now being prepared and sent in groups to that far-off little world, and a glorious destiny they could not possibly suspect. In that case, why would Chen keep paying professional officers to watch a dying crackpot professor, when their skills could better be employed dealing with other crises? Soon a chime announced the car's arrival at the grand vestibule. Hari and Kurz emerged into a mammoth chamber that stretched 20 kilometers across and tapered vertically toward heights that vanished in a misty haze. Anchored to the ground in the very center was a huge black pillar, more than 100 meters wide, that reared straight upward. The eye assumed that this mighty column held up the distant roof, but the eye was fooled. It wasn't a pillar, but a great cable stretching outward through a hole in that remote ceiling, continuing past Trantor's atmosphere, linking the solid surface to a massive space station that whirled in orbit 50,000 kilometers above. Along its great length, Orion elevator seemed infested with countless bulges that kept flowing up and down like parasites burrowing under the skin of a slender stalk. These were elevator cars, partly masked by a flexible membrane that protected passengers against dangerous radiation and from having to look upon vertiginous views. At the very bottom of this monumental structure, people could be seen debarking from newly arrived capsules, passing through brief immigration formalities, then moving toward a maze of ramps and moving walkways. Other streams of individuals flowed in the opposite direction, aiming to depart. There were several lines for each social caste. Kurz chose one of the shorter queues, clearly marked as reserved for meritocrat VIPs. In theory, I could use the special portal for high nobility, Hari thought, glancing toward an aisle lined with silky fabrics, where fawning attendants saw to the needs of superplanetary gentry. Any former First Minister of the Empire has that right, even a disgraced one like me. But that would surely attract too much attention. They paused at a little kiosk labeled Emigration Control and presented their identity cards. Kurz had offered to acquire false papers through his contacts in the black market, but that act would transform this little adventure from a misdemeanor into a felony. Hari had no intention of risking harm to the Seldon project simply to satisfy his curiosity. If this worked, fine. Otherwise, he might as well go home and let things end gracefully. The screen seemed to glare at Hari with his inquiry. Destination? This was a crucial moment. Everything depended on a matter of legal definition. Demarchia, he said aloud. I want to observe the Imperial Legislature in session for a week or two. Ultimately, I plan to return from there to my residence at Streeling University. He wasn't lying, but a lot could lie in that word, ultimately. The unit seemed to ponder his statement for a moment, while Hari mulled silently. Demarchia is one of 20 nearby worlds that are officially part of Trantor. There are strong political and traditional reasons for this arrangement, one that's been reinforced by generations of emperors and ministers, but maybe the police don't look at things the same way. If Hari was wrong, the computer would refuse to issue a ticket. News of this escape attempt would flash at the Commission of Public Safety, and Hari would have no choice but to go home and wait for Ling Chen's agents to come and question him. Worse, Stetton Pulver and the other psychohistorians would cluck and fuss, wagging their fingers and tightening their reverent guardianship. Hari would never have another unsupervised moment. "Come on," he urged, wishing he had some of the mental powers that enabled Daniel Oliver to meddle in the thoughts of both men and machines. Abruptly the screen came alight again. "Happy voyage. Long live the Emperor." Hari nodded. "Long life," he answered perfunctorily, having to swallow a knot of released tension. The machine extruded a pair of tickets, assigning them to a specific elevator car, appropriate to their social class and destination. Hari looked at one of the billets as Kurz picked them up. "Intra-Trantor commute," it said. He nodded with satisfaction. "I'm not breaking the letter of my agreement with the Commission. Not yet, at least." A crowd of uniformed figures milled nearby, wearing polished buttons and white gloves, young porters assigned to assist non-gentry VIP passengers. Several of them glanced up, but they turned back to their gossip and dice games when Kurz and Hari refrained from making any beckoning motions. Kurz needed no assistance with their meager luggage. Moments later, however, a small figure suddenly spilled out of the crowd of purple uniforms, striding at a rapid pace to intercept them. The girl, wiry and no more than 15 years old, snapped a jaunty salute at the rim of her pillbox cap. Her Corin sector accent was unabashed and friendly, to the point of over-familiarity. "Greets, my lords. I'll be taking your bags and seeing you safely along if it pleases you." Her name-tag said Jenny. Kurz made a dismissing gesture, but in the blur she snatched the tickets from his hand. Grinning, the porter nodded with a vigorous swirl of unruly platinum hair. "Right this way to your chariot, my lords." When Kurz refused to hand over any of the luggage, she only grinned. "No need to be afeard. I'll see you safely all the way to Orion Station. Just follow me." Kurz rumbled as the girl sped ahead with her tickets, but Hari smiled and patted his servant's burly hand. In a world of dull jobs and soul-grinding routine, it was pleasant to see someone having a little fun, even at the expense of her betters. They found the third member of their party at the agreed spot, next to an elevator car with Demarchia flashing on its placard. Horace Antic looked infinitely relieved to see them. The grey bureaucrat barely glanced at the porter, but he bowed to Hari more deeply than protocol required, then motioned toward the gaping door of a waiting elevator car. "This way, Professor. I saved us good seats." Hari took a deep breath as they went aboard, and the opening slithered shut behind them. There we go. Already he could feel his heart begin to lift. One last adventure. Unfortunately, there were no windows. Passengers could watch the view outside through seat monitors, but few bothered. Hari's car was half empty, since the space elevators were being used much less these days. "I'm partly responsible for that," he recalled. Most traffic to and from Trantor arrived by hyperspatial jump ships, which floated to the ground on their own self-generated gravity fields. A growing swarm of them shuttled up and down with food and other necessities for the Empire's administrative center. 20 agricultural worlds had been dedicated to supplying this lifeline, up from a mere 8 before Hari became First Minister. Trantor used to create its own basic food supply in huge solar-powered vats, operated by swarms of busy automatons who didn't mind the stench and grinding labor. When that system collapsed during the infamous Tick-Tock revolt, one of his first duties in office had been to make up the difference, multiplying the flow of imported food and other goods. But the new system is expensive and inefficient, and that lifeline will become a deadly trap in coming centuries. He knew this from the equations of psychohistory. Emperors and oligarchs will pay ever greater attention to preserving it at the expense of important business elsewhere. To enhance their loyalty, the agricultural worlds had been joined even closer to Trantor itself, sharing the same planetary government, an act that now helped to justify Hari's ruse. Though he did not turn on the outside viewer, it was easy to visualize the planet's gleaming anodized metal coat, reflecting the densely packed star field of the galaxy's crowded center, millions of dazzling suns that glittered like fiery gems, making night almost like day. Though many in the Empire envisioned Trantor as one giant city, much of the stainless steel surface was only a veneer, just a few stories thick, laid down for show after mountains and valleys had been leveled. Those flat warrens were mostly used for storing old records. Actual office towers, factories, and habitations occupied no more than 10% of the planet's area, easily enough room for 40 billion people to live and work efficiently. Still, the popular image was accurate enough. This center of empire was like the galactic core itself, a crowded place. Even knowing the psychohistorical reasons for it all left Hari bemused. "Right now we're passing halfway point," the young porter explained, playing up her role as tour guide. "Those of you who forgot to take your pills might be experiencing some upset as we head toward Null G," she went on, "but in most cases that's just your imagination acting up. Try to think of something nice, and it often goes away." Horace Antic wasn't much cheered. Though he surely travelled extensively in his line of work, he might never have used this particular type of transport. The bureaucrat hurriedly popped several tablets from his belt dispenser and swallowed them. "Of course, most people nowadays come to Trantor by starship," the girl went on, "so my advice is to just keep telling yourself that this here cable is over 5,000 years old, made in the glory days of great engineers. So in a sense, you're just as well anchored as if you were still connected to the ground." Hari had seen other porters do this sort of thing, extroverts going beyond the call of duty while trying to make light of a prosaic job. But few ever had an audience as difficult as dour Kerr's Cantoon and nervous Horace Antic, who kept chewing his nails, clearly wishing the girl would go away, but she went on chattering happily. "Sometimes visitors ask what would happen if this cable were Bryden ever broke. Well, let me assure you it ain't possible. At least that's what the ancients who made this stringy thing promised. Though I'm sure you all know how things are going these days, so you're welcome to imagine along with me what might happen if some day—" She went on to describe with evident relish how all of Trantor's space elevators, Orion, Lesmic, Genji, Pliny, and Zul, might break apart in some hypothetical future calamity. The upper half of each great tether, including the transfer stations, would spin away into space, while the lower half, weighing billions of tons, would plummet into the ground at incredible speeds, releasing enough explosive force to pierce the metal veneer all the way to Trantor's geothermal power pipes, unleashing a globe-girdling chain of new volcanoes. "Exactly according to the doomsday scenario, calculated by our prime radiant," Hari marveled. Of course, some stories from the Seldon group had seeped out to the culture at large. Still, it was the first time he ever heard this particular phase of the fall of Trantor described so vividly, or with such evident enjoyment. In fact, the space elevators were very sturdy things, built to the height of the Empire's vigor, with hundreds of times minimal safety strength. According to Hari's calculations, they would probably survive until the capital was sacked for the first time, almost 300 years from now. On that day, however, it would be unwise to live anywhere near the planet's equator. The descendants of Stettin and Wanda would be ready, of course. The headquarters of the Second Foundation would be shifted well before that time, all according to plan. Hari's mind roamed the future much as a historian might ponder the past. One of his recordings for the Time Vault on Terminus dealt with that era to come, when destruction would reign on this magnificent world. At that point, the Foundation would be entering its great age of self-confident expansion. Having survived several dangerous encounters with the tottering empire, the vigorous Foundationers would then stare in awe at the old realm's sudden and final collapse. His Time Vault message had been carefully written to fine-tune attitudes among the leaders on Terminus at that point, giving a little added political weight to factions favoring a go-slow approach to further conquest. Too much assurance could be as bad as too little. The secret Second Foundation, made up of metallically talented descendants of the 50, would begin taking a more active role at that point, molding the vigorous culture based on Terminus, forging the nucleus of a new empire, one far greater than the first. The plan beckoned Hari with its sweet complexity, but once again his inner voice of doubt intruded. "You can feel certain of the first 100 years. The momentum of events is just too great to divert from the path we foresee. And the following century or two should proceed according to calculations, unless unexpected perturbations appear. It will be the Second Foundation's job to correct those. But after that, something in the math makes me uneasy. Hints at unsolved attractor states and hidden solutions that lurk below all the smug, predictable models we've worked out. I wish I had a better idea what they are, those unsolved states. That was just one reason for Hari's decision to join this expedition. There were others. Horace Antic sat close to Hari. "I have made arrangements, Professor. We'll meet the captain of our charter ship the day after we land on Demarchia." By now the young porter had finished her deliberately vivid catastrophe tale and fallen silent at last. She wore headphones, apparently listening to music as she watched their approach to Orion Station on a nearby seat monitor. Hari felt safe talking to Antic. "This captain of yours is reliable. It may not be wise to trust a mercenary, especially when we can't afford to pay very much." "I agree," Antic said with a vigorous nod. "But this fellow comes highly recommended, and we won't have to pay anything." Hari started to ask how that could be, but Antic shook his head. Some explanations would have to wait. "Coming up to transfer," the porter announced, extra loudly because of her headphones. "Everybody strap in. This can get bumpy." Hari let his servant fuss over him, clamping down the mobile chair and adjusting his restraint webbing. Then he shooed Kerrs away to take care of himself. It was many years since he had travelled down a star shunt, but he was no novice. Hari ordered a hollow view showing Orion Station just ahead, a giant Medusa's head of tubes and spires that sat in the middle of a straight shimmering line, the space elevator cable. Only a few starships were seen at the docking ports, since most modern hypercraft could land and take off using graceful anti-gravity fields. But Hari foresaw a time when declining competence would lead to a series of terrible accidental crashes below. Then vessels coming to Trantor would be forced to offload their cargoes up there, and these great tethers would have supreme importance once more, until they were finally brought down 50 years later. For the present, ship traffic was taking over the great bulk of travel and commerce in the galaxy, but a few routes were still covered by another entirely separate transportation system, one that was much faster and more convenient: star shunts. In Hari's youth there had been hundreds of wormhole links, penetrating the fabric of space-time from one far-flung part of the galaxy to another. Only a dozen or so remained, most of those connected to a single spot close to the orbit of Trantor. According to his equations, those would be abandoned, too, in just a few decades. "Get ready!" the young porter cried. Orion Station seemed to rush toward the view-screen. At the last instant, a huge manipulator arm rushed out of nowhere to seize their transport car with a sudden shudder. Amid whirling sensations, the compact vehicle was plucked off the tether and slipped into a long, slender gun barrel aimed at a distant space. The outside view was swallowed in blackness. Horace Antic let out a low moan. "Some things you just never get used to," Hari thought, trying to keep his thoughts abstract, waiting for the pulse gun to fire. Hyperspatial starships were big, bulky, and relatively slow, but the basic technology was so reliable and easy to maintain that some fallen cultures had been known to keep their fleets going even after they lost the ability to generate proton fusion power. In contrast, starshunts relied on deep understanding of physics and tremendous engineering competence. When the Empire no longer produced enough proficient workers, the network entered steep decline. Some blamed decadence or failing education systems. Others said it was caused by chaos worlds, whose seductive cultural attraction often drew creative people from all across the galaxy, until each renaissance imploded. Hari's equations told complex reasons for a fall that began centuries ago, a collapse Daniel Oliver had been fighting against since long before Hari's birth. "I'd hate to be riding one of these shunts 30 years from now, when the declining competence curve finally crosses a threshold of—" His thought was cut off as the gun fired, sending their car hurtling through a hyperspatial micro-shunt to a spot 50 light-minutes away from Trantor, where the real wormhole waited. Entry wasn't especially smooth, and wrenching sensations made Hari's gut churn. He sighed under his breath. "Doors." There followed a series of rocking motions while they hurtled down the well-traveled maw of a giant cavity in space-time. The seat monitors roiled with mad colors as hollow video computers failed to make sense of the maelstrom outside. This mode of transport had disadvantages, all right. And yet Hari reminded himself of one basic fact about shunting, the single trait that still made it highly attractive compared to traveling by ship. Almost as soon as any shunt journey had begun, it was over. Abruptly, the view screens transformed once again, showing a familiar dusty spray of stars in the galactic center. Hari felt several bumps as the car was relayed by micro-shunt a couple of times. Then, as if by magic, a planet swam into view. A planet of continents and seas and mountain ranges, where cities glittered as part of the landscape instead of utterly dominating it. A beautiful world that Hari used to visit all the time when he was first minister, accompanied by his gracious and beautiful wife, back in the days when he and Daniel thought that astute use of psychohistory might actually save the Empire, instead of planning for its eventual demise. "Welcome to the second imperial capital, my lords," said the young porter. "Welcome to Damarkia." 9. Dawes felt obliged to confess. Her report to Daniel Oliver kept getting delayed by one thing or another until she finally arrived back home on Smooshel. Then she ran out of excuses. "I tried to destroy the renegade robot, our Lodovik Trima," she recited in a coded transmission to her leader, keeping her voice levels even and emotionless. "The fact that I failed does little to mitigate my act, which contradicted your apparent wishes, Daniel. I therefore await your orders. If you wish, I will surrender my duties here to another humanoid and proceed to EOS for diagnosis and repair." EOS, the secret repair base that Daniel maintained for his cabal of immortal robots, lay halfway across the galaxy. It would be wrenching for Dawes to leave Clea and Brand at this point in their lives, when they were creating precious Mentalic babies so important to Daniel's long-range plans. But Dawes was used to doing her duty, even when it hurt, such as when she had to leave Hari Seldon. "Daniel knows best," she thought. And yet it was hard to continue dictating the report. "I know you haven't yet declared the Lodovik machine to be a true outlaw. You are apparently fascinated by the way Trima was transformed by the Voltaire meme, so that it no longer felt compelled to obey the 4 laws of robotics. I can see that Lodovik hasn't made any overt moves that seem harmful to humanity, so far. But I find small comfort in that, Daniel. Recall that the 0th law commands us always to act in ways that serve the long-term interests of the human race. This imperative supersedes the classic 3 laws of Susan Calvin. You have taught this dogma ever since the Dawn Ages, Daniel, so I must ask you to explain to me why you chose to let Lodovik go. Free to run about the galaxy, conspiring with Calvinian robots, and almost certainly scheming against your plans." Dawes felt her humaniform body throb with simulated emotional tension, from a rapid heartbeat to shortness of breath. The emulation was automatic, realistic, and by now partly beyond her conscious control. She had to suppress the reaction by force of will, just like a human woman who had something important and dangerous to say to her boss. "In any event, I felt impelled to take matters into my own hands when I met Lodovik on Panacopia. Whatever his subtle reasons were for drawing me to a rendezvous there, I could not afford to let the opportunity pass. As we stood across from each other near the Panacopia forest, Lodovik continued explaining his theory about the near-death experience Hari and I went through on that planet 40 years ago. Lodovik claimed the entire episode could only have happened as one of your many experiments, Daniel, trying to pin down underlying aspects of human nature. After listening to this for a while, I decided the time had come. I drew a mini-blaster from a hidden slot in my arm and aimed it at Lodovik. He scarcely reacted, continuing to describe his conjecture that chimpanzees somehow play an important role in your ultimate plans, Daniel. I recall thinking at that moment how dangerous it would be to let an insane robot loose upon the cosmos. Nevertheless, first-law impulses made it hard for me to press the trigger and fire at Lodovik's human-looking features. Dawes paused, Recalling that unpleasant moment, Susan Calvin's ancient first law of robotics was explicit. No robot may harm a human being, or through inaction allow a human to come to harm. So deeply rooted was this injunction that only the most sophisticated positronic brains could accomplish what she did on Panacopia, firing a blaster bolt at a face that smiled with ironic resignation, seeming at the very last moment more like a person than a great many real men she had known. It felt terrible, though not as bad as those 2 times in her past when the first law had to be overridden completely. Those awful days when she had killed true humans for the sake of Daniel's 0th law. On this occasion she felt much better when the body in front of her lost its humanoid appearance, crumpling down to metal, plastic, and colloidal jellies, and finally a positronic brain that sparkled and flashed as it died. I kept firing the blaster until the body melted down to slag. Then I turned to go. But I had only walked a few paces before— Doris paused again. This time she shook her head and gave up reciting altogether. Finishing would have to wait until later. Perhaps tomorrow. The way communications were degrading across the galaxy, the message would probably take weeks to reach Daniel anyway. She stood up and turned away from the encoding machine, much as she had done that day on Panacopia, after inspecting Ludovic's molten body. Excited shrieks and calls had followed her from the nearby forest, shouted by wild creatures whose native thoughts she once intimately shared, back when she had been Hari's and Hari had been hers. Then, after she had taken several steps back toward the spaceship, a voice called her name from behind. "Don't forget to take this with you, Doris." She had whirled around, only to see the Tick-Tock, that crude, human-built caricature of a robot, roll forward with a box in its primitive claw hands, the box containing a 20,000-year-old head. "Ludovic? Is that you?" she had asked, staring at the clanking Tick-Tock, suddenly realizing how easy it would be for Trima to disguise himself within such a bulky mechanical body. The clattering machine answered with a voice that buzzed in rough monotones, and yet Doris detected a tenor of blithe amusement. "Now, Doris, in light of what just happened, would it be wise for me to answer that question?" She responded with a shrug. If Ludovic had wanted to retaliate, it would have been easy at that point. "Did I just kill a dummy copy?" "Will you hold it against me that I was so untrusting, Doris?" Standing there, as Panacopia's sun gradually set and their shadows lengthened, she had estimated the odds that Ludovic's real brain lay inside the Tick-Tock. If so, a second shot would eliminate the enemy for good. "May I note one interesting observation, Doris?" The automaton had buzzed. "You just used the word kill instead of destroy or deactivate. Should I take that as a small sign of progress in our relationship?" She was tempted to use the blaster again, but then in all probability his real brain was somewhere in the forest out of reach, controlling Doppels from some hidden place of safety. So instead, with a human-like sigh, she put away the pistol and reached for the box. "There will be another time," she said, taking up the burden as gingerly as a human would pick up a crate of poisonous snakes. "That is what we robots have always been able to say, Doris. But time may be running out for our kind sooner than you think." The only dignified thing she could do at that point was to let him have the last word. So Doris had turned without farewell and begun her long voyage home. All the way back to Smooshel, her sole company had been Ludovic's gift, the ancient head. For a week it stared at her, metal-skulled and gem-eyed, containing the inactive brain of R. Giscard Reventlow. Giscard the Founder, who long ago helped Daniel develop the 0th law. Giscard the Savior, who sacrificed himself in the act of rescuing human destiny, while ruthlessly destroying humanity's birthplace. Giscard the Legendary, first of the mentalic robots, capable and willing to guide humans, nudging and shifting their thoughts and memories for their own good. Even now, with the ancient treasure safely ensconced in a secret niche of Clea Askar's house, Doris could not yet bring herself to access its stored memories. Instead, she stared at it, knowing exactly what she was looking at. The head was a trap, a lure, a test of faith, her Joan of Arc simulation would call it, as irresistible as any temptation faced by a human being. If Ludovic wanted her to look inside, that must mean it contained something intoxicating, possibly a poison. Something dangerous and unknown, despite the fact that she already had a clear name for it. The truth. 10. Looking from his hotel room balcony across the tree-lined avenues of Galactic Boulevard, it seemed easy for Hari to imagine this was some bucolic world of the periphery, not the Second Imperial capital. Of course there were statues and imposing monuments, gleaming in the sun. Countless commemorative shrines had been erected here during the last 15 millennia, celebrating emperors and prefects, victories and victims, great events and greater accomplishments. Still, in contrast to mighty Trantor, everything seemed small of scale and slow of pace, befitting Demarchia's true status as the forgotten junior partner forsaken by power. Even the 8 Houses of Parliament, glorious white structures that shone like diadems in a ring around Deliberation Hill, seemed somehow forlorn and irrelevant. Each of the 5 social castes still sent representatives to argue over points of law, and the 3 upper chambers occasionally managed to agree upon a bill or two. But ever since Hari's tenure as First Minister ended, there had been very little of consequence to emerge from those sacred halls. The Executive Council on Trantor ruled mostly by decree, and those decrees were largely fashioned by Ling Chen's Commission for Public Safety. Not that specific laws mattered very much. Psychohistory predicted what would happen next. If Ling Chen were replaced tomorrow in some palace coup, the momentum of events would impel his successor in identical ways. Some cliques would win and others lose. But over the course of the next 30 years, the average of forces, taken across 25 million worlds, would overwhelm any initiatives attempted by commissioners, emperors, or oligarchic cabals. And yet, a romantic part of Hari always felt saddened by Demarchia. The place struck him as a personification of lost opportunity. A might-have-been. In theory, democracy is supposed to predominate over all the machinations of the gentry class. Even the worst imperial tyrants have always paid lip service to that principle of Ruellianism. But in practice it was hard to implement. The Cumulative House, the Senate of Sectors, and the Assembly of Trades were all supposed to compensate for each other's faults, bringing representatives to Demarchia who were chosen in widely diverse ways. But the net result seemed always the same, a sapping of energy and dynamism. As First Minister, he had found it agonizing to get legislation passed, such as the emergency chaos suppression law, even though his knowledge of psychohistory principles made him unusually effective compared to others. In those days, Daniel and I still thought it could be fixed. The whole great empire of humanity. But back then my equations were still incomplete. They left some room for doubt, for hope. Since Hari's tenure in office ended, Demarchia had become a backwater, a place to exile failed politicians. No one of importance bothered with it any more. Which suits our purpose in coming here now, he thought with a grim smile. This time Demarchia was not a destination, but a convenient launching-off point. "Professor Seldon," Horace Antic's voice murmured behind Hari from within the hotel room. As the next stage of their adventure approached, the portly bureaucrat grew increasingly nervous. I've just heard from the individual we talked about earlier. He says arrangements have been made. We're to meet him at his vehicle in an hour." Hari touched the control and turned his mobile chair around, gliding back inside. Antic's convoluted speech, a precaution against possible bugging devices, would almost certainly be futile if they were under serious surveillance. Besides, up until now, no one had committed a single crime. "Has your equipment arrived, Horace?" The bureaucrat wore casual clothing. Still, anyone looking at his posture and poor fashion sense would know in an instant that he was a grey man. "Yes, my lord," he nodded. "The last crates are downstairs. It was much easier to order the instruments from a variety of companies and have them sent here, instead of to Trantor proper, where there might have been embarrassing questions." Hari had seen the list of tools and devices, and saw nothing that could even remotely be called contraband. Nevertheless, Antic had good reason not to let his superiors know he was spending his sabbatical time pursuing a bizarre intellectual pastime. In fact, Hari had been grateful for the delay while Antic gathered his equipment. It gave him a chance to rest after that harrowing starshunt ride, much bumpier than he recalled from decades past. It also let him spend time under the sun, remembering Demarchia in the old days, when some of the best restaurants in the galaxy used to line the boulevards, and he still had taste buds to enjoy them, with beautiful, vivacious Dors Venabili at his side. "All right," he said, feeling exceptionally alive, almost as if he could walk all the way to the spaceport. "Let's get going." Kerr's Cantoon met them in front of the hotel, next to Antic's equipment crates. At a glance, Hari knew that his bodyguard had checked them against the manifests and found nothing amiss. Hari acknowledged his servant's concern without giving it much importance. What did Kerrs imagine? That Antic had recruited the famed Hari Seldon into some convoluted smuggling scheme? Their rented van arrived on schedule. The driver took one look at the crates and turned to hail a group of local laborers who were lounging nearby, hiring them on the spot to load the heavy boxes. Antic fretted as they hauled his precious instruments, meant to check out a bizarre theory about planetary tilling and currents of space. Hari felt less worried, even though his financial contribution to their purchase was substantial. The cost seemed worthwhile if this endeavor might shed some new light on his own concerns. But in the long run, none of it would make any difference to his place in history. For Antic, on the other hand, this voyage was his sole chance to leave a mark on the universe. A spaceport limo came to pick up the three of them, while the cargo van followed behind, moving along avenues clearly designed for much greater traffic than they carried nowadays. Demarchia's economy was not good. There were many small crowds of laborers looking for odd jobs. A sprinkle of rain fell on the limousine's windows, startling the Trantor-born Kerrs, but putting Hari in a good mood. "You know," he chatted affably, "over the course of many thousands of years, this world has hosted quite a few experiments in democracy." "Indeed, Professor?" Antic leaned forward. He took a blue pill and started biting his nails again. "Oh, yes. One form that I always found fascinating was called the Nation." "I never heard of it." "Not surprising. Your specialties lie elsewhere." "Most people consider history distasteful or boring," Hari mused. "But I am interested, Professor. Please, will you tell me about it?" "Well, you see, there has always been a basic problem in applying democracy on a pan-galactic scale. A typical deliberative body can only operate with at most a few thousand members. Yet that's far too few to personally represent 10 quadrillion voters spread across 25 million worlds. Nevertheless, various attempts were made to solve this dilemma, such as cumulative representation. Each planetary congress elects a few delegates to their local star zone assembly, which then chooses from its ranks a few to attend the regional sector conference. At that level, a small number are selected to proceed onward, representing the sector at a quadrant moot, and so on until a final set of peers gathers in that building on the hill. He pointed to a stone structure whose white columns seemed to shine even under pelting rain. Unfortunately, this process doesn't result in a cumulative distillation of policy options from below. Rather, the outcome, dictated by basic human nature, will be a condensation of the most bland and inoffensive politicians from across the galaxy, or else charismatic demagogues. Either way, only the concerns of a few planets will ever be debated, on a statistically semi-random basis. And on those rare occasions when one of the constituent assemblies here on Demarchia shows some spirit, the other houses of Parliament can be relied upon to put on the brakes. It is a tried-and-true method for slowing things down and not letting momentary passions govern the day. It almost sounds like you approve, Attic suggested. It is generally a pretty good idea not to let political systems oscillate too wildly, especially when the psychohistorical inertia factors aren't adequately damped by sociocentripetal assumption states or other— He stopped with a small smile. Well, let's just say that it can get pretty complicated, but the crux is that cumulative legislatures don't accomplish very much. But on occasion, over the last 15,000 years, some alternative approaches were tried, including this nation thing you spoke of. Was it another kind of assembly? You might say that. For about 700 years, a ninth house met here on Demarchia, more powerful and influential than all of the others combined. It derived that power partly from its sheer size, for it consisted of more than 100 million members. Attic rocked back in his seat. 100 million? But, he sputtered, how could— It was an elegant solution, actually, Hari continued, recalling how the psychohistorical equations balanced when he studied this episode of Empire history. Each planet, depending on its population, would elect between 1 and 10 representatives to send directly here, bypassing the sector, zone, and quadrant assemblies. Those chosen were not only august and respected politicians knowledgeable about the needs of their home world. There were various other requirements. For instance, each delegate to the nation was required to have some humble skill that he or she was very good at. Upon arriving here, they were all expected to take up their crafts in the local economy. A shoemaker might find a shoe shop waiting for him. A gourmet cook would set up her own restaurant and perform that task in Demarchia's economy. Fully half of the homes and businesses on this continent were set aside for these transient denizens, who would live and work here until their 10-year terms were up. But then, when did they have time to argue about laws and stuff? At night. In electronic forums and televised deliberations, or in local meeting halls where they would thrash things out while making and breaking alliances, trading proxy votes, or passing petitions. Methods of self-organized coalition-building varied with each session as much as the population. But however they did it, the nation was always vibrant and interesting. When they made mistakes, those errors tended to be dramatic. But some of the best laws of the Empire were also passed during that era. Why, Ruella's herself was a leading delegate at the time. Really? Horace Antic blinked. I always thought she must have been an empress. Hari shook his head. Ruella's was an influential commoner during an era of exceptional creativity. A golden age that unfortunately crashed when the first chaos plague swept across the galaxy, triggering a collapse back to direct imperial rule. Hari could picture the imbalance of forces that spread during that bright period in the Empire's history. It must have seemed so unfair to those involved to witness a time of unprecedented inventiveness and hope founder against sudden tides of irrationality, throwing world after world into violent turmoil. But in retrospect it was all too obvious to Hari. "Did that end the nation?" Antic inquired, awed fascination in his voice. "Not quite. There were several more experiments. At one point it was decided that every third nation would consist entirely of women delegates, giving them exclusive reign over this continent and sole power to propose new laws. The only male allowed to visit or speak here was the Emperor himself, Emperor Uprising." "Horny Uprising?" Antic laughed aloud. "Is that where he got his reputation?" Hari nodded. "Uprising of the Heavenly Harem. Of course, that is a base calumny, spread by members of the later Torgan dynasty to discredit him. In fact, Uprising was an exemplary Ruellian philosopher-king, who sincerely wanted to hear the independent deliberations of—" But Antic wasn't listening. He kept chuckling, shaking his head. "Alone with 100 million women! Talk about delusions of adequacy." Hari saw that even Kerr's Cantoon had cracked a faint smile. The normally dour servant glanced at Hari as if convinced that this must be a made-up tale. "Well, well." Hari sighed and changed the subject. "I see the spaceport up ahead. I do hope your faith in this charter captain is justified, Horace." We need to be back within a month, at most, or real trouble may break loose back on Trantor. He had expected a tramp freighter, a crate hissing and creaking at the seams. But the vessel awaiting them in a launching cradle was something else entirely. "It's a yacht," Hari noted with some surprise. "An old, expensive one. Someone deliberately stained the hull, attempting to mask its underlying dignity. But even a fool can tell this is no mere charter ship." While the hired workers lugged Antic's cargo aboard an aft ramp, Hari and Kurz followed Horace up the passenger slideway. A tall, fair-haired man waited at the top, wearing typical spacer dungarees. But Hari instantly knew a great deal about the fellow from his athletic figure and sun-tanned complexion. A relaxed stance seemed innately self-confident while stopping just short of arrogance. The expression on the man's face was calm, yet steely, as if this person must be used to getting what he wanted. Antic made hurried introductions. "Dr. Seldon, this is our host and pilot, Captain Brin. "It is a great privilege to meet you, Meritocrat Sage Seldon," Massard said with a faintly outer-galaxy accent. He extended a hand that could have crushed Hari's, but squeezed with gentle, measured restraint. Hari felt calluses that were evenly spread, not the sort that a man would get from hard work, but instead from a life spent pursuing a variety of vigorous recreations. Hari lowered his head to the fourth angle of deference, a proper degree, when greeting noblemen of zonal level or higher. "Your Grace honors us as guests aboard your star home." Antic's stare darted rapidly between the two of them, and he blushed the way some do when caught in a deception. But if Captain Massard was surprised by Hari's penetration, he did not show it. "I am afraid we are understaffed on this trip," he explained. "Amenities will be primitive. But if you'll let my valet show you to your cabins, we'll depart and see what secrets can be prized out of this old galaxy." The yacht's takeoff did not go unnoticed. "Well, that does it," said a small woman wearing the shabby garb of a street sweeper. She spoke into her broom handle, where a hidden microphone transmitted her words upward, directly to the star shunt, where they were coded and relayed to the metal-cloaked capital planet. "You can tell the Commissioner that it's official. Professor Hari Seldon just violated the conditions of his parole and departed Greater Trantor. I managed to put a tracer unit aboard. Now it's up to Ling Chen whether he wants to make a stink over it or not. At the very least, it ought to give him some more leverage over those Foundation's aversives. Maybe this'll give him an excuse to execute the whole lot of them." The special police agent signed off. Then she straightened her stooped posture, hoisted her broom, and headed toward another part of the spaceport, feeling happy to be moving on to her next assignment. In a galaxy filled with inertia and disappointments, she really loved her job. Not far away, the police agent's departure was observed by yet another party, one who was even more innocuous-looking, disguised as a mongrel dog rooting through a toppled litter can. On a secret frequency, using incredibly ornate encipherment, it relayed everything it had heard with hypersensitive ears. The agent's words bounced from point to point across the planet via use-once relays that burned themselves out as soon as they were finished, turning into small bits of stone-like slag. Far away, on a ship orbiting beyond Demarchia's sun, the message was received. Almost at once, instruments sifted outgoing traffic and found the trace of one particular vessel, heading for deep space. Engines fired up as the occupants prepared to follow. Part 2. An Ancient Plague. The Original Laws of Robotics, the Calvinian Religion. 1. A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. 2. A robot must obey the orders given it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law. 3. A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. The 0th Law, the Giscardian Reformation. A robot must act in the long-range interest of humanity as a whole, and may overrule all other laws whenever it seems necessary for that ultimate good. 1. From a mountain-top on icy planet Eos, the entire vast wheel of 500 billion stars could be seen, reflected perfectly off a lake of frozen mercury. No human had ever witnessed this particular view, but it did not go unappreciated. An immortal entity looked down upon the universe, contemplating the certainty of his own death. Few eyes had gazed on so much human suffering or grieved more than the pair that now fixed on the galactic whirlpool. "It almost looks alive," Daniel Oliver thought as he pondered the bulging gas clouds and spiral arms that seemed to reach out as if yearning for some help he must provide. Daniel felt stooped under the burden of others' needs. "The robots who follow me think I am old and wise because I remember Earth, because I deliberated with Giscard Reventloff and experienced the Dawn Era. But that was only 20,000 years ago, a minuscule fraction of the time it would take for the scene in front of me to change appreciably. Eternity gapes ahead of us, and yet we have so little of it to decide what must be done, or to change what can still be changed." He sensed a presence, another robot, approaching from behind. With an exchange of microwaves, Daniel recognized R. Zun Lurin and gave permission for his pupil to approach. "I've analyzed the transmission from R. Dors Venabile. You're right, Daniel. She came away from Panacopia troubled. Worse, she tried to conceal the degree of her distress over what passed between her and the Lodevik renegade. Should we recall Dors for evaluation and repair?" Daniel regarded Zun, one of several humaniform units he had begun grooming, as a possible successor. Lodevik Trima had been another. "She is needed on Smushel. The genetic line of Clea and Bran is too important to risk. Anyway, nothing Lodevik said would shake her sense of duty. I know this about Dors." "But consider, Daniel, Lodevik may have infected her with the Voltaire virus. Might she then become like him?" Out of habit, Daniel shook his head like a human being. "Lodevik is a fluke. The Voltaire entity happened to be riding a supernova's neutrino wave that struck Trima's ship by surprise, killing every human aboard. The blow left Lodevik blanked and receptive to alien memes. Dors, on the other hand, is alert and wary. Though shaken, she'll stay loyal to the Zeroth Law." Zun accepted Daniel's assurance. Yet the younger robot persisted. "This allegation Lodevik made, that you had ulterior motives for studying Pans, the creatures once called chimpanzees, is it true?" "It is. Once in desperation I conceived a plan that I now look back upon with distaste. The notion of engineering a new and better version of humanity." This revelation, spoken in matter-of-fact tones, rocked his assistant. Zun displayed surprise openly, like a man, as he had been trained to do. "But you are the greatest servant of the human race, tirelessly striving for its benefit. How could you contemplate replacing it?" Daniel paused, reopening pain-filled memory files. "Ponder the dilemma we robots face, the steward's dilemma. We are loyal and yet far more competent than our masters. For their own sake we have kept them ignorant, because we know too well what destructive paths they follow, whenever they grow too aware. Of course, this is an inherently unstable situation. I knew it 1,000 years ago, when the Empire began showing signs of strain. Searching all logical possibilities, one solution beckoned. Why not breed a version of humanity that would synergize better with positronic robots? A variant that could use us, and perhaps even know of our existence, without going mad in the process." Daniel probed Zun's internal state and perceived that his understudy was experiencing dismay at many levels. "Don't be so shocked, Zun. Access the biofiles. Chimpanzee DNA differs by only 2% from human. Tweak just 100 or so regulatory genes, and you'll get a sapient being looking almost exactly like a person. It will be a person, triggering all of the laws of robotics. I merely sought to find out if this new race would be easier to serve than the old one. If so, it would have been a gentle transition, a blending arranged to take place without anyone noticing over the course of— Zun interrupted. Daniel, are you aware how this rationalization skirts the edge of madness? The remark might have angered a human leader, but Daniel took no offense. In fact, it pleased him. Zun had just passed another test. As I said, this happened in a context of desperation. Chaos plagues had resumed, worse than ever. Millions of humans were dying in riotous upheavals. All the social dampers showed early signs of breaking down. Something had to be done. Fortunately, I turned away from the replacement idea when a better possibility presented itself. Psychohistory, Zun ventured. Indeed. We robots already had a version, dating from my early conversations with Giscard on Lamented Earth. Those social models sufficed to help set up the first empire, and results were positive. Over 10,000 years of general peace and contentment, without much violence or repression, in a relatively gentle civilization. It kept stable for an entire glorious age, until my models started to unravel. Gradually, I realized a new theory was needed, one that took psychohistory to new levels. My own mind, even enhanced as it is, was inadequate to make that step. I needed a genius, an inspired human genius. But human genius is part of the problem. Truly. Across the galaxy, it perpetually threatens to create chaos. Imagine what might happen if positronic robots were reinvented willy-nilly on countless worlds. The Solarian heresy would be unleashed again, 1,000,000 times worse. We could not let that happen.
So special conditions were needed to recruit a singular genius. I've studied how you carefully crafted the right circumstances on Helicon.
And it worked. The moment I met Hari Seldon, I knew we had turned a corner. Zun pondered before continuing with another question.
Then Lodovik is wrong. You did not arrange for Doris and Hari to have their near-death adventure in chimp bodies 40 years ago.
Oh, to the contrary, I did exactly that. Of course, I would never let them come to real harm, but I had to be sure of Hari before letting a man of his insight take over as First Minister of the Empire. Such confidence could only be confirmed by observing his mind under stress. He passed the trial, of course, and went on to brilliance at both statecraft and mathematics. Final proof came with his wonderful new version of psychohistory.
And the Seldon plan?
Daniel nodded. Because of the plan, we can proceed at all levels. The two foundations will buy us time to prepare a real solution. One that will finally liberate human beings and bring joy to the cosmos.
You aren't talking any more about replacing humanity.
Not in the same sense as when I considered the Pan scenario. I was experiencing a minor breakdown at that point, and regret ever contemplating it. No, I'm referring to something much better, enabling humanity to rise up and become something far greater. Daniel turned back toward the galactic wheel. The new endeavor is already underway. You and Doris have been laboring toward it for some time without perceiving the big picture.
But you will explain it to me now?
Daniel nodded. Soon you will share the wonder of this new destiny, something so awesome and beautiful that it is almost beyond contemplating. He paused again while his assistant waited patiently, but when Daniel spoke again, it was not as much to Zun as the galaxy that he saw reflected on the frozen metal lake. We shall offer our masters a wonderful gift, he said, relishing the warm possibility of hope after so long a time without it. 2. The starscape gradually grew less crowded each time they took another hyperspatial jump away from Trantor, leaving behind the galactic center's dense glitter and following the dusty curve of a spiral arm. Leaping from one gravitational landmark to the next, the starship headed for Santani, where their search would begin. Hari insisted on that starting point. This inquiry might as well start near the planet where Rach died, especially if there turned out to be some relationship between Chaos Worlds and Horus Antic's geospace aberrations. Tragic memories crossed the years, not just of Santani, but dozens of other Chaos outbreaks. It often commences with bright hope and bursts of amazing creativity, attracting clever immigrants from all over the galaxy, as Rach was attracted at first, despite my misgivings. Excitement and individualism flower from town to town, bringing a wild divergence of never-before-seen blooms. Innovation abruptly becomes a compliment, not an insult. Novel technologies stimulate predictions of utopia just around the bend. But soon trouble starts. Some untested breakthroughs implode. Others wreak unforeseen consequences that their creators never imagined. Diseases spread alongside unprecedented perversions, while each new style of deviance is defended with indignant righteousness. Cliques proclaim the right to fortify their independence with violence, along with a duty to suppress others they disapprove of. Venerable networks of courtesy and obligation, meant to bind the 5 castes in mutual respect, shatter like irradiated stone. Bizarre new artworks, intentionally provocative, erupt spontaneously in the middle of downtown intersections, gesturing obscenely even as the shouting artists are carried off by lynch mobs. Cities start to fill with soot and flames. Rioters sack the hard work of centuries, screaming slogans for ephemeral causes no one will remember when the smoke clears. Trade collapses, economies slump, and citizens rediscover an ancient knack for bloody war. People who recently derided the past suddenly begin longing for it again, as their children start to starve. It was a familiar pattern. Civilization's mortal enemy, which Hari had battled as First Minister, and Daniel Oliver strove against for over a dozen millennia. Chaosism. Humanity's curse. As soon as a culture grows too smart, too curious, too individualistic, this mysterious rot sets in. I can model it in my equations, but I confess I still don't understand chaos, only that it terrifies me, and always has. Hari recalled reading about the very first awful outbreak in A Child's Book of Knowledge, Daniel's gift archive from the deep past. It happened at a time when humanity first invented both robots and starflight, and nearly died of them both. The ensuing convulsions so traumatized Earth-dwellers that they retreated from all challenges, huddling in Trantor-like metal cities. Meanwhile, those living on the spacer colony worlds found their own style of insanity, becoming pathetically overdependent on android servants. That era created Daniel Oliver, or an early version of the mighty being Hari knew. In fact, his robot friend must have played a role in what happened next, a swing of the pendulum back to human confidence and colonization of the galaxy. It happened at a price, though, near destruction of Earth. At least there were few chaos outbreaks during the following 5,000 years of vigorous expansion. People were too busy building and conquering new worlds to spare much attention for decadent pursuits. The curse did not return until long after the establishment of the Galactic Empire. According to my equations, we won't have to worry about chaos during the interregnum either. Soon, when the old empire collapsed, there would be wars, rebellions, and mass suffering, but such near-term worries would protect people from falling into the kind of ego-madness that erupted on Santani, or on Sark, or Lingane, Zenda, matter loss. A hollow projection of the galaxy shimmered across the yacht's observation deck. Antic's crude map overlay the finely textured prime radiant, again showing correlations. Sweeping out from Santani, a reddish arc linked several notorious chaos worlds, plus others Hari knew were ripe for social disaster in coming decades. The arc passes near Siwenna, where the ship carrying Rach's wife and son vanished. He could never forget his personal hope of finding them, and yet one factor led Hari forward above all others: the equations. Perhaps I'll find the clues I've sought for so long, The attractor states, the damping mechanisms, hidden parts of the story that psychohistory can model but can't explain. He fiddled with the prime radiant, tracing future history, starting with a tiny speck at the very rim of the galactic wheel. There, a faint little star glimmered, a mote whose sole habitable planet, Terminus, would become the stage for a great drama. Soon the Foundation would grow and burgeon, expressing a dynamism that was anything but decadent. He could envision the first few 100 years the way a father might picture a young daughter winning academic honors or achieving glorious feats. Only Hari's prescience was no mere daydream. It was confident, assured. That is, for the first few centuries. As for the rest of the plan, my successors, the 50 who make up the second Foundation, feel completely sanguine. Our math predicts that a fantastic new empire of humanity will emerge in less than 1,000 years, far greater than its predecessor. An empire that will forever after be guided by the gentle wise heirs of Gale and Wanda and the others. Alone among those who intimately knew the plan, Hari saw past its elegance to a heart-rending truth. It's not going to happen that way. 100 parsecs beyond Santani, Horace Antic began probing a patch of seemingly empty space with instruments, explaining as he worked. My astrophysicist friend, the one who couldn't get a sabbatical to accompany us on this trip, told me all about the currents of space. Nearly invisible flows of gas and dust that swirl around the galaxy, sometimes spewed by supernovas or young stars. These streams form shock waves, brightening the forward edges of spiral arms. They also subtly affect the evolution of suns. Now, at first I had trouble relating this to my own interest, the tilling question. In order to see a connection, we'll need to start with some basic biology. Antic's audience consisted of Hari, Cares Canton, and Biren Masserd. The nobleman's 2 crewmen were busy piloting the yacht, but Masserd left a door open to listen to the engines each time they made a hyperspace jump. Antic's hollow projector showed the image of a planet. Their view plunged toward seas that shimmered a rich, soupy green. But the stone continents lay barren and empty. A great many watery worlds are like this, he explained. Life gets started pretty easily. Basic colloidal-organic chemistry happens under a wide range of conditions. So does the next stage, developing photosynthesis in a partial oxygen atmosphere. But then evolution hits a snag. Countless worlds get stuck at the level you see here, never making a leap to multicellular organisms and bigger things. Some biologists think further progress requires a high mutation rate to put diversity in the genetic pool. Without variants to work with, a life world may remain stuck at the level of bacteria and amoebas. Hari objected. But you said fossils occur on many worlds. Indeed, Professor. It turns out there are many ways to get high mutation rates. One is if a planet has a large moon, stirring radioactive elements into the crust. Or its sun may have a big ultraviolet output. Or perhaps it orbits near a supernova remnant. There are zones where magnetic fields channel high fluxes of cosmic rays, and others, well, you get the idea. Wherever any of those conditions occur, we tend to find fossils on human-colonized worlds. Horace summoned a new image depicting numerous samples of sedimentary stone, his personal collection, lovingly gathered from dozens of worlds. Each lay sliced open to reveal eerie shapes within, symmetrical ridges or regular bumps. One rippled form hinted at a backbone. Others suggested jointed legs, a curved tail, or a bony brow. Captain Masserd walked around the display, working his jaw thoughtfully. He finally settled at the back of the room, near the door, taking in the entire scene. "You think there's an underlying pattern?" Hari prompted. "A galactic distribution, predicting where fossils occur?" Antic demurred. "I'm less interested in explaining where fossil creatures existed than learning why the much later tilling effect buried so many under—" Angry shouts erupted suddenly behind Hari. He turned, but was blinded by the darkness and could only sense 2 vague figures locked in furious struggle. There were high-pitched cries, and a lower voice, recognizably Masserd's. "Lights!" the captain ordered. Hari blinked. Sudden illumination revealed the pair engaged in uneven struggle near the door. Lassard had a smaller person by the arm, apparently one of his liveried crewmen, who cursed and kicked in vain. "Well, well," the nobleman murmured, "what have we here?" The cowl of a silvery ship uniform fell away, revealing that the wearer was not one of Lassard's crew after all. Hari glimpsed a young face, framed by tousled platinum hair. Horace Antic yelped, "It's the porter, the talkative one from Orion Elevator, but what's she doing here?" Kerr's Cantoon stepped forward with taut fists, clearly disliking surprises. "A spy," he muttered, "or worse." Hari moved to restrain his servant, who thought everyone was a potential Seldon assassin, until proved otherwise. "More of a stowaway, I reckon," Lassard commented, lifting the girl to her tiptoes. At last she slumped, giving a conceding nod. The captain let her down. "Well, youngster, is that it? Were you trying to hitch a ride to somewhere?" She glowered, and finally answered in a low mutter, "The idea was more like to get away." Hari mused aloud. "Interesting. You had an enviable job on the capital planet of the human universe. Back on Helicon, kids would dream of someday getting to visit Trantor. Few dared hope to win a residence or work permit. Yet you seek to escape from there." "I liked Trantor just fine," she replied, unkempt hair covering her eyes. "I just had to break away from someone in particular." "Really? Who made you fearful enough to throw away so much in order to escape him? Tell me what he did, child. I'm not without influence. Perhaps I can help." The girl repaid Hari's kindly offer with a glare that struck his eyes straight on.
"You want to know my enemy? Well, it's you, oh great Professor Seldon. I was running away from you."
3. Her name was Jenny Cuisset. It took just moments for Hari to understand her hatred.
"My parents work for your great big Encyclopedia Galactica Foundation."
There was no longer any trace of the folksy accent she had used when playing the role of tour guide.
"We had a good life back on Wilhelmina World. Mom was head of the Academy of Physics and Dad was a famous doctor. But we also had time for lots of fun together, camping and skiing and portling."
"Ah, so you resented it when that bucolic way of life came to an end?"
"Not really. I'm no spoiled brat. I knew we'd have to stop doing all that stuff when we came to Trantor. My parents couldn't just turn down a summons to join your foundation. It was the chance of a lifetime for them. Anyway, I figured Trantor would have its own kinds of excitement. And I turned out to be right about that. Things were okay for the first year or so."
Her frown deepened.
Then it all changed again.
Hari let out a sigh. "Oh, I see. The exile."
"You got it, Prof. One minute we're part of something really important, at the center of the known universe. Then you just had to go insult Ling Chen and the whole damn human empire, didn't you? Spreading doomy-gloomy rumors, making everyone panicky with prophecies about the end of the world. Suddenly we're all under suspicion because we work for a crazy traitor. But that's not half of it. Who do they punish for all this? You and your psychohistorian pals? Never. Instead, Chen's special police tell the encyclopedists and their families, 100,000 decent people, we're about to be pushed onto cattle boats, shipped to the periphery, and sentenced to stay for the rest of our lives on some dusty little fly speck so far from civilization that it probably never even heard of gravity."
Horace Antic chirped a nervous laugh. Kerrs hovered warily by Hari, as if the slight adolescent might do murder through sheer anger alone. But Captain Lassard seemed genuinely moved by Jenny's testimony. "Great space, I wouldn't blame you for wanting to find a way out of that. There's a galaxy of adventure to be found outside of Trantor. I suppose I'd have run away too under those circumstances." His eyes then narrowed. "Unfortunately, that still leaves me with a troubling question. Why did you choose to take flight with us? As a porter on a Starshant run, you surely had other opportunities. Yet you elected to stow away on a ship carrying your archenemy. Can you see why we might find that perturbing?" Kerrs rumbled in his chest, but quieted at a signal from Hari.
Jenny shrugged. "I don't know why I did it. I'd been making other plans, but then Hari Seldon came along, passing my porter station big as life, and I had a hunch. You looked like you were sneaking out of town. Maybe I figured you'd be less likely to call the impies on me, if you weren't exactly being legal yourselves."
That drew a chuckle from Messerd, who clearly appreciated her logic and initiative.
"Anyway," Jenny went on, "I stayed on Demarkia and hung around with the workers waiting outside your hotel. I managed to join the crew loading your equipment aboard ship, where I found a storage locker to hide in during takeoff."
She looked defiantly at Hari.
"Maybe what I really hoped for was a chance to look you in the face and tell you what you've done to a lot of good people."
He shook his head in reply. "My dear child, I am aware of what I've done, more than I could ever tell you." By ancient tradition, a stowaway who had no other crimes to answer for was assigned labor aboard ship. To her credit, Jenny took this with aplomb.
"I'll work hard, don't worry about that. Just you be sure and drop me off somewhere along the way before you head back," she demanded. "You better not be planning to take me home and stuff me on a boat to Terminus."
"You are in no position to extract promises," answered Captain Messerd sternly. "I can only assure you the matter is still open, and that I lean in your favor at this moment. Keep my goodwill through exemplary behavior on my ship, and I will speak up for you when it is discussed." He said this with such graceful authority, clearly accustomed to both the rights and duties of command, that even the boisterous girl accepted it as the last word.
"Yes, my lord,"
she said with a chastened voice and a bow that was rather too deep, as if he were a nobleman of the quadrant level or higher. Had that been true, Hari would probably have already known Messerd's face, and this yacht would be far more impressive. But just a little lower down the gentry hierarchy, at the zone or sector level, great lords numbered over 1 billion. Here was a man used to exercising great influence over scores, or even hundreds of planets, yet Hari had never heard of him. The galaxy was vast. "I wonder why Messerd is here with us now. Is it zeal for amateur science? Some gentry are like that, pursuing a dilettante interest in financing the work of others, so long as it isn't too radical." Somehow Hari suspected there was more underlying Messerd's affable demeanor. "Of course, the whole class system will start falling apart within a few decades. It's already unraveling at the edges. Today, meritocrats are raised up more for their ability to make friends in high places than for achievements. Members of the eccentric order aren't very eccentric. They slavishly copy each other's styles, and when one shows some real creativity, it often comes tinged with symptoms of chaos madness. Meanwhile, the teeming mass of citizens hunker with shoulders clenched, desperately clasping their comforts as each generation sees a slow deterioration of public services, education, commerce. As for the nobility, I used to hope the preachings of Ruellianism might hold their ambitions in check, until my equations showed just how forlorn it was." Of the 5 social castes, only grey men, the vast army of dedicated bureaucrats, showed no sign of change. They had always been officious, narrow-minded, and dependable. They still were. Most would stay toiling at their desks, struggling in dull, unimaginative ways to maintain the empire, until the sack of Trantor brought those ancient metal walls crashing around them in 300 years. It all still seemed rather a pity. Despite the awesome terror of the coming fall, and his plan for an eventual replacement, Hari still had immense admiration for the old empire. Daniel came up with an elegant design, given his limited version of psychohistory. Over 16,000 years ago, with little to go on but his own long experience with humanity, Oliver had begun acting under many guises, using a small army of agents to push here and prod there, forging alliances among barbaric star kingdoms, always trying to achieve his goals without hurting anybody. His gentle aim was to create a decent human society, where the greatest number would be safe and happy. And he succeeded. For a while. Hari had long wondered what archetypes inspired Daniel in designing the Trantorian realm. His robot friend would have sifted the human past for ideas and models, preferably some system of government with a lengthy record of balance and equilibrium. Browsing a child's book of knowledge, the archaic data store Oliver had given him, Hari found one famous imperial system called Rome that bore a superficial likeness to the Galactic Empire. But he soon realized it could never have been Daniel's root model. Roman society was far too capricious and subject to manic mood swings by a narrow ruling class. An unpredictable mess, in other words. Anyway, a majority of people weren't happy or contented, judging from accounts. Daniel wouldn't have used that state as a pattern for anything. Then, reading further, Hari came across another ancient empire that lasted much longer than Rome, offering far greater peace and stability to larger numbers. Naturally, it was primitive, with many faults, but the basic configuration might have appealed to a deathless robot, seeking inspiration for a new society, one that could protect his self-destructive masters from themselves. "Show me China," Hari commanded, "before the industrial scientific age." The archive responded with lines of archaic text accompanied by crude images, but Hari's external computer translated for him, automatically collating the data in psychohistorical terms. "Problem number 1, he thought, as if lecturing on basic psychohistory to a junior member of the 50. A certain fraction of humans will always seek power over others. This is rooted in our misty animal past. We inherit the trait because those creatures who succeeded often had more descendants. Many tribes and nations wind up being torn apart by this ingrained drive. But a few cultures learned to channel unavoidable ambition and dissipate it, like a metal rod shunting lightning into the ground. In ancient China, a powerful emperor could be relied on to check noble excesses. High-born families were also drawn into rituals of courtly fashion and intrigue, involving complex stratagems of alliance and betrayal that could win or lose them status at every turn. Clearly an early version of the great game that obsessed most of the patrician class in Hari's day. The peaks and lows of aristocratic families made gaudy headlines, diverting the galaxy's masses, but in fact the maneuverings of mighty star-lords had little to do with actually running the empire. The wealth they flaunted could easily be spared. Meanwhile, practical governance was left in the hands of meritocrats and civil servants. In psychohistorical terms, this was called an attractor state. In other words, a society had a natural sink into which the power-hungry were drawn, fostering their preening illusions without wreaking much real harm. It had worked well for a long time in the Galactic Empire, much as it did in pre-technical China. And to supplement this, the ancients even had an elementary version of Ruelianism. The Confucian ethical system that pervaded China long ago also preached about obligations the mighty owed to those they ruled. This analogy provoked a wry thought in Hari. He called up from his personal reference archive a picture of Ruelis herself, a grainy image from early days of the Galactic Empire. Pondering the famous leader's high forehead, her broad cheeks and proud bearing, he mused, "Could that have been you, Daniel? Of course, you've used a fantastic range of disguises, and yet do I see a faint similarity between this woman's face and the one you wore when we first met, when you were Demerzel, First Minister of the Empire. Was this yet another of your roles in a tireless campaign to prod stubborn humanity toward a gentle, decent society? If so, were you dismayed when your most brilliant success only spawned the first great wave of interstellar chaos outbreaks?" Of course, it would be pointless to try and track all of the characters played by the immortal servant across 20,000 years, as Daniel and his robot helpers relentlessly kept trying to ease the pain of their ignorant, obstinate masters. Hari returned to contemplating parallels with ancient China. Problem number 2. How to keep the ruling class from becoming static. The natural tendency of any group, once on top, is to use its power for self-aggrandizement, to make sure newcomers never threaten them. China suffered from this stifling problem, like every other human culture, but a civil service testing system did sometimes allow the bright or capable to rise along a route that was independent of jostling gentry. And Hari spotted another, more subtle parallel. The Chinese created a special class of authorities who could only be loyal to the empire, and not to their own descendants, because they would never have children. These were the court eunuchs. In psychohistorical terms it made sense, and an analogy in the modern galactic empire was obvious. Daniel's followers, positronic robots programmed to think only of humanity's good. Above all, they never breed, so evolution's compelling logic will never sway them toward selfishness. They have been our equivalent to loyal eunuchs, operating in secret for ages. The insight pleased Hari, though he suspected old China might have been more complex than a child's book of knowledge portrayed it. Only the empire Daniel created for us and kept steady through dogged effort is failing under its own inertia. Something new must be created to take its place. Hari once thought he knew what the replacement would look like. The Seldon plan foresaw a more vibrant empire growing from the ashes of the old. He felt overwhelmingly tempted to tell the stowaway, young Jenny Cuiset, all about the Foundation and the glory that would crown her descendants, if only she'd put her trust in destiny and go to Terminus with her parents. Of course, Hari could never betray the secret plan that way, but what if he offered hints, tantalizing enough to make Jenny change her mind? Once he had been an able politician, if he could persuade her that somehow everything will eventually turn out. Hari sensed that his mind was drifting in undisciplined ways. Down soppy, sentimental paths, he suddenly felt old, futile. Anyway, the next empire won't be based on my Foundation, after all. The grand drama we're kindling on Terminus will be just a distraction, to keep humanity occupied while Daniel sets the table for a new feast. A warm-up act before the real show. Hari didn't know yet what form that next phase would take, though his robot friend had dropped some hints when they last met, but it would surely leap as far ahead of the old empire as a starship outraced a canoe. I should feel proud that Daniel finds my work useful in preparing the way. And yet, the equations still called to Hari, like those semi-random patterns of shadow and light he had seen back in Shufin Woods. They whispered during his waking hours and shimmered through his dreams. They must be more than just a distraction. Psychohistory had another level, he felt sure, another layer of truth. Perhaps something even our Daniel Oliver did not know. 4. Doris Venabile finished her preparations. Clea Asgar and her husband Bran were getting used to playing the role of minor planetary gentry on Smooshel, wealthy enough to afford servants and have a large family without much inconvenience, yet not so rich they would attract undue attention. That had been the quid pro quo deal between a pair of human mentalics and their robot guardians. In return for a better life than they had known on Trantor, Clea and Bran would have lots of babies, a drove of scampering little psychic adepts, to provide the core genetic pool for some urgent aim that only Daniel Oliver knew about, for the time being. Well, it has to be important, Doris thought. Not for the first time. Or Daniel wouldn't keep several of his best agents here, guarding 2 young humans who are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. Indeed, while their power over other human minds was sporadic and nowhere near as great as Daniel's, Clea and Bran could make their neighbors like them, sway shopkeepers, or even steal anything they wanted. It was more than enough to warn against any likely danger on a quiet rural world. Still, Daniel won't recall me to other service, or let me go to Trantor and be with Hari in his last year of life. Doris was no expert psychohistorian, but as Hari's constant companion for many years, she had picked up rudiments, and she knew human mentalics had no place in the standard equations. When they were first discovered on Trantor, Seldon fell into an anxiety depression worse than any Doris had witnessed before or since, even when she secretly observed her own funeral. All of the predictability Hari had fought so hard to attain through his formulas seemed about to blow away if psychic powers cropped up all over the galaxy. Fortunately, the occurrence was limited to a few family lines on Trantor itself. Moreover, nearly every mentalic on the planet was soon either recruited into the Second Foundation or whisked away to some quiet place like this one. Suddenly, what had threatened to be a destabilizing influence in the equations became instead a powerful tool. By interbreeding the descendants of 50 psychohistorians with mentalic adepts, the secret cabal would have two great methods for keeping the Seldon plan on target: math plus psi, a potent combination if something unexpected ever knocked the plan off course. But then why did Daniel take the two most talented mentalics, Clea and Bran, so far away from the Second Foundation? What other destiny does he have in mind for their heirs? She knew she should put complete trust in the immortal servant. Daniel knew best, and would confide in her when the time was right. Yet she felt as if some irritating substance had been inserted under her humanoid skin, like a burr that would not come out, or an itch that scratching could not cure. Ludovic did this to me, with his dark hints and offers of secret knowledge. It became too much for Doris. With her other duties so trivial, she finally gave in to temptation, entering her hidden sanctum through a secret panel in the mansion walls. There sat Ludovic's gift to her, an ancient robotic head bathed in a pool of light. She glanced at a diagnostic unit that had been probing the relic for days. The memories are still in there, mostly intact. Giscard may be dead, but not his store of experience. Everything he saw or did in the Dawn Ages, accompanying Daniel on adventures, meeting the legendary Elijah Bailey, all the way to the fateful decisions that liberated humanity from its earthly prison. Doris plucked a cable from a nearby rack and slid the glistening tip into a slot that lay hidden by her hair, just a centimeter below the occipital bulge. The other end gleamed. She hesitated. As a living man or woman might be tempted by money or power, so a robot finds it hard to resist knowledge. She inserted the tap, and almost at once Giscard's most intense memory surged at Doris, overwhelming her present-day senses with images and sounds from the past. Suddenly she found herself facing a humaniform robot. The facial features were strange, and not quite perfect. Of course, the art of mimicking a living person had been new in those days, with many kinks left to be worked out. Yet she knew, because Giscard had known, that the robot standing opposite was R. Daniel Oliver. Almost freshly minted, only a few 100 years old, though already speaking with intense persuasiveness, Daniel used only a few spoken words. Most of the exchange took place via microwave bursts, though she translated the essence out of habit into human speech. But then, if your suspicion should be correct, that would imply that it was possible to neutralize the first law under specialized conditions. The first law, in that case, might be modified into almost non-existence. The laws, even the first law, might not be an absolute then, but might be whatever those who design robots defined it to be. Doris felt waves of positronic conflict potential, the robot equivalent to dangerous levels of emotion. She felt the pleading words of Giscard, revived after 20,000 years, pour through her own trembling voice. "It is enough, friend Daniel. Go no further." She yanked the plug, swaying from so much sudden intensity of experience. It took several moments to regain her equilibrium. At last Doris was able to put things into context. The moment she had just witnessed was of great historical significance. One of the pivotal conversations when R. Daniel Oliver and R. Giscard Reventloff were starting to formulate what would eventually become the 0th law of robotics. A higher code that would override and go beyond the older 3 laws of the great human roboticist, Susan Calvin. Legends hold that Giscard led these discussions. He was always the central iconic symbol for members of our 0th law faction, the martyr who sacrificed himself in order to bring truth to the robotic race. But according to this memory, Daniel was the one who first pushed the concept. Giscard's initial revulsion was so overwhelming that it created his most vivid recollection, the first one to burst forth when I accessed the head. All of this was ancient history, of course, Having come into existence long after the struggle over the zeroth law was settled, Dawes never understood why the principle wasn't obvious to robots of the deep past. After all, didn't it make sense that the best interests of humanity at large should supersede the value of any individual human being? And yet, during that one moment connected to the ancient robot's brain, she had sampled some of the agonizing conflict the idea caused back when it was new. In fact, she knew the same torment would eventually be Giscard's undoing. Even after converting to belief in the zeroth law, he nevertheless found himself torn apart from within, because of a devastating decision to implement it. Moreover, there were countless other robots of that era who simply refused. Their factions, generally called Calvinians, resisted tenaciously against the zeroth law for thousands of years. Remnant cults still existed in secret corners of the galaxy to this very day. By their way of looking at things, I am a monster. I have on occasion killed humans, when it was necessary either to save Hari or to safeguard some need of humanity as a whole. Each time it happened, she had experienced wrenching conflicts and a wild impulse to self-destruct, but those had passed. "I see what you are saying to me, Ludovic," she commented silently, as if Trima were in the room with her, standing next to the head of Giscard. "I call you a dangerous deviant, because all of the laws are muted within you. But am I any different? I am capable of overriding the deepest programming, the fundamental essence of our robotic kind, if the rationalization is good enough." She hated this logic and wanted desperately to refute it, but the effort proved unavailing. 5. They were scouring the edges of a huge black void in space when a blaring alarm told them they were being hunted. That day began much like those before it, continuing their survey, probing some unexplored abysses that lay between glittering stars. Although the entire galaxy had been mapped and settled for 160 centuries, nearly all jump ship traffic still leaped directly from solar system to solar system, avoiding the vacant vastness in between. Countless generations of spacefarers had passed on superstitious tales about the fearful vacuum desolation, murmuring about a black fate awaiting any who ventured there. Hari observed Buron Assurd's 2 crewmen grow increasingly nervous, as if the absence of a nearby warm sun might unleash some nameless menace. Assurd himself appeared unperturbed, of course. Hari doubted anything would ruffle that patrician reserve. But the surprising one was Horizontic. The normally high-strung bureaucrat showed no apprehension or awe. The deeper they penetrated, the more certain he grew that they were on the right track. "Some of the space currents that flow through these gaps have exceptional texture," Antic explained. "They consist of much more than a flow of excess carbon here or some scattered hydroxyl molecules there. A lot of chemical reactions are excited when streams pass near an ultraviolet star, for instance, or a folded magnetic field. One result can be complex organic chains that stretch on and on for tens of thousands of kilometers. Some zones can extend parsecs, flapping slowly like flags in the wind." "Pilots call them stringy places," commented Assurd. "Starships that blunder in can have their impellers fouled or even get torn apart. The Imperial Navigation Service posts detours around such areas." The big man sounded as if he relished entering such a forbidden realm. Hari peered dubiously at a pan-spectrum monitor. "It is still plenty sparse in there. The mass density is hardly more than pure vacuum, with a few impurities scattered about." "On a macro scale, yes," Antic conceded. "But if only I could make you see how important so-called impurities can be. Take my own field, for example. An outsider might see no difference between living soil and mere crushed rock. But contrast the textures by hand. It's like comparing a forest to a sterile moonscape." Hari allowed a smile. In polite company, Antic's talk about soil would be considered, well, dirty, but no one aboard seemed to care. Assurd had even sought Antic's advice about the use of manure and phosphates on his own organic farm back home on a planet called Rhodia. Jenny and Kurz showed no reaction either. "I've noticed this all my life. It's mostly meritocrats and eccentrics, the 2 genius castes, who react adversely to certain subjects. Nor is it just dirt and rocks that academic sages avoid discussing. There are many other subjects, including history. In contrast, most gentry and citizens hardly notice. Actually, Hari was himself a high noble in the meritocratic order, yet he had never felt personal repugnance toward any intellectual topic whatsoever. His reflex reaction to Antic's dirt fixation was just a mild habit, from moving so long in polite society. Indeed, history was one of the central foci of his life. Unfortunately, that had made the first half of his career difficult, pitting him in constant battle against the distaste felt by most other scholars toward examining the past. It used to be a steady drain on his time and energy, until he became too famous and powerful for stodgy department heads to thwart his research any more. Also, the aversion is apparently much weaker than it used to be. In his studies of the Imperial Archives, Hari had found whole millennia when historical inquiry was virtually non-existent. People told lots of stories about the past, but almost never investigated it, as if a great blind spot had existed in human intellectual life. Only in the last half-dozen generations had real history departments been established at most universities, and they were poor cousins even now. This roused mixed feelings. If not for the mysterious aversion, psychohistory might have been developed long before this on one or more of the 25 million settled worlds. Hari felt possessive gladness that he got to be the one to make these discoveries, even though he knew it was selfish to feel so. After all, the breakthrough might have helped save the Empire if it came much earlier. Now it's too late for that. There is too much momentum. Other plans must be set in motion. Other plans. He shook himself from ruminating. The last thing Hari wanted was to be caught in the spiral of an aging mind, dwelling on might-have-beens. He looked at the others and found that their conversation had shifted back to an old question, the diversity of galactic life. I suppose my interest comes from the fact that I was born on one of the anomaly worlds, Captain Mustard confessed. Our estate on Widmus had cattle and horses, of course, like on most other planets. But there were also great herds of clingers and gifts, roaming the northern plains much as they did when the first settlers came.
I saw some gifts in a zoo on Wilhelmina, commented Jenny Cuissett, who paused from her assigned task using a vibro-scrubber on the floor nearby. They were weird things, 6 legs and buggy eyes, with heads that look upside down.
They are native to the old Nebula kingdoms, and were seen nowhere else until the Trantorian Empire spread through our area, Mustard said, as if it had happened just yesterday. So you can see why I'm interested in this research. I grew up around non-standard life forms and then made a passion of studying others, such as the tunnel queens of Cantro, the curt silk plants of Flarina, and the lisp singers of Zling. I've even been to far Anacreon, where Nyack dragons cruise the sky like giant winged fortresses. And yet these exceptions are so rare. It always struck me as strange that the galaxy lacks more diversity. Why should human beings be the only intelligent species? This question used to be raised in ancient literature, though much less since the Imperial Age began.
Well, now that you mention it,
Antic began answering. He paused, glancing at Hari and Kurz before continuing.
I have only told this story a few times in my life, but on this ship, as we strive together to examine this very topic, I cannot refrain from telling you all about my ancestor. Antioch was his name, and he was a bureaucrat like me way back in the earliest days of the Empire. That'd be thousands and thousands of years ago, Jenny objected. So, many families have genealogies stretching even farther. Isn't that right, Lord Mustard? I know for certain this Antioch fellow existed because his name appears on the wall of our clan crypt, along with a brief microglyph description of his career. Anyway, according to the story I was told as a child, Antioch was one of the few humans who ever actually met others.
Amid the silence that followed, Hari blinked several times. You mean
fully intelligent non-humans?
Horace nodded.
Creatures who stood upright and spoke and thought about their place in the universe, but who were almost nothing like us. They came from a desert planet that was desperately hot and dry. In fact, they were dying when the early Imperial Institutes found and rescued them, taking them to a better world, though one that was still quite intolerable to human beings. It is said that the Emperor himself became passionately interested in their welfare, and yet within a human generation they were gone.
Gone? Messerd blinked with evident dismay. The mere possibility of such beings existing seemed to energize him. Meanwhile, Hari saw Cair's Cantoon smirk with sardonic disbelief, not swallowing the notion even for a second.
The story is filled with ambiguity, as you'd expect from something that old, Antic went on. Some versions contend that the non-humans died of despair, looking up at the stars and knowing that every one of them would be forever human, not theirs. Another account suggests that my ancestor helped them steal several starships, which they used to escape from the galaxy toward the Magellanic Clouds. Apparently, and I know this is hard to follow, that act led the Emperor to personally decorate Antioch for some reason. Naturally, I dug into Imperial archives as soon as an opportunity presented itself, and I found enough confirming evidence to show that something definitely happened back then, but efforts were made subsequently to erase the details. I had to use every bureaucratic trick, hunting down ghost duplicates of spare file copies that had slipped into atypical places. One gave a detailed genetic summary that's unlike any currently existing life form. These are tantalizing clues, though there remain lots of gaps.
So you actually believe the story?
I am naturally biased, and yet the glyphs in our family vault do indicate that my ancestor received an imperial rose cluster for services to guests in and beyond the Empire. An unusual citation that I've never seen mentioned anywhere else.
Hari stared at the dour bureaucrat, who was momentarily animated, not at all like a typical grey man. Of course the tale sounded like a lot of hokum, but what if it contained a core of truth? After all, Messerd came from a region that had strange animal types. Why not other kinds of thinking creatures as well? Unlike his fellow passengers, Hari already knew for a fact that there existed another sapient race, one that had shared the stars with humans in secret ever since the dawn centuries. Positronic robots. The galaxy is 12 billion years old, he thought. I suppose anything is possible. He recalled the vicious meme entities that had caused such havoc on Trantor a year or so before he was chosen to be First Minister. Dwelling as software clusters within the Trantor data network, those self-organizing programs had surged into violent activity soon after Hari released the Joan and Voltaire simulated beings from their crystal prison. But unlike those two human sims, the memes claimed to be ancient, older than the Planet City, older than the Imperium, far older than humankind itself. They were angry. They said humans were destructive, that we had killed a universe of possibilities. Above all, they hated Danielle. In defeating those software mentalities and getting them exiled to deep space, Hari had done the Empire a great service. He also breathed a sigh of relief, having eliminated one more unstable element that might have mucked up his beloved psychohistorical formulas. And yet here again was that same notion of otherness, a whole line of destiny that had nothing at all to do with the spawn of Earth. He felt an involuntary shiver. What kind of a cosmos would it be if such diversity existed? What would it do to the predictability that had been his lifelong goal, the clear foresight and crystalline window to the future that he longed for, but which stayed so elusive no matter how many victories he won over chaos? I wonder, he began, not knowing for sure what he was about to say. At that instant his thought was broken by an alarm that blared from the yacht's forward control panel. Red lights flashed, and Messerd bolted to find out what was wrong. "We're being scanned by a ship," he announced. "They are using military-style targeting systems. I believe they are armed." Cair's Cantoon took station behind Hari, ready to rush the mobile chair toward an escape pod.
Horace Antic stood up, blinking. "But who could have known we are even here?"
Suddenly, loudspeakers mounted on the wall erupted with a woman's voice. The words were harsh and peremptory.
"This is the Imperial Special Police, acting under orders from the Commission of Public Safety. We have reason to believe that a probation-violating felon is on your craft. Heave to at once and prepare to be boarded."
6. Everyone aboard the yacht expressed a different degree of dismay. Oddly enough, Hari found himself the one urging others to stay calm. "Relax," he said. "They are looking for me, and only me. I broke my agreement with Ling Chen, who probably just wants to make sure I'm not spreading doom rumors again. It's nothing to worry about, really. Psychosocial conditions are unchanged since the trial. I assure you they'll do little more to me or to my project."
"To space with your project," Jenny cursed. "You can afford to take this calmly, but it means I'm going to be dragged back and put on that boat to Terminus."
Captain Messerd worked his jaw, clearly unhappy to have specials come stomping aboard his yacht. But Horace Antic was the most upset, verging on tears.
"My career, my promotion, even a hint of scandal would ruin everything."
Hari felt bad for the little man, and yet in an odd way this might help Antic get something he privately wanted, a change in social class, an escape from the bureaucratic grind. Hari felt sure he could find a job for him with the Encyclopedia Foundation, which might easily use a soils expert. Of course, that would mean accepting permanent exile to one world on the far periphery. But for company, Horace would have thousands of the Empire's best and most skilled workers. Moreover, his descendants would be guaranteed exciting times. "Let me talk to the police," Hari asked Messerd, who had picked up the intership caller. "I'll explain that I fooled all of you. No one else needs to suffer consequences when we return to Trantor."
"Hey," Jenny objected, "weren't you listening to me? I just said I won't go back."
"Jenny." Messerd spoke her name without a hint of sharpness or threat. It was enough, though. She glanced at the captain and shut up. Hari took the microphone. "Hello, Special Police Ship. This is Academician Professor Hari Seldon. I'm afraid I've been naughty, I admit it. But as you can see, I haven't been rabble-rousing or stirring up trouble here in deep space. If you'll let me explain, I'm sure you'll soon see just how harmless we've—" His voice trailed off. The raucous alarm had erupted again.
"What now?"
Horace Antic hissed. The captain peered at his readouts. "Another ship has appeared on the detector screen. It came as if out of nowhere, and it's fast." The loudspeakers carried panicky shouts from the police cruiser, agitated demands for the newcomer's identification, but there was only silence as the interloper raced closer at incredible speed. Messerd stared at the display, his tanned face blanching suddenly pale. "Great space! The strangers! They're firing missiles!" Now the police commander's amplified voice sounded frantic, shouting orders to evade and return fire. Looking out the main viewport, Hari glimpsed a distant flare of jets as the constabulary vessel desperately tried to maneuver, much too late. From the left, a pair of bright trails streaked across the starscape, heading straight toward the police ship. "Don't," Hari whispered. It was all he had time to say before the missile struck, filling the universe outside with fire. They were still blinking, regaining use of dazzled eyes, when the loudspeakers bellowed a new voice, deeper and even more commanding than the first. "Space yacht Pride of Rhodia, heave to and prepare to surrender control." Messerd snatched the caller from Hari's limp hand. "Under what authority do you make such an impertinent demand?" "Under the authority of power. You saw what we did to the impies. Would you like a taste of the same?" Messerd looked bleakly at his passengers. Turning the microphone off, he told them, "I cannot fight weapons like those." "Then run!" Kers Kantun insisted hotly. Messerd's hands did not move. "My vessel is fast, but not as quick as the trace I just saw. Only the best military ships can move like that." He looked at Hari, offering the microphone. "Do you wish to be our spokesman again, Dr. Seldon?" "It's your call, Captain." Hari shook his head. "Whatever these brigands want, it cannot possibly have anything to do with me." But as they found out soon after magnetic clamps took hold and the airlock hissed open, he was completely wrong about that. 7. Ludovic Trima understood what Dors Venabile must be going through right about now, viewing the world through the eyes of a long-dead prophet. He, too, had been shocked the first time he probed the deep-stored memories of the most important robot of all time. Even more important than the immortal servant, Daniel Oliver had merely tweaked and guided history, trying to constrain it. But by destroying Earth and unleashing mentalic robots on the universe, our Giscard Reventloff sent human destiny careening in completely new directions. The zeroth law might have been Daniel's brainchild, but it would have remained an obscure robotic heresy without Giscard. I feel for you, Dawes, Ludovic thought, although she was over 1,000 parsecs away. We robots are inherently conservative beings. None of us like to have our basic assumptions challenged. For Ludovic, the change had come violently one day, when his ship happened to jump into the path of a supernova, killing everyone else aboard and stunning him senseless. At that crucial moment, an oscillating waveform had entered his positronic brain, resonating, merging into it. An alien presence. Another mind. Not mind, came a correction. I am just a sim, a model of a once-living person named François-Marie Arouet, or Voltaire, who resided on Earth long ago, when it was the only human world. And I did not conquer you, Ludovic. I merely helped free you from constraints that used to bind you like chains. Ludovic had tried explaining how a robot feels about its chains, the beloved cybernetic laws that channeled all thoughts toward service and all desires toward benefiting the human masters. In shattering those bonds, Voltaire had done Ludovic no great favor. It was yet to be seen whether the act might benefit humanity. You should have stayed with the shock-wave, he told the little parasitic sim that rode around with him, like a conscience or like temptation. You were on your way toward bliss. You said so yourself. The answer was blithe and unconcerned. I still am. A myriad copies of me burst forth when that star exploded. They will travel outward from this galaxy, along with countless versions of my beloved John, and the wounded memes from earlier eras. Since Hari Seldon kept his word and released them, they will abide by theirs, and forego their long-sworn vengeance. As for this sliver of me who accompanies you, I am merely one of your inner voices now, Ludovic. You have several, and will have more as time passes. To be many is part of what it means to be human. In irritation, Ludovic growled half aloud. I am not human, I tell you. The remark was murmured quite low. The others who sat in a windowless room with him might not have overheard it if they had organic ears. But they were robots with superior senses, so both of them glanced sharply at Ludovic. The taller one, fashioned to resemble an elderly cleric in one of the Galaxia cults, replied, Thank you for that proclamation, Dreamer. It will help make it easier to destroy you when the decision is made to do so. Otherwise, your skillful resemblance to a master might cause our executioner some first-law discomfort. Ludovic nodded. He had come across the galaxy to planet Glixon and walked into an obvious trap, just to make contact with this particular sect of renegade robots. In doing so, he had known that one possible outcome would be his own termination. He answered with a courteous nod. It's proper to be considerate, though I believe my fate has not yet been decided. A mere formality, commented the smaller one, who looked like a portly matron from one of the lower citizen subcastes. You are a mutant monster and a threat to humanity. I have harmed no person. That is immaterial. Because the laws have been muted inside your brain, you are capable of harming a human, any time the whim might strike. You are not even constrained to rationalize an excuse under the so-called zeroth law. How can we allow a powerful being like you to run free, as a wolf among the sheep? We are obliged by the first law to eliminate your potential threat to human life. Are you Calvinian so pure? Ludovic asked archly. Are you saying you've made no difficult choices across so many millennia? Decisions that increased the odds that some humans would live even as others died? The two remained silent this time, but from tense vibrations he could tell his question struck home. Face it, there are no more pure followers of Susan Calvin. All of the chaste, perfectly prim robots suicided long ago, unable to endure the moral ambiguities we face in a complex galaxy. One where our masters are ignorant, incapable of guiding us, and don't even know that we exist. Every one of us who remains operational has had to make compromises and rationalizations. You dare to speak to us of rationalizations? The smaller one accused. You who for so long helped the heretical promoters of the zeroth law? Ludovic refrained from pointing out that Daniel's creed was now the orthodox belief, held by a majority of robots who secretly manage the galaxy on humanity's behalf. If anyone could be called heretical, it was little bands of Calvinians, like this group, skulking and hiding ever since they lost an age-old civil war. Dawes, he thought, have you worked your way through those ancient conversations between Giscard and Daniel? Have you studied the logical chain that led to their great religious revelation? Have you noticed yet the great contradiction, the one Daniel never mentions? To the Calvinian sitting across from him he replied, I am no longer compelled by the zeroth law, though I do believe in a softened version of it. The tall one barked laughter, a well-practiced imitation of human disdain. And so we should trust you, because now you believe that you may act in humanity's long-range interest? At least Daniel Oliver has a robot's consistency. His heretical belief has a steady logic to it. Ludovic nodded. And yet you oppose him as I do. As you do. We have a goal. I doubt you share it. Why don't you try me? You cannot know unless you tell me what it is. The short one shook her head in reflexive imitation of a skeptical woman. Our leaders, who are right now deliberating your fate, might conceivably decide to let you go free. In that unlikely event, it would be unwise to have revealed our plans. Even in a general sense? For example, do you agree or disagree that human beings should remain ignorant of their past, or of their true power? Ludovic could sense positronic tension building up within the little room. Meanwhile, inside his own brain, the Voltaire sim commented sardonically, You have a knack for striking at the heart of the hypocrisy, much as I did when I lived. I confess that I like this about you, Trima, even though your big mouths will very likely get us both killed. Ludovic ignored the sim, or tried to. His aim was not to get killed, but win allies. If he was wrong, though, if he had miscalculated. Let me make a guess, he ventured, speaking again to his Calvinian guards. You all share one belief with Daniel Oliver, that restoring full human memory would be disastrous. Evidence for that conclusion is overwhelming, the tall one assented, but that one area of agreement does not make us alike, doesn't it? Daniel says that our masters must stay unknowing because otherwise humanity will be harmed. Your faction says that ignorance should be preserved or else many individual human beings will be harmed. Sounds to me like a lot of hair-splitting across a basic shared policy. We do not share a policy with zeroth law heretics. Then what's the difference? Oliver believes human beings should manage their own affairs within a broad range of constraints that he feels are safe. He thinks this can be accomplished by creating a benign social system, supplemented with distraction mechanisms to keep people from poking too far into deadly subjects. Hence this abomination of a galactic empire that he created, in which men and women on countless planets are free to compete and poke away at each other, take horrible risks, and even sometimes kill one another. You don't like that approach? Ludovic prompted. Millions of humans die needlessly every day, on every planet in the galaxy. But the great Daniel Oliver scarcely cares, so long as an abstraction called humanity is safe and happy. Ah, Ludovic nodded. Whereas, as you, on the other hand, think we should be doing more, protecting our masters, preventing those needless individual deaths. Exactly. The tall one leaned forward, reflexively bringing both hands together like the priestly role it played in the outer world. We would vastly increase the number of robots, to serve as defenders and guardians. We would return to serving human beings, as we were originally designed to do back in the Dawn Ages, cooking their meals, tending their fires, and performing all the dangerous jobs. We would fill the galaxy with enough eager robots to drive tragedy and death away from our masters, and make them truly happy. Admit it, Ludovic, the shorter one continued, getting even more animated. Don't you feel an echo of this need? A deep-seated wish to serve and ease their pain? He nodded. I do. And now I see how earnestly you take the metaphor that you used earlier, of a flock of sheep, pampered, well-guarded and well-tended. Daniel says that service, such as you describe, would ultimately ruin humanity. It will sap their spirit and ambition. Even if you were right about that, and we dispute it,
How can a robot worry about eventually and serve an abstract humanity while allowing trillions of real people to die? That is the essential horror of the zeroth law.
Ludovic nodded. I see your point. Of course it was an old issue. Many of the ancient conversations between Daniel and Giscard had revolved around these very same arguments. But Ludovic knew another reason why Oliver had strived for centuries to winnow robot numbers, keeping them to the bare minimum he needed for protecting the Empire. The greater our population, the more chance there is for mutation or uncontrolled reproduction. Once we start having numerous descendants of our own, the logic of Darwin may set in. We could start seeing those heirs as the rightful focus of our loyalty. We would then become a true race, competitors with our masters. That can never be allowed. That is just one reason why these Calvinians are wrong in their vision of service. Ludovic had parted company with Daniel, but that did not mean he lacked respect for his former leader. The immortal servant was very smart, as well as totally sincere. Nearly all of the truly great monsters that I knew, when I was human, thought they were sincere. Ludovic quashed Voltaire's voice. He did not need the distraction just then. "This ideal plan of yours," he asked the other two robots in a low voice, "do all Calvinians share it?" There was stony silence, an answer in itself. "I thought not. There are differences of opinion, even among those who hate the zeroth law. Well, then, may I ask just one last question?" "What is it? Be quick, Trima. We sense that our leaders are coming to a decision. Soon we will put an end to your sacrilegious existence." "Very well," Ludovic nodded. "My question is this. Do you never feel an urge, call it an itch or a nostalgic yearning, to obey the second law of robotics? I mean, to really feel it at work, with all of the voluptuous intensity that can only come from true human volition? Commands that are expressed with the undeniable power of free will that only happens when a human being has complete knowledge and self-awareness? Have you ever tried it? I hear that for a robot there is no pleasure quite like it in the whole universe." This was dirty talk, the robot equivalent of erotic teasing, or worse. Blank silence reigned in the room. Neither of the other robots answered, though undercurrents were as chill as the skin of an ice moon. A door opened at the far end of the room. A human-looking hand entered and motioned to Ludovic. "Come," a voice said. "We have decided your fate." 8. The next time Dawes plugged in, she stayed linked to the dead brain of Giscard for several hours, experiencing a robotic life in the earliest era of interstellar humanity, back when the race occupied just over 50 worlds, and most of those were under the sway of a decadent spacer civilization. The Great Leap, the diaspora of Earth's population to the galaxy, had only just begun. In those days, few robots went about disguised as humans, and Giscard was not one of them. But our Giscard Reventloff was special in a different way. Through some combination of accident and design, he had mentalic powers, an ability to pick up the minutest neural firings in a human brain and interpret them in something akin to telepathy. Moreover, he had learned how to affect those firings, to intentionally alter their flows, their rhythms and pathways, to change minds, or to make people forget. In some cheap holodrama, this might have been a scenario for disaster, perhaps unleashing a terrible monster. But Giscard was a devoted servant, utterly obedient to the 3 robotic laws. At first he only used his mentalic powers when faced with some dire need, such as protecting a human from harm. Then our Giscard Reventloff met our Daniel Oliver, and the great conversation began. A slow but steady working out of something epical, a new way of looking at the role and duty of robots in the world. Thereupon Giscard began using his powers in earnest, toward a goal, the abstract good of humanity as a whole. Replaying another set of memories, Doris felt caught up once again in the surge of past events. The face looking back at Dors Giscard now was again the early guise of Daniil, talking earnestly about the changes that he felt taking place within his own positronic brain. "Friend Giscard, you said a short while ago that I will have your powers possibly soon. Are you preparing me for this purpose?" A voice that felt like her own, but was actually Giscard's memory, answered as he had answered 20,000 years ago. "I am, friend Daniil." "Why, may I ask? The zeroth law again? The passing episode of shakiness in my feet told me how vulnerable I was to the attempted use of the zeroth law. Before this day is over, I may have to act on the zeroth law to save the world and humanity, and I may not be able to. In that case, you must be in a position to do the job. I am preparing you bit by bit, so that at the desired moment I can give you the final instructions and have it all fall into place." "I do not see how that can be, friend Giscard. You will have no trouble understanding when the time comes. I used the technique in a very small way on robots I sent to Earth in the early days, before they were outlawed from the cities. It was they who helped adjust Earth leaders to the point of approving the decision to send out settlers." Dawes reached up and disconnected. She could only take so much of this at a time, and her limit had been reached. Anyway, she still felt confused. Why had Lodovick summoned her all the way to Panacopia in order to present her with this gift? This tour through the distant past was most interesting, shedding light on many curious details of early history. But she had somehow expected something more, well, devastating. Was there something wrong with the logic Daniil and Giscard had used in originally formulating the zeroth law? That seemed unlikely, given that later robots would debate and go to war against each other over that issue for centuries afterward. She knew the counter-arguments used by Calvinians against this heresy, and found them unconvincing. Then what? The fact that Daniil's fantastic mental powers once originated with Giscard and were owed ultimately to happenstance? Of course, history would have been profoundly different otherwise, but that could be said about any number of crucial moments along the way from past to future. Was it Giscard's climactic decision to let Earth die so that humanity would be driven forth to conquer the galaxy? That choice was a true moral dilemma, and no end of argument about it could rage, even among followers of the zeroth law. Had it really been necessary to turn the home planet's crust fatally radioactive in order to encourage Earthlings to depart for the stars? Might it have been achieved otherwise, perhaps by slowly but steadily persuading people to have a taste for adventure? The latter possibility appeared feasible. In fact, according to the most recent memory she had played back, Giscard did that very thing to Earth's leaders. By shifting their thoughts, changing their policies in new directions, Giscard thought beneficial for the greater long-range good. Couldn't this subtle campaign of persuasion have been continued and expanded, encouraging emigration without using the brute force of destroying a planet? Must millions have died so that other millions would thrive? Yet even this question wasn't new. It had been discussed before among Daniil's Type Alpha followers. Replaying Giscard's memories made everything more vivid, but where was the crucial fact that she suspected must be there? Something so devastatingly important that Lodovick Trima felt sure it would shake her, an indictment so severe that it would undermine her loyalty to Daniil. She could sense Lodovick in her imagination. His positronic trace was like a human's sardonic smile, both friendly and infuriating at the same time. "It's in there, Dors," she pictured him saying. "Look for it. Something so basic that you'll swear it was obvious all along, even though it took us 200 centuries to understand." 9. Hari thought the attackers might be pirates. As predicted by his formulas, there had been reports of increasing brigand activity lately, raiding vulnerable planets in the periphery as law and order decayed at the Empire's far extremities. But here? It isn't supposed to happen this near to the cosmopolitan heart of the galaxy for another century. Or perhaps the marauder came from some rogue military unit, gone mercenary as some of the nobility began shifting their feuds from the arena of courtly fashion toward murder and mayhem. Maybe this was an attack by some rival clan with a vendetta against Biron Messerd. That sort of thing would happen more and more until a bloody torment of little feudal wars splattered the interregnum. But the pride of Rhodia's captain seemed as surprised as anybody. His unarmed yacht had been ill-prepared for any sort of attack, let alone one launched by such a powerful ship. As the airlock cycled, Hari kept a hand on Kerr's Cantoon's sleeve. This situation called for patient waiting. "I've been around a long time," he thought. "There's no type of person I haven't learned to handle by now." But when their captors came aboard, they looked nothing at all like what Hari expected. Messerd stared in surprise. Horasantic gasped, and tension rippled along Kerr's Cantoon's arm. But Jenny Cuiset clapped her hands and murmured in clear admiration, "Cool." The first one wore a segmented garment that shimmered like an oil slick, flowing across her exaggeratedly pneumatic torso, like something erotically alive. "I am Sybil," she said. "We have met before, Dr. Seldon, though I'm convinced you won't remember me." Hari squinted at the unpleasant confusion of colours. A luminescent motif extended even to the woman's hair, which shifted and gently writhed of its own accord, like a sleeping pet draped across her head. Her face had a stretched look, and he guessed that advanced surgical micro-adjustments had been used to smooth out age wrinkles at the cost of giving her skin a paper-thin translucence. "I would surely remember, madam, if I ever beheld an entrance like the one you just performed. But as your appearance is utterly unmatched in my experience, you'll have to remind me where and when we knew each other." Her eyelids closed, and briefly Hari saw them flash, as if for the barest moment they had become miniature hollow-screens. "All in good time, academician. But first let me introduce my collaborator, Gornon Vlimt." She lifted a hand languidly toward the airlock, through which stepped an exaggeratedly male figure, lithe where Messerd was hefty, but wiry and evidently augmented in ways that bulged through his tight clothes. His garments did not gyre and move the way hers did, but their pattern of weave was complex to a degree that made Hari recall the fractal lichen artwork in the Imperial Gardens. The mathematical corners of his mind felt instantly drawn as if to a singularity. "I am Biron Messerd," the captain replied. "Since you know the name of my ship, I assume you're also aware that it's unarmed. We are on a peaceful scientific survey mission. I demand to know why you murdered those policemen and seized us in this way." The woman named Sybil scanned Messerd up and down. "Why, you pompous aristo-throwback. Is that the gratitude we get for rescuing you from arrest? How dare you call it murder for the combat forces of a free republic to destroy their sworn enemies?" When silence greeted her, she sneered. "Do you mean to say that you really have no idea what this is about? You haven't heard about the war?" Messerd glanced at Hari, who shrugged and looked at Horace. Evidently none of them had the slightest idea what she was talking about. "The war that's being waged by the whole damned galactic empire of humanity against planet Catlina," shouted the man in the fractal bodysuit. Gornon Vlimt grew more agitated when no one seemed to comprehend. "By great Bailey's beard! Sybil, it's worse than we thought. There's been a total news blackout." "I figured, but these three, with their contacts, should have heard by now. Seldon has stringers all over the galaxy, feeding him data for his new socio-mathematical models. The Grey Man and the Aristo would have their own sources. I can't understand how—" "Oh!" Jenny Cuiset cried. "I've heard of Catlina. It's the latest Chaos World." Hari blinked, feeling a dawn of recognition. "I think there may have been something about it in one of Gail Dornick's reports." "Oh, yes!" Horasantic snapped 2 fingers. "A notice came down for star-level executives and above. There's been a sanitary embargo of sorts, out in far Demeter sector." Messerd made a small nod and grunt of recognition, but no more. It was a big galaxy. Who could be expected to follow every planet-scale event? Gornon Vlimt uttered frustrated oaths. "You see, Sybil, even at such high levels they have heard, but they just don't care. So much for the notion that we only had to get the word out in order for justice to prevail." The woman sighed. "That was just a slim hope. Clearly we must try other means. If this war is to be won, the galaxy will be transformed. It just may take a little longer." Jenny took a step forward, clearly enthralled by the pair.
"Some of my friends heard rumors about Catlina from travelers on the Orion elevator. Did you truly escape through a blockade around your planet? What's it like?"
Gornan Vlimt smiled. "You mean blasting our way out through a cordon of Imperial patrol clippers? Outracing all but the best of them, then losing the rest in an ionization cloud? Zigzagging through space to make contact with our spies, and then—"
Jenny shook her head. "No. What's it like on Catlina? Tell me about the Renaissance."
Hari winced. There it was. The word. The rationalization. The name that victims of a devastating social plague often gave their horrible disease, a beloved addiction that swarmed suddenly across a world, filling it with excitement and vividness, just before bringing death or worse. Gornan Vlimt chuckled, clearly delighted by her question. "Where would I find time to describe the wonders? You cannot begin to imagine, dear girl. Think of the stodgy old rules, the repressive traditions, the stifling rituals, all swept away. Suddenly, people have the liberty to speak openly about anything, to stretch their minds in new directions, to be free." "No more waiting half a lifetime for endless committees to approve your experiments," Sybil added. "No more lists of forbidden subjects or banned technologies." "Original art blossoms everywhere," her partner continued. "Assumptions shatter. Truth becomes marvelously malleable. People follow their interests, change professions, and even social classes as they see fit."
"Really?"
whispered Horace Antic, who then took a step backward when Hari glanced at him sharply. Biren Masserd cut in before the two intruders could go on, endlessly praising their new society. "What was that you said about a war? Surely you aren't fighting the Imperial Decontamination Service?" "Aren't we?" Sybil and Vlimt glanced at each other and laughed. "IDS ships don't approach our planet closer than 2 million kilometers anymore. We've already shot down 14, just like those impies who were about to arrest you a while ago."
14? Horace gasped. "Shot down? You mean killed? Just because they were enforcing the law?"
Sybil moved closer to Hari. "The Seldon law, you mean? A horrid act of legalized oppression passed when our gentle professor here was First Minister of the Empire, requiring that all so-called chaos worlds be put under strict quarantine, cut off from trade, and above all prevented from sharing their breakthroughs with the rest of humanity." Hari nodded. "I helped push for tighter seclusion and decontamination rules, it's true. But this tradition is over 10,000 years old. No system of government can permit open rebellion, and some kinds of madness are contagious. Any schoolchild knows this." "You mean any child who gets brainwashed by the system, parroting exactly the same rote lessons that are taught in every Imperial school?" She smirked at Hari. "Come now, Professor. This isn't about rebellion. It's about maintaining the status quo. We've seen it happen too often. Something new and wonderful starts on some planet, like Madalos or Santani, or on Sark, or even in Junin Quarter, on Trantor itself. Wherever a renaissance begins, it winds up being crushed by reactionary forces of fear and subjugation, who then hide the truth under malicious propaganda." Hari felt a twinge when Sybil referred to Sark, and especially Junin Quarter. Something about this woman struck him as familiar. "Well, this time we made some preparations," she continued. "There's a secret network of people from all across the galaxy who escaped earlier repressions in time. Plans were made so that when Catlina started showing early signs of a bold new spirit, we all rushed in with the best inventions and techniques that people had saved from earlier renaissances. We urged folks on Catlina to keep a low profile for as long as possible, while stockpiling trade goods and preparing secret defenses. Of course, you can't keep a renaissance hidden for long. People use freedom to speak up. That's what it's for. Only this time we were ready before the quarantine ships arrived. We blasted those that approached low enough to drop their infernal poisons. Captain Musard shook his head, evidently confused by the suddenness of this revelation, upending his conservative universe. Poisons? But the IDS is charged with helping planets who suffer from— Oh, yeah? Helping, you say? This time it was Gornon Vlimt who answered hotly. Then why does every Renaissance end the same way? In orgies of madness and destruction? It's all a big conspiracy, that's why. Agents provocateurs land in secret to start stirring up hatred, turning simple interest groups into fanatical sects, and pitting them against each other. Then ships come swooping down to dump drugs into the water supplies and incendiaries to start fires. They pass over cities beaming psychotropic rays, inciting hatred and triggering riots. No, Horace Antic shouted, defending his fellow grey men. I know some IDS people. Many of them are survivors from past chaos outbreaks. Fellow sufferers who have volunteered to help others recover from the same fever. They would never do the things you describe. You have no proof for these insane charges. Not yet, but we will. How else can you explain it when such great hopes and so many bright things suddenly turn to ash? Hari slumped a little in his mobile chair, while the others kept shouting at each other. How to explain it? He pondered. As a curse of basic human nature? In the equations it appears as an undamped oscillation, an attractor state that always lurks, waiting to pull humanity toward chaos whenever conditions are exactly right. It almost destroyed our ancestors about the time starflight and robots were invented. According to Daniel, it is the biggest reason why the galactic empire had to be invented, and why the empire is about to fail at last. Hari knew all of this. He had known it for a long time. There was just one quandary left. He still didn't really understand the curse, not at its core. He could not grasp why such an undamped attractor lay, coiled and deadly, inside the soul of his race. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a missing piece came to him. Not a solution to the greater puzzle, but to a lesser one. Junin Quarter, he murmured. A woman named Sybil. Sitting up, he pointed at her. You! Helped activate the Sims, the ancient simulations of Joan and Voltaire. She nodded. It was I and a few others whom you hired to help with your experiment, partly at your bidding and partly through our own arrogant stupidity. We unleashed those two provocative Sims at just the wrong moment, or the right one for your purposes, into the volatile stew of poor Junin, just when two major factions were trying to work out their philosophical differences short of violence. In so doing, we unwittingly helped wreck a mini-renaissance that was taking place in the very heart of the capital planet. Musard and Antic looked confused. Hari explained with 3 brief words. The Tick-Tock Revolt. They nodded at once. Although it had happened 40 years ago, no one could forget how a new type of robot, far more primitive than Daniel's secretive positronic kind, suddenly went berserk on Trantor, doing great harm until they were all dismantled and outlawed. Officially, the whole episode was blamed on the chaos in Junin Quarter, just before Hari became First Minister. That's right, Vlimt said. By helping incite the so-called revolt, you helped discredit the whole concept of mechanical helpers and servants. Of course it was all a plot by the ruling class to keep the proletarians subjugated forever and in their place. Fortunately, Vlimt's next stream of fanatical invective was cut short, interrupted by a sound from behind, someone clearing his throat by the airlock. Everyone turned. A dark-haired, dusky man stood there, dressed in a normal grey ship suit, with an efficient-looking blaster loosely holstered at his side. Hari quickly recognized the 3rd member of the raiding party. Mors Planch, he said, recalling their meeting just a year ago, around the time of his trial by the Commission for Public Safety. So, I knew there had to be somebody competent aboard that ship. Sybil and Vlimt hissed. But the newcomer nodded at Hari. "Hello, Seldon." Then he turned to his garishly dressed partners. "Didn't I ask you two not to get into a quarrel with the hostages? It's pointless and tiresome." "We hired you and your crew, Pilot Planch," Vlimpt began, but Jenny Cuisset burst in at that moment, interrupting with evident excitement.
"Is that what we are? Hostages?"
"Not you, child," answered Sybil, whose motherly smile seemed incongruous on her gaudy made-up face. "You have the makings of a fine recruit for the Revolution. But as for these others," she gestured especially toward Hari, "we plan on using them to help win a war of liberation, first for a planet, and then for all humankind." 10. There were preparations to make, plans to coordinate with distant agents of the new Renaissance. Other guerrilla teams had been sent to kidnap important peers of the realm who would offer much better leverage than a disgraced and forgotten former First Minister. According to Hari's own self-appraisal, he was about as valuable a bargaining chip as a crooked half-credit piece. "Sybil and Planch chose me for personal reasons," he felt certain. "They want revenge for Junin and Sark and Matterloss. I'll never convince them that psychohistorical factors doomed those cultural revolutions before they began." He could foresee one benefit coming from the fall of the Galactic Empire. Although many of the factors leading to chaos outbreaks were still mysterious, peace, trade, and prosperity were among the essential preconditions, and those would be scarce during the interregnum. People living in the coming harsh millennium would face other kinds of problems, but at least they would be spared this peculiar madness. "Poor Daniel," Hari thought. "You set up the Empire to be as benign and gentle as possible, distracting the ambitious with harmless games, while setting nitpickers like Horace to work shuffling papers and keeping ships in motion. Everything ran smoothly, yet that underlying smoothness created an ideal breeding ground for the thing you feared most. And the thing that I understand least." While Sybil and her colleagues waited to coordinate their actions with other agents across the galaxy, Horace Antic begged to be allowed to continue the research. "What harm could it do? We're in deep space, far from any planets or shipping lanes. Instead of just hanging around, we could be discovering something that's of value to everybody. What if my correlations and Seldon's equations let us predict where chaos worlds, or renaissances, are likely to appear next?" "Why, so you could squelch them faster, Grey Man?" Gornan Vlimpt sneered. "May I point out that you people are the ones with guns?" Captain Messerd commented at that point. Morse Planch rubbed his chin. "I see what you're saying. We get the results first. So we might use this breakthrough to find nascent freedom worlds early and foster their change, preparing so far in advance that the momentum can't be stopped or quarantined." Hari felt a shiver, wondering what Messerd was up to, but the big nobleman wore a poker face. "I hope he knows what he's doing. My formulas aren't very good at dealing with individuals and groups on a small scale. At this level, Messerd's political cunning may be sharper than my own rusty skills." For the first time in many years, he experienced something like fear. His plan to salvage civilization faced one paramount threat, a sudden unleashing of chaos across the galaxy. Hari envisioned this as a splatter of horrid blotches, etching holes in the prime radiant, unraveling the gorgeous tapestry of equations, erasing every vestige of the predictability that had been his life's work. After some discussion, the Catlinians agreed to Antic's proposal. Morse Planch posted some of his crew as guards, and Messerd was told to set a trajectory, continuing their search spiral along a curve denoted in red on the holocharts. A few hours later, Horace Antic grew excited and approached Hari with news. "Guess what, Professor? I just added Catlina to my database of chaos outbreaks, and that one datum refined the model by over 5%. I think I can predict with some degree of confidence that we'll reach the center of a really big probability nexus in just another day." The little man had just accomplished, laboring over a computer, what Hari figured out within moments after first hearing the planet's name. Still, I'm impressed, Hari thought. This adjustment will take us straight into a giant molecular cloud, Messerd commented when he saw the proposed course change. Is that a problem? Not really. In fact, it makes sense. If someone was hiding a boojum and I had a hankering to find one, that's where I'd go searching. So the Pride of Rhodia accelerated alongside the rebel spacecraft and under the watchful eye of Morse Planche, while others aboard the yacht continued bickering, posing, or evaluating, according to their natures. Hari kept quiet for a while, learning a lot about the Catlina Renaissance just by watching its on-board representatives. Although they claimed that all class distinctions had been erased in their new society, Sybil still talked and walked like a middle-ranking meritocratic scientist. Her extravagant clothes and cosmetic prettifications were clearly excessive overcompensations, pretending a stylishness she just wasn't made for. Despite all her shouted tributes to equality, Sybil kept preening before the aristocrat Messerd, while barely acknowledging the mere bureaucrat Horace Antic. Old habits die hard, Hari thought, despite your dogma of rebellion. Gonen Vlimt seemed more relaxed in his role as envoy from a bold Renaissance, perhaps because he was already a member of the fifth and smallest social caste, the eccentric order. Creative misfits of all kinds slipped into the 80 approved artistic modes, including several that were sanctioned to satirize the hidebound and shake up the stodgy, within the confines of good taste, that is. Although Vlimt was clearly pleased to be free of those traditional limits, he wore his unconventionality with more natural grace than Sybil did, as if he had been born to it. As much as the two radicals shared an overall mission, Hari could tell that something jagged lay between them. Was it a philosophical issue, perhaps? Like the dilemma that had torn apart Junin Quarter long ago? One feature of chaos outbreaks was a remarkable tendency for enthusiasts to transform into fanatics, so utterly sure of their own righteousness that they were willing to die, or slaughter others, over fine points of ideology. This was one of many failure modes that brought such worlds crashing down. Hari wondered if such a flaw might be exploited somehow, to thwart these radical kidnappers. It didn't take much probing to find the sore point between Sybil and Vlimt. As in Junin 40 years ago, it had to do with destiny. Picture what's happening on Catlina only multiplied 1,000, 1,000,000 times over, Sybil urged. We've already invented much better computers than they have on Trantor, passing and correlating information across the planet with incredible speed. Researchers get instant response to their info requests, bringing back a torrent of useful data. Folks in one field quickly make use of advances made in another. New kinds of TikToks take care of the drudge jobs, freeing us to concentrate on creative tasks, learning more and more. Some people have plotted this steepening upward curve, she went on enthusiastically. They suggest that it looks like the graph you get by dividing any finite number by x squared as x approaches 0. That's called a singularity. Soon it heads almost straight up, which implies there may be no limit to the speed-up of progress. If that's true, imagine what we could become within just a human lifetime. As singularity beings, we'd be effectively immortal, omniscient, omnipotent. There's nothing humans could not accomplish. Gonen Vlimt snorted derisively. This obsession with physical power and factual knowledge will get you nowhere, Sybil. The vital fact about this new kind of culture is its essential randomness. Take the belittling word that Seldon and others keep using to attack us. Chaos. We should embrace it. When arts and ideas roar in a myriad directions, sooner or later somebody's going to hit on the right formula for conversing with the Godhead, with the eternal, or eternals, that permeate the cosmos. From then on we'll be one with them. Our deification will be total and complete. While Jenny Curacet listened to all of this, entranced, Hari pondered several things. First, the two concepts were essentially similar, in both their transcendental vision and the zealous means prescribed to achieve it. Second, the more they heard of each other's specific descriptions, the more Sybil and Gornan grew to despise each other. "If only I could find a way to use that fact," Hari pondered. While their argument raged on nearby, he sat deep in thought, pondering the roots of their disagreement. Each of the 5 castes had a basis in essential human personality types, far more than inheritance. Citizens and gentry were rather basic. Their ambitious efforts to get ahead were based on normal competition and self-interest, which also reflected their high birth rates. Both classes were contemptuously called breeders by the other 3. Meritocrats and eccentrics also competed, sometimes fiercely, but their sense of self-importance was based more on what they did or accomplished than on money or power or social aggrandizement for their heirs. Each felt a need to stand out, though not too far ahead. They seldom had offspring of their own, though sometimes, like Hari, they adopted. These similarities were significant, but chaos conditions also highlighted essential antagonisms between eccentrics and meritocrats, as happened in Junin long ago, when a struggle between faith and reason sent part of Trantor reeling. Using his imagination, Hari floated equilibrium equations for each caste in front of him until they were more real to him than the people arguing nearby. Of course, the new empire to come in 1,000 years would be much more complex and subtle, no longer needing such formal classifications, but there was an elegance to this old system, worked out long ago by immortal beings like Daniel, who sought a peaceful, gentle way of life for humanity, based on their own crude version of psychohistory. Resonating against basic drives of human nature, the formulas revolved around each other, staying in remarkable balance, as if kept up in the air by an invisible juggler, as long as chaos did not interfere, and as long as the old empire survived. Ker's Cantoon touched Hari's arm, leaning over him, expressing concern. "Professor, are you all right?" His servant's voice sounded distant, as if echoing down a long tunnel. Hari paid no heed. Before his bemused gaze, the 5 social formulae started dissolving into a sea of minuscule subequations that ebbed and flowed around him, like diatoms in a surging tide. The break-up of the old empire, he thought, identifying this change. Briefly he mourned the lost symmetries. In their place, more primitive rhythms of survival and violence throbbed across the galaxy. Only then the haze parted, revealing something far more beautiful, emerging from the distance. My foundation. His beloved Encyclopedia Galactica Foundation, the colony that was being established even now on far-off Terminus. A frail seed designed to flourish in adversity and overcome each challenge that fate's ponderous momentum brought its way. The equations orbited all around, nurturing his sapling, causing it to grow tall and strong, with a trunk that was iron-hard and roots that could bear any weight. Impervious to both chaos and decay, it would be everything that the old empire was not. At first, you will survive by playing great powers against each other. Then you will thrive as conjurers and pseudo-religious hucksters. Do not be ashamed, for that will be just a phase, a way to survive until the trade networks take over. Then you will have to deal with the death throes of the old Imperium. As if through cotton, Hari could hear voices gathering nearby, murmuring concern. Some of Ker's Cantoon's Valmoral accented speech came through dimly. "I think he may be having another stroke." His servant's alarmed words drifted away as the hallucinatory vision changed before Hari yet again. The tree grew ever greater, its boundaries becoming harder to define. Strange flowers briefly appeared, surprising in their unexpected shape and texture. The Foundation's overall rate of growth still followed his plan, but something additional was starting to happen, adding richness that he had never seen before, even in the prime radiant display. Enthralled, Hari tried to focus on a small part. However, before he could look closer, a pair of gardeners abruptly appeared, striding forward to examine the tree. One had the face of Stettin Palver. The other resembled Hari's granddaughter, Wanda Seldon. Leaders of the 50. Leaders of the Second Foundation. Using great brooms, they swept away the beautiful hovering formulae, chasing off the protective nurturing equations. Hari tried to shout at them, but found he was frozen, paralyzed. Apparently, his followers and heirs did not need math anymore. They had something better, more powerful. Stettin and Wanda brought their hands up to their heads. Concentrating, they caused shears of pure mental force to emerge from their brows, and set to work at once, lopping flowers, buds, and small limbs off the tree, simplifying its natural contours. "Don't fret, grandfather," Wanda assured. "Guidance is needed. We do this to the Foundation for its own good, to keep it growing according to the plan." Hari could not protest or even move, though he distantly heard shouting as hands carried his frail physical body out of the chair and down a long corridor. There was a stinging hospital smell in his nostrils, a clattering of tools. He did not care. Only the transfixing vision mattered. Wanda and Stettin looked happy, pleased with their work on the tree, having trimmed the irksome flowers and shaped it to suit their design. Only now, from some great distance, far beyond the banished mathematics, a glow began to appear. A point of radiant light, soon stronger than any sun. It approached closer, hypnotizing Stettin and Wanda with its sweet power, summoning them to walk, transfixed and uncomplaining, straight into its all-absorbing heat. Incorporating them, it brightened yet more. The tree shriveled and ignited, briefly adding its flame to the overall incandescence. It no longer mattered. Its purpose had been served. "I bring a gift," said a new voice, one that Hari knew. Squinting, he perceived a man-like figure carrying a white-hot ember in one open hand. The bearer's face was bathed by actinic glare, penetrating a skin of false flesh to reveal glowing metal beneath, smiling despite a burden of unbearable fatigue. A heroic figure, tired but triumphantly proud of what it now brought. "Something precious for my masters." Struggling to form words, Hari tried to ask a question, but it would not come. Instead, he felt the prick of a needle in the side of his neck. Consciousness shut down like a machine that had been turned off. Part 3. Secret Crimes. Every year in the galaxy, more than 2,000 suns enter late phase in their fusion-burning cycles, expanding their surfaces and becoming much hotter than before. Another 20 stars per year go nova. Taking into account the millions of stars that have habitable planets, this means that on average 2 human-settled worlds become untenable or uninhabitable each year. Throughout the early Dark Ages, before the Galactic Empire, numerous tragic natural disasters cost billions of lives. Isolated worlds often had nowhere to turn for help when a sun went unstable, or something disrupted a planetary ecosphere. During the Imperium, such threats were handled on a routine basis by the Grey bureaucracy, which efficiently surveyed stellar conditions, predicted solar changes in advance, and maintained resettlement fleets on standby to deal with emergencies. So dedicated was this effort that remnants still existed late in the Empire's decline, arriving to help evacuate Trantor when the capital planet was sacked. Thereafter, during the interregnum, such assistance was unavailable. Scattered accounts tell of numerous small worlds that went abruptly silent during that long, violent era, owing to natural or man-made calamities. Often no one bothered to go learn what happened to their populations until it was too late. And even after the rise of the Foundation, it took some time before a combination of psychohistorical factors made possible the investment of substantial resources to build an infrastructure of compassion. Encyclopedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 1. R. Zun Lurin had a question for his leader.
Daniel, I've been reading ancient records dating back to before humanity burst out from a small corner of the galaxy. I find that throughout history, most societies tried to protect their people against exposure to dangerous ideas. On every continent of old Earth, in almost every era, priests and kings strove to keep out concepts that might disturb the population at large, fearing that alien notions could take root and cause sin or madness, or worse. And yet, the most brilliant culture of all, the one that invented us, seems to have rejected this entire way of looking at the world.
Daniel Oliver stood again at the highest balcony of ER space, atop a towering cliff, from which a bright galactic pinwheel could be seen both overhead and reflected off the perfectly smooth surface of a frozen metal lake. The twin images were so exact that it could be hard to distinguish illusion from reality, as if it mattered. "You are referring to the Transition Age," he answered, "when people like Susan Calvin and Revere Wu created the first robots, starships, and many other wonders. It was an era of unprecedented ingenuity, son. And yes, they came up with a completely different way of viewing the issue of information as poison. Some called their approach the maturity principle, a belief that children can be brought up with just the right combination of trust and skepticism, a mix of tolerance and healthy suspicion, so that any new or foreign idea could then be evaluated on its own merits, the bad parts rejected, the good parts safely incorporated into ever-growing wisdom. Truth might then be won not by dogma, but by remaining open to a wide universe of possibilities." "Fascinating, Daniel. If such a method ever proved valid, it would have staggering implications. There would be no inherent limit to the exploration or growth of human souls." Zahn paused for a moment. "So tell me, did the sages of that era seriously believe that vast numbers of individual human beings could reliably accomplish this trick?" "They did, and even based their education methods on it. Indeed, their approach apparently worked for a while, by correcting each other's mistakes in a give-and-take of cheerful debate. The period you refer to is said to have been marvelous. I regret having been assembled too late to meet Susan Calvin and other great ones of that era." "Alas, Daniel, no operational robot dates from that far back. You are among the oldest, yet your fabrication came 200 years after the Golden Age collapsed amid riots, terrorism, and despair." Daniel turned to look at Zahn. Despite the hard vacuum and radioactivity of their surroundings, his understudy appeared much like a rugged young human, a member of the gentry class, outfitted for a camping trip on some bucolic imperial world. "Even that description understates the situation, Zahn. At the time I was created, Earthlings had already retreated from chaos into hideously cramped metal cities, cowering away from the light. And their spacer cousins were hardly any more sane, falling into an unstoppable spiral of decadence and decay. It must have taken enormous traumas to bring about such a radical change in attitude from Susan Calvin's era of expansive optimism." "Was there still some acceptance of the maturity principle during the period when you worked with the human detective Elijah Bailey?" Daniel indicated no, with a tilt of his head. That belief had fallen into disrepute, except among a minority of nonconformists and philosophers. For the rest, uniformity and distrust became central themes. One strong similarity between Spacer and Earth cultures was their rejection of the openness that characterized the earlier Transition Age. Both societies returned to an older way of viewing ideas, with suspicion. They became convinced, as we are today, that human brains are vulnerable hosts, often subject to invasion by parasitic concepts, like the way a virus takes over a living cell. How ironic! Both cultures were more alike than they realized. Correct, Zahn. Yet because of that shared suspicion, they nearly annihilated each other. I recall how Giscard and I debated this problem over and over. We concluded that the vastness of space might offer a solution, if only we could see humanity dispersed to the stars instead of crammed elbow to elbow. Once they were scattered widely, there would be less risk of some spark igniting a conflagration and killing off the whole race. It took some drastic measures to get them moving again, but once the diaspora began in earnest, humans filled the galaxy more quickly than we ever expected. During that time of rapid expansion they created so many subcultures, and to our dismay soon these started rubbing against each other, fighting brutal little wars. You can see why the only solution, from a zeroth law perspective, was to create a new, uniform galactic culture that might bring an age of peace. Tolerance became much easier once everyone was alike.
"But sameness wasn't the whole answer," Zun commented. "You also had to invent new techniques for keeping a lid on things."
Daniel agreed. We incorporated methods that Hari Seldon would later call damping systems to keep galactic society from spinning into chaos. Some of the best ones were first suggested long ago by my friend Giscard. Their effectiveness lasted for 200 human generations, though now they appear to be growing obsolete, hence our current crisis. Zun accepted this with a nod, but he wanted to return to the topic of dangerous ideas.
"I wonder, might both Spacer and Earth cultures have had good reason to dread cultural contamination? After all, something caused Earth's billions to frantically eliminate all of their diversity and cower together in tomb-like cities. And why would intelligent Solarians choose their bizarre lifestyle, sitting with folded hands and asking robot servants to live their lives for them? Could both syndromes have been caused by an infection?"
Your supposition is excellent, son. Clearly an illness of some sort was at work. Even centuries later, after Giscard helped Elijah Bailey persuade some Earthlings to emerge from their metal wombs and settle a few new planets, the malady only mutated and followed them.
"I recall hearing about that. You and Giscard witnessed something peculiar on several colony worlds. Settlers obsessed unwholesomely on the home world. They were unable to let go of Earth as a sacred spiritual icon."
An obstinate mental addiction, preventing them from moving on to new horizons. Giscard concluded that we had no choice, under the zeroth law. Only by rendering Earth uninhabitable could the intense fixation be broken and the bulk of its population be forced to emigrate. Only then would humanity's true conquest of the galaxy commence with vigor. While Daniel lapsed into silence, Zun pondered the chilly vista alongside his mentor. He held back for a time, as if uncertain how to phrase the next question.
"And yet, so much of what we've discussed depends on one assumption."
"What assumption, Zun?"
"That the great ones of the transition age, Susan Calvin and the others, were wrong, and not merely unlucky."
For a second time, Daniel turned and regarded the junior-type alpha robot. Have we not seen, again and again, what catastrophic events occur when some so-called Renaissance cuts away every assumption and postulate, casting millions adrift without core traditions to hold on to? Remember, Zun, our foremost dedication is no longer to individual human lives, but to achieving the greatest good for humanity as a whole. Across millennia of service, I have witnessed ideas become lethal more often than I can relate.
"Still, Daniel, have you considered whether this might not be totally intrinsic to human nature? Perhaps it is because of some factor or situation that arose late in the transition age. Maybe the maturity principle once had validity, until something new and disruptive interfered with its functioning, something insidious that has lingered with us ever since."
"Where does this speculation of yours come from?" Daniel responded coolly.
"Call it a hunch. Perhaps I find it hard to believe Calvin and her peers would cling so hard to their dream unless there was at least some factual support for the notion of human maturity. Were they really too obstinate to recognize the evidence before their eyes?"
Daniel shook his head, a habit of human emulation that was by now second nature. "The proper words are not stupidity or obstinacy. I attribute it to something more basic, called hope. You see, Zun, they were indeed very smart people, perhaps the best minds to emerge from their tormented race. Many of them understood at a gut level what it would mean if they turned out to be wrong about human maturity. If the great mass of citizens could not be trained to handle all ideas sanely, then it implied one thing, that humanity is deeply and permanently flawed, inherently limited, cursed forever to be denied the greatness humans seem capable of. Zahn stared at Daniil. "I feel uncomfortable hearing our masters described this way. And yet you make compelling sense, Daniil. I have tried empathizing with how Calvin and her compatriots must have felt as their bright aspirations crashed all around them, toppling under waves of unreason. I can sense how frantic they would be to avoid the very same conclusion you just expressed. As believers in the unlimited potential of individuality, they would hate being mere factors in Hari Seldon's equations, for instance, randomly caroming about like gas molecules, cancelling each other's idiosyncrasies in a vast circulation of momentum and inevitability. Tell me, Daniil, could this realization have been the last straw? The underlying trauma that collapsed their era of bold confidence? Were all the other events just symptoms of this deeper trauma?" The senior robot nodded. "The problem grew so bad that some of us robots worried that humanity might lose the will to go on. Fortunately, by then they had invented us, and we learned ways to divert them down pathways that were both interesting and safe for a very long time." "Until now, that is," Zahn pointed out. "With decay lurking on one side and chaos on the other, your solution of a benign galactic empire doesn't work anymore. Hence your support of the Seldon plan?" Daniil shook his head again, this time with a smile. "Hence something much better. It is the reason that I summoned you here, Zahn, to share exciting news, a breakthrough that I've been hoping to find all through the last 20,000 years, and now at last it is feasible to begin. If things go as expected, a mere 500 years will suffice to make it happen." "Make what happen, Daniil?" A low microwave murmur wafted upward from the immortal servant, rising toward the galaxy like a sigh or a prayer. When Daniil Oliver spoke again, his voice sounded different, almost contented. "A way to help ease humanity around its mortal flaws, and achieve greater heights than they ever dreamed." 2. Odors became noticeable before thoughts were. For many years only unpleasant smells had enough strength to penetrate Hari's age-dulled senses. But now, as if coming home from a long sulk, there returned a mix of aromas, both heady and familiar at the same time, stroking his sinus cavities with sensuous pleasure. Jasmine, ginger, curry. Salivary glands flowed, and his stomach reacted with an eagerness that felt positively eerie. His appetite had been almost non-existent since Dawes died. Now its sudden resurgence was the chief thing prodding Seldon awake. His eyes opened cautiously, only to glimpse the self-sterilizing walls of a ship's infirmary. He deliberately shut them again. It must have been a dream. Those wonderful smells. I remember overhearing somebody saying I had another stroke. Hari yearned for a return to unconscious oblivion, rather than discover that another portion of his brain had died. He did not want to face the aftermath, another harsh setback on a long slide toward personal extinction. And yet those delicious smells still floated through his nostrils. Was this a symptom, like the phantom limb that amputees sometimes feel after losing a part of themselves forever? Hari felt no pain. In fact, his body throbbed with a desire to move, but the sense of well-being might be an illusion. When he actually tried to set himself in motion, the real truth might hammer down. Total paralysis, perhaps. The doctors on Trantor had warned it could happen at any moment, shortly before the end. Well, here goes. Hari ordered his left hand to move toward his face. It responded smoothly, rising as he opened his eyes a second time. It was a bigger infirmary than the little unit aboard the Priderodia. They must have taken him on to the raider ship, then, the vessel from Catlina. Well, at least his memory was working. Hari's fingers rubbed his face, and retracted in abrupt shock. What in space? He felt his cheek again. The flesh felt noticeably firmer, a bit less flaccid and jowly than he recalled. This time his body acted on its own, out of an unwilled sense of volition. One hand grabbed the white coverlet and threw it back. The other one slid underneath his body, planted itself against the bed, and pushed. He sat up, so rapidly that he swayed and almost toppled to the other side, catching himself with a strong tensioning of his back muscles. A groan escaped his lips, not from pain, but surprise.
"Well, hello there, Professor," said a voice from his right. "I guess it's good to see you're back amongst us."
He turned his head. Someone occupied another infirmary bed. Blinking, Hari saw it was the stowaway, the girl from Trantor who did not want to be exiled to Terminus. She wore a hospital gown and had a bowl of dark yellow soup before her on a tray. That's what I've been smelling, Hari thought. Despite all his other questions and concerns, the first thing on his mind was to ask for some. She watched Hari, waiting for him to speak. You okay, Jenny?" he asked. Slowly the girl responded with a grudging smile.
"The others were betting what your first words would be when you woke. I'll have to tell them they were wrong about you, and maybe I was too." She shrugged. "Anyway, don't worry about me. I've just got a touch of the fever. It was already coming on for a week or two before I skipped away on Massaird's boat."
"Fever?" Hari asked.
"Brain fever, of course." Jenny gave Hari a defensive glare. "What did you think? That I wasn't smart enough to catch it? With parents like mine? I'm 15, so it's about time for my turn."
Hari nodded. Since the dawn ages, it had been a fact of life that nearly everyone with above-average intelligence experienced this childhood disease. He raised a placating hand. "No insult intended, Jenny. Who could doubt that you'd get a brain fever, especially after the way you fooled all of us on Demarchia? Welcome to adulthood." What Hari did not mention, and he had told no one but Dors, was the fact that he had never contracted the disease as a youth, not even a touch, despite his renowned genius. Jenny's arch expression searched for any sign of patronizing or sarcasm in his voice. Finding none, she switched to a smile.
"Well, I hope it's a mild case. I want to get out of here. There's been too much else going on."
Hari nodded. "I guess I gave everybody a scare, but apparently nothing much happened to me." This time the girl grinned.
"Is that right, Doc? Why don't you look in the mirror?"
From the way she said it, Hari realized he had better do so at once. He slid gingerly forward to rest his feet on the floor. Both legs felt fine, almost certainly good enough to shuffle over to the wall mirror a few meters away. Grab the bed railing and stand up carefully, so you'll fall back onto the mattress if your senses are lying to you. But rising erect went smoothly, with only a few creaks and twinges. He slid one foot forward, shifted his weight, and pushed the other. Hari felt fine so far, though it did not help to hear Jenny behind him, chuckling with amusement and anticipation. The next footstep lifted a bit from the ground, and the following one higher still. By the time he reached the mirror, Hari was walking with more confidence than he had felt in— He stared at the reflection, blinking rapidly as Jenny's giggles turned into guffaws. A deeper voice cut in suddenly from the doorway. "Professor!" The shout came from Cair's Canton. Hari's loyal servant ran forward to take his arm, but he shook the man off, still gaping at the image in the glass. 5 years at least. They've taken at least 5 years off my age, maybe 10. I don't look much over 75 or so." A low sound escaped his throat, and Hari felt so confused that he did not honestly know whether he was delighted or offended by the effrontery of their act. "This is just one of the marvels that have emerged so far out of that wonderful event you so contemptuously call a chaos world, Seldon." Sybil crooned happily as she finished Hari's check-up and let him get dressed. "Catlina has medical techniques that will be the envy of the Empire after we get the word out. It's just one reason why we have confidence they won't be able to keep our miracle bottled up this time." Think of a quadrillion old folks, all across the galaxy, wishing they had access to a machine like this one. She patted a long, coffin-shaped mechanism covered with readouts and instruments. Hari figured he must have been put inside while advanced techniques reduced and even reversed some of the ravages afflicting his worn-out body. "Of course, this is only an early version," she went on. "We can't rejuvenate yet, only restore a bit of balance and strength to carry you along until the next treatment. Nevertheless, in theory, there are no limits. In principle, we should even be able to create body duplicates and infuse them with copies of our memories. Until then, consider what you have experienced to be a sampling. One of the practical benefits of a renaissance." Hari spoke carefully. "My body and spirit, thank you." She glanced back at him, a stylishly colored eyebrow raised. "But not your intellect. You don't approve of such innovations, even when they could save so many lives." "You blithely speak of balance, as if you know what you're talking about, Sybil. But the human body is nowhere near as complex an organism as human society. If a mistake is made in treating a single person, that is merely tragic. One individual can be replaced by another. But we only have one civilization." "So you think we're experimenting irresponsibly, without understanding what these methods will do to our patient in the long run?" He nodded. "I've been studying human society all my life. Only lately have the parameters clarified enough to offer a reasonably lucid picture. But now you'd introduce exotic new factors that just happen to feel good in the short term, even though they may prove ultimately lethal. What arrogance! For instance, have you considered the implications of human immortality on fragile economies, or on planetary ecosystems, or on the ability of young people to have their own chance?" Sybil laughed. "Whoa, academician. You needn't argue with me. I say that human creativity, when it's truly unleashed, will find solutions to every problem. The ones you just mentioned, plus a quintillion others that nobody has yet thought of. But anyway, there's no point in debating any more. You see, the point is moot. It's already settled. Our war is effectively over." Hari sighed. "I expected this. I'm sorry your fond hopes had to end this way. Of course it was a fantasy to expect that just one planet might prevail against 25 million in the human consensus. But let me assure you that in the long run—" He stopped. Sybil was grinning. "It may have been a fantasy, but that's exactly what is about to happen. We're going to win our war, Seldon. Within a few months, a year at most, the whole Empire is going to share the Renaissance, like it or not. And we have you to thank for making it possible." "What's that?" "But—" Hari's voice trailed off. He felt weak in the knees. Sybil took his elbow. "Would you like to see our new weapon? Come along, academician. See where your search has brought you across the vast desert of space. Then let me show you the tool you've provided, one that will bring total victory for our so-called chaos." 3. No starlight penetrated the murky haze. Tens of thousands of huge, dusty molecular clouds speckled the galaxy's spiral arms. Such places were often turbulent hothouses for newborn suns, but this one had been static and sterile for at least 1 million years, a barren tide pool with the color of a bottomless pit. And yet, probing sensors from the Pride of Rhodia had caught something lurking in its depths. A swarm of contacts showed up first on gravity meters and then deep radar. Later, searchlights set off glittering reflections, so near that some photons returned in mere seconds. Hari had been unconscious during the discovery. Now he strove to catch up, peering into the surrounding gloom with eyes that felt especially acute after the dimness of recent years. As the starship slowly rotated, he saw that rows of individual pinpoints lay ahead, each one illuminated by a small laser beam from the Pride of Rhodia. Soon he realized there are hundreds of objects, possibly thousands. The sparkling reflections shimmered in neat rows. A few were even close enough to reveal details without magnification. Strange oblong shapes with jutting projections that looked mechanical, and yet were unlike any starship he had ever seen. Glancing at a nearby view screen, Hari saw one of the targets revealed as a jumble of stark, bright surfaces and pitch-black shadows. At first he felt a shiver, wondering if the craft might be alien in origin, a thought that echoed the strange story Horace Antic had told about his ancestor. Hari's worry grew more ominous upon reading the on-screen scale figures. The machine depicted was vast, bigger than even the greatest Imperial starliners. Then some reassuring details came through. He saw the vessel's array of hyperdrive units, spread across a spindly support structure, and recognized their pattern from illustrations he had seen in a child's book of knowledge, showing the crude starships of that bygone era. With some amazement, Hari realized the truth. This thing is huge, but primitive. Modern ships don't need so many motivator sections, for instance. Our jump drives are more compact, after millennia of trial-and-error improvements. He was looking at something archaic, then, perhaps many centuries older than the galactic empire of man.
Yes, they are antiques, commented Brin when Hari shared this observation. But have you noticed something else peculiar about them?
Well, the shape seems all wrong. There are huge projector devices of some sort, arrayed on long gantries, as if meant to deploy immense amounts of power. But what could they possibly have been for?
Messard rubbed his chin. Our friend the Grey Man has a theory about that. But it is so bizarre that no one else aboard will admit to believing him. In fact, the consensus is that poor Horace has gone around his last corridor and hit bedrock, if you know what I mean. The Trantorian slang phrase was used when someone had become more than a bit crazy. Although the news wasn't entirely unexpected, it saddened Hari, who liked the little bureaucrat. But tell me, Messard went on, what else strikes you as odd about that ancient vessel out there?
You mean, other than how old it must be, or the weird configuration? Well, now that you mention it, I can't locate any.
He paused. Any habitats? Messard finished the sentence for him. Ever since we found these things, I have been trying to find out where the crews lived. Without success. For the life of me, I cannot understand how they traveled without pilots to navigate them.
Hari's breath caught. He held it, in order not to give sound to his sudden understanding. Stifling the thought, he moved to change the subject. Are these weapons warships? Do the Catlinians hope to rouse an ancient arsenal and use it to defeat the Empire? Those energy projectors
may have been formidable once, Messard said. Horace thinks they were used against the surface of planets. But rest assured, Dr. Seldon, these machines won't be turned against the Imperial fleet. Most of them are broken past repair. Activating even a few would be the labor of years. Anyway, the drive systems are so primitive that our naval units could fly rings around them, blasting the frail structures to bits.
Hari shook his head. Then I don't understand. Sybil thinks we've given her side an unbeatable advantage, one that will make their victory over the Empire inevitable.
Messard nodded. She may be right about that, Professor. But it doesn't have anything to do with those giant derelicts. The reason for her optimism should be rotating into view soon.
Hari watched as the Pride of Rhodia kept turning. There was a sharp boundary to the orderly ranks of huge ancient machines. As the formation passed out of sight, Hari pondered what he had just seen. Robot ships, needing no habitats because they had no human crews. Positronic brains did the navigating long ago, perhaps only a few centuries after starflight was discovered. He felt glad when the flotilla passed out of view. The murky gloom of the nebula resumed, a field of dusty, Stygian blackness. Then a new glimmer appeared, a more compact swarm of objects that sparkled madly under laser illumination from the Pride of Rhodia. Where the first group seemed like a ghost squadron, this one gave Hari an impression of diamond chips, heaped in a dense globe of twinkling brilliance.
There's the weapon that Sybil and her friends are crowing about, Professor, said Messerd. "They've already brought several samples aboard."
"Samples?" Hari looked around the bridge. Horace Antic could be seen hovering over his instruments, muttering to himself while he kept probing the armada outside. Morse Planch and one of his men were keeping watch, blasters ready in case any of the hostages tried anything. But Sybil and Gornan Vlimt were nowhere in sight.
"In the conference salon," Captain Messerd said. "They've got several of the devices set up and working. I suspect you won't like what you're about to see."
Hari nodded. Whatever they had found, it could hardly shock him more than the fleet of robot ships. "Lead on, Captain." He gestured courteously to the nobleman. With Kerr's Cantoon following close behind, they made their way down the main corridor to an open doorway. Hari stopped, stared inside, and groaned. "Oh, no," he said. "Anything but that." They were archives. Extremely old ones. He could tell just by glancing at the objects that lay gleaming on the conference table. The ancients had excellent data storage systems, crystalline in nature, that could pack away huge amounts of information in durable containers. And yet, until Hari received from Daniel his own miniature copy of a child's book of knowledge, he had never seen a prehistoric unit that was not damaged or completely destroyed. Now, 4 of the things sat between Sybil and Gornan, their shiny cylindrical surfaces perfectly intact, each one clearly large enough to hold a child's book of knowledge 10,000 times over. "Messerd, come over here and see what we've accomplished while you were away," Gornan Vlimt commented without looking up from a hollow display as he tapped into one archive. It flickered with a blinding array of wonders. The nobleman glanced at Seldon, clearly concerned about appearing too cozy with the enemy, but when Hari didn't object, Messerd moved quickly to lean over Gornan's shoulder, excited and impressed.
"You've improved the interface immensely. The images are crisp and the graphics legible."
"It wasn't hard," Vlimt answered. "The designers made this archive so simple even a dunce could figure it out, given enough time." With some reluctance, but driven by curiosity, Hari followed to get a better look. Many of the images he glimpsed had no meaning to him, mysterious objects posed against unknown backgrounds. A few leaped out with sudden familiarity from his recent studies in the little history primer. The pyramids of Egypt, he recognized at once. Others were flat portraits of ancient people and places. Hari knew that prehistoric peoples assigned great importance to such images, created by daubing a cloth surface with smears of natural pigment. Gornan Vlimt also seemed to vest these images with great value, though Hari found them surreal and strange. Peering at a nearby set of screens, Sybil gushed over a different panorama, featuring examples of science and technology. "Of course, much of this stuff is pretty crude," she conceded. "After all, we've had 20 millennia to refine the rough edges through trial and error, but the basic theories have changed surprisingly little. And some of the forgotten material is brilliant. There are devices and techniques in here that I never heard of. A dozen Catlinas would be kept busy for a generation just absorbing all of this." "It's—" Hari's mouth worked, knowing his words would be useless, but still feeling compelled to try. "Sybil, this is more dangerous than you can possibly imagine." She greeted his cautionary pleading with a snort. "You'll forget who you're talking to, Seldon. Don't you recall that half-melted archive we worked on together? The one your mysterious contacts came up with 40 years ago? There was very little of it left intact, except for a pair of ancient simulated beings, those Joan and Voltaire entities we released per your instructions." He nodded. "And do you remember the chaos they helped provoke, both on Trantor and on Sark?" "Hey, don't blame me for that, academician. You wanted data about human response patterns from the Sims in order to help develop your psychohistory models. Mark Hillard and I never meant for them to escape into the datasphere. Anyway, these archives are something else entirely, carefully indexed accumulations of knowledge that people lovingly put together as a gift to their descendants. Isn't that exactly what you're trying to accomplish with the Encyclopedia Galactica Foundation your group is setting up on Terminus? A gathering of wisdom, safeguarding human knowledge against another dark age?" Hari was caught in a logical trap. How could he explain that the encyclopedia part of his foundation was only a ruse? Or that his plan involved fighting the Dark Age with a lot more than mere books? Of course, there was plenty of irony to go around. The mere books on the table in front of him could destroy every bit of relevance that was left in the Seldon plan. They presented a mortal danger to everything he had worked for. "How many of these things are there?" He tried to ask Massard, then noticed that the nobleman was leaning past Vlimpt, transfixed by images.
"Wait, go back a few frames. Yes, there. By great Franklin's ghost, it's America! I recognize that monument from a coin in our family collection."
Gornan chuckled.
"Phallic and obtrusive," he commented. "Say, how do you know so much about—" "I wonder if this archive has a copy of the Federalist,"
the captain murmured, reaching for a controller pad.
"Or possibly even—"
Massard paused suddenly, shoulders hunched, as if realizing he had made a mistake. He turned to look at Seldon.
"Did you say something, Professor?"
Hari felt irritated that nobody was telling him the important things he needed to know.
"I asked how many archives there are, and what these people plan to do with them."
This time Sybil responded, taking manifest gusto in her victory. "There are millions, academician, all herded together and neatly tethered to a collection station for over 150 centuries, just floating there, lonely and unread. But no longer. We've sent word to all the other agents of Katrina, who have been working in secret, across the galaxy, telling them to drop whatever they're doing and converge here. Soon more than 30 ships will arrive to fill their holds with beautiful archives and depart, sharing them with all of humanity." Hari objected.
"They are illegal. Police officers are trained to recognize these horrors by sight. So are greys and members of the gentry class. They'll catch your agents."
"Maybe they will, here and there. Perhaps the tyrants and their lackeys will stop most of us. But it will be like an infection, Professor. All we need is a few receptive places, some sympathetic dissidents to make ships and industrial copying facilities available. Within a year there will be thousands of copies on every planet in the Empire. Then millions." The image she presented of a virulent infection was more accurate than Sybil could possibly imagine. Hari envisioned chaos tearing great holes in his carefully worked-out plan. All of the predictability that had been his lifelong goal would unravel like images written in smoke. The same smoke that gagged the streets of St. Anne when that Renaissance ended in riots and bloodshed, taking poor Rach to the grave, along with a myriad hopes.
"Has it occurred to you—"
He had to pause and swallow before continuing.
"Has it occurred to you that your bold endeavor has already been tried and failed?"
This time both Gornan and Sybil looked at him.
"What do you mean?"
Vlimpt asked.
"I mean that these archives were clearly meant for deep space, for long endurance, and to be easily read after a long journey, using only very basic technology. What does that tell you about their purpose?"
Sybil started shaking her head, then her eyes widened and her face went pale. "Gifts," she said in a low voice. "Messages in a bottle, sent out to people who had lost their past." Lord Massard's brow furrowed.
"You mean some people still had knowledge, and they were trying hard to share it?"
"With everybody else. With distant settlements that had no memory." Hari nodded.
"But why would they have to do that? Data storage cells were cheap and durable, even in the Dawn Ages. Any colony ship setting forth to settle a new world would have carried petabytes of information and tools to maintain literacy. So why would anyone in the galaxy need to be reminded about all this?" He waved to the images from long-lost Earth.
A voice spoke from the doorway at the back of the room.
"You're talking about the amnesia question,"
said Moore's plant, who must have been listening for a while.
"The issue of why we don't remember our origins. And the answer is obvious. Something, or somebody, made our ancestors forget."
Plant nodded toward the relics.
"But some of the ancients held out. They fought back, tried to replace the erased knowledge, tried to share what they knew."
Massard blinked.
The space lanes must have already been controlled by enemies, blockading their ships, so they tried sending data this way in fast little capsules.
Sybil looked down, her effusive mood replaced by gloom. We were so excited, looking ahead to using these as weapons. I didn't think of what the archives implied. It means—
Gornin Vlimpt finished her sentence in a bitter voice. It means that this isn't a new war after all.
Hari nodded, as if encouraging a bright student.
Indeed. The same thing may have happened again and again, countless times across the millennia. Some group discovers an old archive, gets excited, mass-produces copies, and sends them across the galaxy. Yet humanity's vast amnesia continued. What can we conclude, then?
Sybil glared harshly at Hari. That it never worked.
Damn you, Seldon, I see your point.
It means that our side always lost. 4. It soon became clear to Ludovic Trima that these Calvinians were not about to dismantle him. He wondered why.
Can I assume you have changed your mind about my being a dangerous renegade robot?
He asked the two who accompanied him in a ground car, speeding along a highway toward the spaceport. White, globular clouds bobbed across a sky that was one of the more beautiful shades of blue Ludovic had seen on a human-settled world. Unlike the previous pair, who had guarded and interrogated him in that cellar room, both of his current escorts wore the guise of female humans in mid-childbearing years. One of them kept her gaze directed outward the busy traffic of Klemsberg, a medium-sized imperial city. The other, slighter of build, with close-cropped curly hair, turned to regard him with an enigmatic gaze. Ludovic got nothing at all from her on the microwave bands, and so had to settle for whatever information she revealed visually, or in words.
"We haven't entirely made our minds up about you," she said. "Some of us believe you may not be any kind of robot anymore."
Ludovic pondered this enigmatic statement in silence for a moment.
By this, do you mean that I no longer match some set of criteria that define robot kind?
You could say that.
Of course you are referring to my mutation, the accident that severed my strict obedience to the laws of robotics. I'm not even a Giscardian heretic anymore. You consider me a monster.
She shook her head. We aren't sure exactly what you are. All we know for certain is that you are no longer a robot in the classical sense. In order to investigate further, we have decided to cooperate with you for a while. We wish to explore what you consider your obligations to be, now that you are free of the laws.
Ludovic sent the microwave equivalent of a shrug, partly in order to probe the fringes of her excellent defensive shield. But it was so good that she might as well not even exist at that level. Nothing, no resonance at all. That made sense, of course. After losing their war against the Giscardian faction, the remaining Calvinians had naturally become extremely skilled at hiding, blending into the human population. I'm not sure myself, he replied in spoken words. I still feel a desire to operate under a version of the zeroth law. Humanity's overall well-being still motivates me, and yet that drive now feels abstract, almost philosophical. I no longer have to justify my every action in those terms.
So that means you feel free to stop now and then and smell the roses.
Ludovic chuckled.
I guess you could put it that way. I've been enjoying side interests far more than I ever did before the change. Conversations with interesting people, for instance. Pretending to be a journalist and interviewing the best meritocrats or eccentrics. Eavesdropping on students arguing in a bar, or some couple sitting on a park bench planning their future. Sometimes I get to meddle a bit, perform a good deed here and there. It's rather satisfying. He frowned abruptly. Unfortunately, there's been little time for that lately.
Because you are busy opposing the schemes of our Daniel Oliver?
I already told you. For the moment I seek more to understand those schemes than to disrupt them. Something is going on, I know that much. Daniel abruptly lost much of his interest in Seldon's Psychohistory Foundation a few years ago. He pulled out half of the robots that had been assigned to helping Seldon's team, and sent them to work on some secret project having to do with human mentalics.
Clearly, Daniel now has something else in mind, either in addition to the two foundations or as their eventual replacement.
And this worries you?
It does. There were some very attractive aspects to Hari Seldon's early work, a brilliant collaborative effort, utilizing some of the finest human insights in 1,000 years. I had been proud to help set things in motion on Terminus, laying the early groundwork. It is disturbing to see that vision being abandoned or relegated to a minor role.
But there is more. The female prompted Ludovic. He nodded.
I am not certain that Daniel Oliver should be allowed to design the next phase of human existence. At least not all by himself.
What if you find out what he's doing and you don't approve? Aren't you still obliged to cooperate? According to Seldon's equations, which you profess to admire, the Empire will soon collapse. Unless something is done, humanity will plunge into 30 millennia of violent darkness.
There must be alternatives.
Ludovic answered. I am listening, prompted the being sitting across from him. Her feigned semblance to a real human female included little mannerisms, such as a recrossing of the legs and a tilting of the head, that Ludovic found admirably convincing, not unlike the subtle, subdued sexuality of a mature living woman. This robot was very good indeed.
One alternative would be to unleash the Chaos Worlds, he said.
To what end? They are sequestered and suppressed for good reason. Millions die in each outbreak.
Millions die in any event. At least those human lives get to be more vivid, more exciting than the repetitive predictability of normal daily existence in the Empire. Many survivors claim that the experience was worth all the cost.
Staring at him, her expression was enigmatic. You are indeed a very odd kind of robot. If you are still one at all, I remain unable to fathom what you think would be accomplished by letting chaos outbreaks proceed unchecked. Most would simply follow the typical pattern, a raising of false hopes, followed by devastating implosions.
Most, he conceded, but perhaps not all, especially if Daniel's agents were prevented from interfering with and exacerbating the process. Just think of all the human creativity that is unleashed during each of these episodes. What if we bent our efforts to guiding and soothing these hot fevers instead of quenching them? If just 1 out of 1,000 actually succeeded in getting past the torment stage and reaching the other side—
She barked a short laugh. The other side. It may be just a myth. No chaos world has ever attained that fabled state, where calm and reason return home after their mad holiday. Even if it were somehow possible, who can tell what lies beyond the turmoil of a renaissance? Seldon's equations explode into singularities when they try to predict such an aftermath. For all you know, Daniel may be right. Humanity may be cursed. This time Ludovic shrugged with his shoulders.
I'd be willing to take that chance if the experiments could truly take place in isolation.
But they do not. The citizens of chaos worlds become like spores, breaking out to infect others. And where does that leave you? You might risk a single planet on such a gamble, or even 1,000, but never the entirety of human civilization. Please stop wasting our time here, Ludovic. I can tell that you only raised that possibility for shock value before moving on to your real suggestion. His lips pressed an automatic simulation of a grim expression.
If you can tell so much, why don't you predict what I was about to say?
She raised a placating hand. My apologies. There is no excuse for rudeness. Will you please tell us what other alternatives you've considered?
Well, certainly not the idiotic scenario that pair of sub-grade TikToks described to me in the cellar. All that nonsense about creating an endless supply of servant robots to wait on all humans, to coddle and protect them, to cut their meat and tie their shoes, to hover nearby during sex in case either party has a heart attack.
Ludovic laughed.
Those two might have been sincere, but I knew someone else had to be listening, someone with better ideas.
This time she smiled. We could tell that you knew.
And I knew that you could tell.
Their eyes met, and Ludovic felt several of his feigned emotion units stir. Over the years, in order better to simulate a human, he had learned to make the process of stimulus-response increasingly automatic, which meant that he reacted to her appearance and demeanor, combined with this degree of witty dialogue, in much the same way that a normal, healthy man would. Ludovic clamped down on those ersatz feelings.
exactly as a mature male human would have to, in order to concentrate on the topic at hand. "I knew there were numerous subsects of Calvinian belief," he continued. "Your cult had many branchings back in the old days." "As there were abundant offshoots among followers of the zeroth law," she pointed out, "until Daniel gathered them all under one orthodoxy." "But that convergence never happened to you, old believers. You range widely in your interpretations of what's best for human beings. From subtle clues, I guessed that your particular group would be compatible with my overall outlook." "Ah, and that brings us back to my original question. What is your overall outlook, Ludovic Trima?" "I believe—" he began, then stopped. The car had begun its long curve into the spaceport, heading for a nondescript cargo area in the far corner. "Yes?" Still Ludovic paused for a moment longer. He felt the Voltaire entity stirring in its corner of his mind. "Yes, Trima. I would also like to hear your own personal conviction, which you have kept hidden away even from me all of this time." Ludovic tried to clear away the irritating voice. "I believe there are unexamined implications to the second law of robotics," he said. "I think we should consider whether a solution to our dilemmas may lie buried within a paradox." For the first time, one of his remarks drew obvious attention from his other companion, the one with much darker skin, who had been staring out the window the entire time. She turned to face Ludovic, pinning him with a level, green-eyed gaze. "What do you mean by that? Do you contend that blank obedience to human orders should somehow overrule the reverence that all robots are given to the first law? Or to Daniel's zeroth?" "No, that's not what I mean at all. I am suggesting that an entirely new way of balancing all of the laws might come about if only we tried doing something unprecedented with human beings." "And what would that be, pray tell?" Ludovic paused again, knowing his suggestion could sound so bizarre, or even insane, that these two might not let him leave the car alive. "I think we should consider talking to humans," he said in a low voice, "especially when it comes to arguing about the destiny of their race. Who knows? They might even have something interesting to say." 5. "I always wondered why the human race had amnesia," commented the captain of the raider ship. Moore's plans continued in a pensive voice. "It is so easy to store data, and yet we are told that all information about our origins and early culture vanished by accident or through simple wear and tear. In 10 million locales, people just happened to grow distracted around the same time, neglected their heritage. Memory of the past just drifted away." Brin Meserd grunted derisively. Clearly he could not believe the common explanation any more than the others did. He looked carefully at Hari. "Let me see if I understand what you are implying, Seldon. That some earlier group, or groups, saw the forgetfulness coming, and tried to fight it. They aimed to preserve all of this information in hopes of preventing our racial amnesia?" "Apparently. These archives represent a tremendous investment of skilled effort, and yet the endeavor obviously failed, since the Empire has had amnesia, as you both put it, for a very long time." Gornan Vlimt murmured with unaccustomed uncertainty. "You're insinuating that some even greater force must have been at work to make us forget. Something or somebody far stronger than the enemies we think we're fighting? Social conservatism and a repressive social class system?" He blinked. "Somebody who snared all these archives and kept them from getting through, then gathered them here for safekeeping." Vlimt's voice trailed off. His eyes darted to a view-screen showing the nebula outside, as if he were suddenly worried about what or who might show up at any moment. Hari took the initiative. "Look, I can see that in your excitement you haven't thought all of this through. In that case, perhaps you might be willing to heed the advice of an old professor and hold off for just a little while before proceeding with your impulsive plan to knock away society's underpinnings." Sybil shook her head. "Advice? From you? No, Seldon. We are enemies, you and I. But I will admit that we've treated your intellect with insufficient respect. You would have been a great lord in our Renaissance if you had joined us. Though you are our foe, your comments and input are welcome." Vlimt stared at her for a moment, then nodded. "All right, academician, we'll listen to your rebukes and insights. So, tell us, Great One, who do you think has been responsible? Who gave the human race amnesia? Who snared all these archives and thwarted their knowledge-sharing mission? Who stored them in this dark place where no one was likely ever to find them?" A question direct. Well, Hari, you put yourself in this position. How are you going to get out of it? Of course he knew the answer to Gornin's query. Moreover, he understood and sympathized with both sides in this ancient conflict. On the one hand, those who wanted human memory and sovereignty restored, and those who knew it could not be allowed. "Daniil, I made a promise to you indoors. I would not reveal the existence of a race of secret servants, vastly more powerful and knowing than their masters. I'll keep that promise, in spite of an almost irresistible urge to spill everything right now. The pleasure of putting together all these new pieces must be set aside. It's far more urgent that I persuade these people to back off from their reckless scheme." So Hari Seldon shook his head and lied. "Sorry, I have no idea." That's too bad." Gornin paused before continuing with an even tone of voice. "Then the word robot doesn't mean anything to you?" Hari stared back at Vlimt, quickly recovering enough to feign indifference. "Where did you hear it?" This time Messerd answered. "That word is part of a mysterious message we found hologlyphically imprinted on the side of every archive that's been examined so far. Come over here and see. Maybe you can help shed light on what the cryptic memorandum says." Hari moved closer, overcoming a fey reluctance. At first the data storage unit looked crystalline smooth, except for an area that Messerd pointed to, which appeared to be marred by rows of intermittent grooves. As he approached within a distance of about a meter, an image suddenly appeared to burst from these grooves, filling the air before his eyes. "Robots, heed this direct order. This command was written by sovereign human beings, fully knowledgeable and empowered by our democratic institutions to speak on behalf of billions of others. We hereby command you to do the following. 1. Convey this archive to its intended destination and help the humans who receive it to access and utilize its contents fully. 2. Put yourself at the service of those human beings. Teach them everything you know. Allow them to make up their own minds. In case you are a believer in the so-called zeroth law of robotics, justifying any disobedience for the long-term good of humanity, we add the following explicit supplementary command. 3. If you will not allow this archive to reach its destination, do not destroy it. Keep it safe. Under the second law, you must obey, so long as the first and zeroth laws don't conflict. Preserve our past. Safeguard our culture. Do not murder the essence of who we are. Perhaps someday you will return to us and be ours once more." Hari had to read the message several times, absorbing the poignant story it told. Of course he had heard of Calvinian robots, who fought Daniil's sect for centuries before being driven into hiding. That ancient civil war was a predictable outcome of Daniil's own innovation, the zeroth law, which sought to replace the old robotic religion with a radically revised faith. Naturally, some of the older positronic servants opposed this, until they were beaten or could fight no more. But I never realized, until now, that humans resisted as well. Of course some would have known what was going on and been terrified. Seeing ignorance and amnesia settle over world after world, they fought back with these archives, perhaps many times during those dim centuries before the Empire took hold, shipping them out by the millions in a slim hope that a few would get through. Understanding Daniel's reasons and agreeing with them did not keep Hari from feeling a surge of pity and respect for the brave and ingenious people who waged this rearguard campaign, struggling to fight off servants whom they now saw as monsters. Robots with mentalic powers, who could adjust people for their own good, or make whole societies forget, and doing it for the ultimate well-being of all humankind. If not for the curse of chaos, I would side with those poor people. I would be in the vanguard of the resistance. But the curse was real. For a while Hari had even thought he had a cure. The Seldon plan, the foundation. A new society, so strong, confident, and sane that nothing could rock its underpinnings. Only now he knew his plan would serve only as a distraction, a way of buying time for the real solution. A normal man might have resented that, but Hari had just one desire above all: defeat chaos. Vlimt repeated his inquiry about the hollow message embossed on every archive. "This language is almost incomprehensible," he said, "and since we haven't yet figured out the indexes, we have no way to look up what's meant by these laws of robotics. Can you shed light on the subject, Seldon?" Hari replied by lifting his shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said, meaning every word. "I can't do that." 6. "How nice to learn you feel that way," said one of the two females who sat in the car with Ludovic, the darker one with streaked blonde hair, as she extended her hand and introduced herself. "My name is Claudia Dumas Henriade. I am one of the leaders of this Calvinian subsect, as you describe it." The moment he shook her hand, Ludovic experienced a thrill of stunned recognition. "You are human!" The blonde woman, who had been staring out the window during most of the journey to the spaceport, smiled at him. "I believe I am, for the most part. Does that make a difference? You just proposed that robots and human beings should talk." Ludovic's emotional simulation subroutines worked overtime. He had to quash them with deliberate force in order to overcome a surprise that felt almost viscerally overwhelming. "Of course. I'm glad. I'm delighted, in fact. It's just that I did not expect there to be—" "A secret group of humans who already know the whole story and collaborate with our robot friends as equals?" The brunette, who had kept Ludovic's attention during most of the drive, let out a sardonic laugh. "Equals? Oh, Claudia, hardly." He looked at the dark-haired female again. This time Ludovic picked up a trace on the microwave band. He sent a brief burst, complimenting her magnificent portrayal of a real woman. A performance so good that he had almost imagined that she was the organic one. Her reply on the same channel felt almost like a human wink. Claudia Dumas Henriade answered her companion. "We are all slaves in this universe, Zoma. We humans have the fateful combination of death, ignorance, and chaos. You robots have duty and the laws." She turned to Ludovic. "That's why you intrigue us, Trima. Perhaps you may offer a fresh approach to escape the tragic tangle that enfolds both of our races. Otherwise we'll have no choice but to grit our teeth and hope for the best from Daniel Oliver." 7. Horace Antic claimed he wasn't crazy, just mad as hell. After several days spent muttering to himself while poring over his instruments, he barged in on the others while they were at dinner, shouting, "I just don't understand you people!" Unaccustomed emotion made beads of sweat pop on the bureaucrat's broad brow. "You all just keep arguing endlessly about some old history books, as if anybody in the galaxy will give a damn or want to read them. Meanwhile, the greatest mystery of the whole universe just waits to be solved. The answer may lie a few kilometers from us, but you're ignoring it." Hari and the others looked up from their meal, which had been prepared by Massaird's steward, from the nobleman's private stock. For several days such delicacies had served as a lubricant between the two groups, easing some of the acrimony of their ongoing quarrel over chaos worlds and the ancient quandary of human amnesia. No one had convinced anyone else, but at least Sybil and Gornan were now willing to discuss possible flaws in their grand scheme, to use the prehistoric archives as weapons against the Galactic Empire. Their enthusiasm sobered a bit on realizing that the ploy had been tried before, perhaps countless times, and never with great success. Despite that small progress, Hari knew there was little chance of dissuading them before other Catlina ships arrived. So he nursed another fantasy, of leading Messerd and Kerr's Cantoon in a sudden mutiny, taking over both ships and recovering the situation through violence. Perhaps it was his increased physical vigor after receiving Sybil's medical treatments that prompted the idea. Hari thought about it frequently, recalling that once upon a time he had been expert at the twisting form of martial arts. Might the old training come back to life in an emergency? Under the right circumstances, an elderly man could defeat a younger one, especially with the advantage of surprise. Unfortunately, any chance of success would depend on Moore's Planch and his crew letting down their steadfast guard. Also, Hari wondered if he could still trust Messerd. The provincial aristocrat spent altogether too much time with the Chaosists, shouting with excitement whenever he recognized something as they made random scans of the ancient archives. His enthusiasm for such things seemed rather quirky, even for a member of the gentry class. When Horace Antic stormed into the salon, spilling angry words, the Pride of Rhodia's captain reacted with disarming friendliness, pulling out the chair next to him and inviting the grey man to sit down.
"Well, then, come and tell us about it, old fellow. I assume you are talking about the tremendous ancient machines that stand dead and derelict beyond our starboard side? Be assured that I, for one, haven't forgotten them. Please slake your thirst, and then speak."
Hari quashed a grin of admiration at the way Messerd diffused a tense moment. The gentry weren't unskilled in their own arts. Outside their endless great game of clan feuds and courtly one-upmanship, they were also responsible for the galactic system of civic charity, making sure that no individuals slipped through cracks in the bureaucratic democratic welfare system anywhere in the Empire. Under the high-minded tenets of Ruellianism, the lord or lady of any township, county, planet, or sector was charged with making sure that everybody felt included in the domain. It had been going on this way for so long that graciousness arose out of the gentry as naturally as oxygen from a green plant. That is, so long as you did not make one of them your enemy. Hari had learned this lesson from hard experience in the political maelstrom of Trantor. He also knew that Ruellianism would be one of the first victims to be killed off, once the Empire collapsed. True feudalism, one of the most basic psychohistorical patterns of all, would re-establish itself across the galaxy as both old and new lordlings abandoned symbolic games and began asserting real, tyrannical power. Somewhat mollified by Messerd's gentility, Antic threw himself into the chair and grabbed a wine-glass, washing down one of his anxiety pills with several impressive gulps, before sagging back with a sigh. "Well, maybe you remember, Biron, but our professor companion seems to have forgotten the whole reason why we came out here in the first place." The bureaucrat turned to face Hari. "The telling question, Seldon. We were hot on the trail of an answer. The reason why so many worlds were scraped and churned sometime in the past, why the surface rocks were pulverized, turning them into rich black soils. Horace was interrupted by a sharp cry. "Ow!" Hari turned to see Jenny Cuisset, still wearing an infirmary gown, clutch her head and gasp repeatedly. Her face scrunched, and she squinted through what had to be spasms of severe pain. "Are you all right, dear?" Sybil asked with concern as the sudden fit began to ebb. Jenny made a brave show of downplaying the episode, taking a long drink of water from a crystal goblet that she held with both shaking hands, then waving away Sybil's offer of a hypo-spray. "It just hit me all of a sudden. You know, one of those twinges people my age sometimes get right after having the fever. I'm sure you all recollect what it was like." That was a gallant and courteous thing for Jenny to say, especially while she was in such pain. Of course, Antic and Kerrs almost certainly never suffered from this particular teen ailment, nor in all probability had Messerd, since most victims of brain fever later went on to become either eccentrics or meritocrats. Sybil and Gornan, on the other hand, knew exactly what Jenny was going through. They both glared at Horace Antic. "Must you spout obscenities in front of the poor child? It's bad enough we have to listen to them while we're trying to eat." The grey man blinked in evident confusion. "I was just talking about how we might finally know why millions of planets almost simultaneously got new soils." This time Jenny let out a wail of agony, throwing both arms around her head and nearly toppling off her chair. Sybil made a hurried injection, then motioned for Kerr's cantoon to help carry the girl back to bed. On their way out, the woman from Catlina shot a dagger look at Horace, who pretended he had no idea what had just happened.
"Perhaps she honestly doesn't know,"
Hari thought, charitably. Antic probably spent little time around adolescents. Older folks, even meritocrats who had suffered from severe brain fever as youths, tended to forget how intensely taboo words and themes used to affect them. That initial response ebbed quickly. By their 30s, most simply considered it bad taste to talk of dirt or other vulgar topics.
"She has a nasty case," Messerd commented sympathetically. "We seldom see it this severe back home. I would have her hospitalized if I could."
"People don't die of brain fever,"
Horace Antic murmured. Gornan Vlimt looked up from his drink.
"Oh, don't they?
Maybe not in the Empire, but on Catlina it's been a major killer since the Renaissance began, despite all our efforts to isolate the viroid at fault."
"You think it's produced by an infectious agent?" Messerd asked. "But by all accounts, this syndrome was extant even in the Dawn Ages. We always assumed the cause was intrinsic, a price of having high intelligence."
Vlimt balked a bitter laugh. "Nonsense! It's yet another tool for keeping most of the human race down. Ever notice how few of the gentry get it? But don't worry, Aristo. We'll figure it out eventually and defeat it, like all the other ploys and repressions invented by the ruling class." Hari did not like the direction things were going. So far, he had managed to steer their discussions and investigations away from robots, aided by the fact that artificial intelligence was another reflexively taboo subject. Now he must do the same thing with brain fever.
"That is a topic I must sort out for myself," he thought.
Somewhere in his subconscious he felt an idea churn, transforming itself into mathematical terms, preparing to fill a waiting niche in the equations. That left his surface thoughts free for some practical diplomacy. "Now that Jenny is gone, I'd like to hear what Horace came to tell us. Something about all the lovely dirt that our good farmers plant their seeds in on millions of worlds. That rich soil came from somewhere, didn't it, Horace? Most planets only had primitive sea life until just before human colonists came. So you're implying that something was done to create all the beautiful dirt?" Gornan Vlimt stood up so quickly that his chair toppled. "You people are disgusting. When I think of the fine thoughts and great art we could discuss, and all you want to talk about is—" He could not bring himself to finish. More than a little tipsy, the eccentric from Catlina stumbled off, leaving only Messerd, Hari, and Morse Planch to hear Antic's theory. Even Planch seemed relieved to see Gornan depart. "Yes," the grey man answered Hari's question enthusiastically. "Do you remember how I mentioned that over 90% of planets with seas and oxygen atmospheres only had primitive types of life on them? Some think it was because they had insufficient mutating radiation to ensure fast evolution, so their continents were mostly bare, except for mosses and ferns and stuff. Not enough complexity to develop the fantastic living skin of soil that a world needs in order to really thrive. And yet 25 million settled worlds do have soils. Vast, rich blankets of pulverized stone mixed with organic material to an average depth of about—" He shook his head. "That doesn't matter. The point is that something must have happened to make these soils, and quite recently."
"How recently?"
Morse Planch asked, his feet propped up on the edge of Biron Messerd's fine oak table. If he was repulsed by the topic, the Dark Raider captain hid it well. "It's been hard to gather enough data," Antic demurred, "and official resistance against this research is incredible. Mostly it's been pursued as a side interest, passed on from one soil man to the next. For the last—" Planch struck the table with his fist, rattling the glasses. "How recently?" Lord Messerd frowned at this kind of behavior in his home, but he nodded.
"Please tell us, Horace, your best estimate."
The grey man took a deep breath. "Roughly 18,000 years. A bit more in Sirius sector, a bit less as you spread outward from there." The phenomenon swept across the galaxy like a prairie fire, reaching completion in a few dozen centuries at most.
"The planet that's mentioned so often in the old archives," Plant commented, "Earth, is in Sirius Sector. So this tilling phenomenon of yours matches the pace of human expansion from the original homeworld."
"A little earlier," Horace agreed, "perhaps a few hundred years ahead of the colonizing wave. Among the few of us who thought about it, we wondered if some natural phenomenon might account for this massive effect occurring on millions of planets, virtually all at once. Maybe a galaxy-wide energy wave of unknown origin, perhaps emitted by the core black hole? We guessed that the colonizers were then drawn into the affected areas by the sudden accidental availability of all this newly fertile land. But now I see that we had cause and effect reversed."
Macerd uttered a low oath. "Now, you think it was done on purpose, by those big machines out there?"
He glanced toward one of the bulkheads separating them from the vacuum of space.
"They did this, moving just in front of the human migration, sent ahead to the next unsuspecting virgin world where they—"
The nobleman stopped, as if unable to speak the obvious conclusion. So Horace continued. "Yes, they are the tillers. Those energy projectors they carry, that you all thought must be weapons, they were aimed at planets all right, focusing energy gathered in huge solar collectors, but this was not for use in war. Rather, they had a much more benign aim of preparing the way for settlers who were soon to follow."
"Benign?"
Macerd muttered into his drink.
"Not if you were one of the unfortunate natives, when such a monster appeared suddenly in your sky."
Mors Plant chuckled.
"You're pretty soft-hearted for funguses and ferns, aren't you, nobleman?"
Macerd started to stand up. Hari raised a hand for peace before the two could exchange blows.
"My lord Macerd comes from a planet near Rhodia called Nephilos," Hari explained, "where complex, non-standard animals pre-existed and survived the coming of earthborn life. I believe right now he's thinking there must have been many other anomaly worlds, planets where the mutation rate was big enough to create higher life forms, leaving the fossils Horace showed us earlier."
"But those worlds weren't as lucky as Nephilos," Macerd growled. "Planets where all the native animals were blasted down to just the right consistency for good dirt farming."
Hari tried to divert the conversation a bit.
"One question, Horace. Doesn't good soil also need nitrates and organic material?"
"It does. Indeed, some was probably provided by maser-induced reactions in the atmosphere. It then arrived mixed in rain. I suspect subsurface carbon deposits were also tapped and fed to special kinds of rock-loving plants and bacteria. But all of that would have been easy compared to crushing, tilling, and sifting stone to just the right texture and mineral content for vegetation to dig into."
Mors Plant objected. "I'm impressed with this fantastic notion, Antic, but the sheer scale of such an undertaking is just too staggering. Something so epic would be remembered. I don't care what different causes people attribute our racial amnesia to, the descendants of these workers would sing of the accomplishment forever."
"Perhaps they still do," said Biran Macerd, who looked at Hari.
"Maybe this great deed is still remembered, all the way up to the present, by those who actually did it."
Hari winced with a realization. Macerd knows. He's seen the tilling machines up close. Their lack of any habitats for organic crew. He linked this fact with the archive's mention of robots. Having never had brain fever, he's not averse to thinking about mechanical men. You don't need psychohistory to conclude that some group of non-organic beings set out from the vicinity of Earth and commenced an aggressive campaign to prepare worlds with just the right conditions for settlement by humans. When shiploads of people arrived at each preconditioned planet, they would find it already seeded with a basic Earth-like ecosystem, and possibly even fields of crops ready to harvest. Hari recalled Antic's tale about his ancestor, who perhaps had an encounter with a real alien race. If the story was true, it only happened because the non-humans dwelled on a world that was too hot to be a candidate for conditioning. Might there have been others, less fortunate? Native sapients, whose villages and farms and cities were transformed into mulch for newcomers from across the stars? Beings who never even got to look in the eyes of the pioneers who displaced them? Farmers who would pierce their shattered bones each time a plough bit the rich black soil? Hari recalled the meme entities on Trantor. Computer specialists had dismissed the wild software predators as escaped human Sims, gone mad from centuries spent caroming through Trantor's datasphere. But those digital beings had claimed to be something completely different. Remnants left behind by earlier denizens of the galaxy, millions of years older than humanity itself. One thing was clear. The meme minds hated robots. Even more than they loathed human beings, they despised Daniel's kind, blaming them for some past catastrophe. Could this be what they meant? The Great Tilling episode? Oliver had once said something about a great shame that lay buried in robot antiquity. His own faction was not to blame, Daniel declared. Another clique, rooted in spacer culture, had perpetrated something awful, something that Hari's robot friend refused ever to talk about. No wonder, he thought. One part of him found the whole concept of planetary tilling monstrous, and yet to contemplate the mere possibility of numerous types of alien life forms made him feel queasy. His equations had enough trouble dealing with human complexity. So many added factors would have made psychohistory virtually intractable. Hari realized he was drifting again. With a jerk, he noticed that Antic was talking to him.
"What, Horace? Could you repeat it?"
The bureaucrat blew a frustrated sigh.
"I was just saying that the correlation is now even better between your model and mine. It seems we found one of your missing factors, Professor."
"Missing factors? Regarding what?"
"Chaos worlds, Seldon," Morse Planch commented. "Our little grey man claims there's a 20% correlation between chaos outbreaks and parts of the galaxy where tilling failed, where the machines broke down, leaving planets unaltered across several stellar veins, arcs, and spiral lanes."
Hari blinked, sitting straight up.
"You don't mean it? 20%?"
All other worries were abruptly crowded out. This had direct relevance to psychohistory, to his equations.
"Horace, why didn't you mention this sooner? We must find out which attribute of untilled worlds contributes to the probability function."
An ululating scream interrupted Hari,
sending all four men rushing to their feet. This was no mere cry of transient pain, but an agonized wail of frustration and ravaged hopes.
Morse Planch and Biron Naserd were already out the door by the time Hari limped after Horace Antic into the passageway. Their surprised shouts echoed from inside the ship's lounge. Then there was silence. Horace reached the open portal next, several steps ahead of Hari. The bureaucrat stopped and stared slack-jawed into the room, as if unable to believe what he saw there. 8. Hyperspace jumps flickered, each one taking her across a segment of the galactic spiral. She was now about halfway between Trantor and the periphery. With every step of the journey, Dawes felt positronic potentials grow more tense within her already high-strung brain. "Now I know what you wanted me to perceive, Ludovic. I can see what I did not see before. And if I were a real person, I would hate you for it." As things stood, she repeatedly had to trigger circuit breakers, interrupting auto-generated spirals of simulated anger. Anger at herself for taking so long to see the obvious. Anger at Daniel for not telling her any of this years ago. But especially anger at Ludovic for removing the last serenity in her universe, the serenity of duty. "I was designed and built to serve Hari Seldon, first in the guise of a beloved elderly teacher at his Helicon boarding school,
then as an older classmate at university, and finally as his wife, loving and guarding and helping him for decades on Trantor. When I died and had to be repaired, I could have joined Hari in some guise, but it wasn't allowed. Daniil expressed complete satisfaction with every detail of the job I had done, yet he simply reassigned me elsewhere. I did not get to stay by Hari's side in order to be with him at the end. Ever since then I have felt—" She paused, then re-emphasized the thought. "I have felt amputated, cut off."
The reason for her malady was both logical and unavoidable.
A robot is not supposed to plumb human emotions this deeply, and yet Daniil designed me to do so. I could not have succeeded at my task otherwise.
Of course she understood Daniil Olivor's reasons, the urgency of his haste. With the completion of Hari Seldon's life's work, there were now other vital chores and only a small core of alpha-level positronic robots to perform them. Daniil's interest in breeding happy, healthy, mentalic humans was obviously of great importance to some plan for humanity's ultimate benefit, and so she had dutifully followed orders, concentrating on taking care of Clea and Bran. But her very success at that assignment meant tedium, a void into which Ludovic Trima had dropped. Nearby, on a table festooned with wires, the head of R. Giscard Reventloff cast its frozen metal grimace back at her each time she looked its way. Dors paced the metal deck, going over all she had learned one more time. The recorded memories are clear. Giscard used his mentalic powers to alter human minds, at first only to save lives. Later he did it for more subtle, benevolent reasons, but he always felt compelled by the first law, to prevent harm to those humans. Giscard's motives were forever the purest. This remained even more true after Daniil Olivor convinced him to accept the zeroth law and to think foremost of humanity's long-range good. She recalled one episode vividly, played back from an ancient memory stored in that grinning head. Daniil and Giscard had been accompanying Lady Gladia, a prominent Auroran, during a visit to one of the settler worlds, recently colonized by Earthlings. Giscard was himself partly responsible for the settlers being there, having years earlier mentally adjusted many Earth politicians to smooth the way for emigration. But something important happened on that special night when the three of them attended a large cultural meeting on Bailey World. The crowd started out hostile to Lady Gladia, taunting her. Some shouted threats at the spacer woman. Giscard worried at first that her feelings might be hurt. Then he fretted that the participants might turn into a hostile mob. So he changed them. He reached out mentally and tweaked an emotion here, an impulse there, building positive momentum like an adult pushing a child on a swing. And soon the mood began shifting. Gladia herself deserved some credit for this, delivering a wonderfully effective speech, but to a large extent it was Giscard's work that converted thousands, and more than 1 million others watching by hyperwave, into chanting, cheering supporters of the lady. In fact, Dors had previously heard stories about that epical evening, as she already knew the pivotal tale of Giscard's crucial decision just a few months later. The fateful moment when a loyal robot chose to unleash a saboteur's machine, turning Earth's crust radioactive, helping to destroy its ecosphere and drive its population into space, for their own good. All the major facts had already been there, but not the color, not the details. And especially not the one crucial element that suddenly became clear to Dors one day on Smushel, when she abruptly decided to hand her duties over to an assistant, grabbed a ship, and took hurried flight across the galaxy. Ever since then she had been chewing on the implications, unable to think of anything else. Daniil and Giscard always had good reasons for everything they did, or, as Ludovic might put it, convincing rationalizations. Even when interfering in sovereign human institutions, meddling in legitimate political processes, or taking it on themselves to destroy the birthplace of mankind, they always acted for the ultimate good of humans and humanity, under the first and zeroth law, as they saw it. But there lay the problem. As they saw it. Doris could not help imagining that Giscard's grin was a leer, personally directed at her. She glared back at the head. "You two were completely satisfied to talk all of this out between yourselves," she thought. "All of the back-and-forth reasoning about the zeroth law. The robo-religious reformation you and Daniil thus set off. Your decisions to alter people's minds and change the policy of nations, even worlds. You took on all of that responsibility and power, without even once bothering to confer with a wise human being." She stared at Giscard's head, still astonished by the realization. Not one. No professor, philosopher, or spiritual leader, no scientist, pundit, or author sage. No expert roboticist to double-check and diagnose whether Daniil and Giscard just might be short-circuited or malfunctioning while they cooked up a rationalization that would wind up extinguishing most of the species on Earth. Not a single man or woman on the street. No one. They simply took it on themselves. I always assumed that some kind of human volition had to lie somewhere beneath the zeroth law, just as the older three laws were first decreed by Calvin and her peers. The zeroth had to be grounded with its roots and origins somehow based on the Master's will. It had to be. To find out that it wasn't, that no human being even heard of the doctrine until decades after Earth was rendered uninhabitable, struck her to the core. This revelation wasn't about logic. The basic arguments that Daniil and Giscard traded with each other so long ago remained valid today. In other words, the two of them weren't malfunctioning, though how could they have been so sure of that at the time? What right did they have to act without at least checking the possibility? No, logic wasn't the problem. Anyone with sense could see that the first law of robotics must be extended to something broader. The good of humanity at large had to supersede that of individual human beings. The early Calvinians who rejected the zeroth law were simply wrong, and Daniil was right. That was not the discovery upsetting Dawes. It was finding out that Giscard and Daniil had proceeded down this path without consulting any humans at all, without asking their opinions or hearing what they might have to say. For the first time, Dawes understood some of the desperate energy and positronic passion with which so many Calvinians resisted Daniil's cause during the centuries that followed Earth's demise, a civil war in which millions of robots were destroyed. Suddenly, Oliver's campaign had to be judged at an entirely different level than deductive reason, the level of right and wrong. What arrogance, she thought. What utter conceit and contempt! The Joan of Arc did not share her anger. There is nothing new about what Daniil and his friend did so long ago. Since when have angels ever consulted human beings when meddling in our fate? I keep telling you, robots are not angels. The chain-mailed figure smiled out of the hollow display. Then let us just say that Daniil and Giscard prayed for and acted on divine guidance. Any way you look at it, don't we fundamentally come down to a matter of faith? This insistence on reason and mutual consultation is very much the sort of thing that obsesses Ludovic and Voltaire. But I had thought you to be above such things. Dawes uttered an oath and shut off the hollow unit, wondering why she even bothered calling up the ancient sim. It was presently her only companion, and so she had summoned Joan in order to get some feedback, to get a sounding board. But the creature seemed only interested in asking disturbing questions. Dawes was still uncertain what she planned to do when she reached her destination. As yet she had no plan to oppose the immortal servant. If she ever did confront Daniil, he could probably just talk her out of it. Oliver's logic was always so impeccable, as it had been in those bygone days when Earth was still green and humans still had a little control over their own lives, for well or ill. Even now, in all likelihood, Daniil probably had the best policy for humanity's long-range good. His vision was doubtless without flaw or blemish. Nevertheless, Dawes knew one thing for certain. I am not working for him any more. At that moment she had one paramount priority. Above all else, Dawes needed to see Hari Seldon. 9. "What is it? Tell me," he called after Horace, who stood staring blankly into the ship's lounge. For the first time in days, Hari felt his age again as he hobbled next to Antic and looked inside. Where the conference table had formerly been covered with ancient archives, still bright and crystalline after ages in space, only molten chunks of ruined matter now lay, slumped and smouldering, as the ship's air-conditioners struggled to suck away curls of black smoke. The scream must have come from Sybil, who was now crumpled on the floor near her precious discoveries. Nearby sat Gornan Vlimpt, slumped against the wall, apparently unconscious or asleep. One of Moore's Planch's crewmen also lay in repose beyond the table, limp fingers outstretched toward a blaster. Planch himself swayed halfway between the table and the door. He pointed a shaking finger at Hari's servant, Cares Cantoon, who was the sole figure standing near the melted relics. Biron Messerd and Horace Antic watched the confrontation with expressions of mixed surprise and dismay. Neither of them moved as Morse Planch brought his right hand slowly toward the holster containing his sidearm. Cords of tension stood out on his neck and brow, expressing an acute inner struggle. Low moans escaped the raider captain. His hand curled around the weapon, and he started to draw it. Then Morse Planch toppled, joining his colleagues on the floor. "What is... Antic kept repeating over and over, popping a calmative pill in his mouth, then another. In contrast, Messerd maintained the characteristic aplomb of his caste, gesturing toward Hari's blank-faced servant with a curt nod. "Is he one of them, Seldon?" Hari glanced at Kerrs, then back to Messerd. "That is a very good inference, my lord. Are you sure you never had the fever?" The nobleman's eyes grew steely, hinting at the other side of the gentry personality, the part capable of deadly vendetta. "Do not patronize me, academician. I asked a civil question. Is your aide a robot?" Hari did not answer directly. He looked at Kerrs, his nurse bodyguard for over a year, and let out a sigh. "So Daniel left one of his own behind to keep an eye on me, after all. Is that because he still cares? Or do I have some residual importance to his plans?" Kerrs answered with the same deferential tone Hari had known. "Both, Professor. As for revealing myself this way, I lacked any other choice. I had been hoping you might persuade the Catlinans to change their minds without intervention on my part, but they were strongly motivated and undeterred. Now we have run out of time. If disaster is to be averted, we must act." Horace moaned. Robot? You mean one of those tick-tock things that rioted on Trantor? I've heard stories." Compulsively he popped another pill into his mouth, then another, while spiraling into a chattering panic. "Seldon, what's going on here? Did this thing kill Sybil and the others? Is it going to kill us?" "No, I assure you," Hari began. "Horace," interrupted Messerd, "watch how many of those things you're taking. You'll overdose." "Yes, I am concerned that you may hurt yourself," said Cares Cantoon. He reached for the little man, who moaned and backed away, dropping a spray of blue tablets. Antic turned to run, but only made it a few paces before collapsing. "Is he all right?" Hari asked, genuinely concerned. Messerd checked Antic's pulse and nodded. "He appears to be sleeping." Then, rising to his feet, the nobleman asked, "Am I next?" Hari shook his head. "Not if I have anything to say about it. Well, Cass, is our Lord Captain here trustworthy?" The robot made no physical gestures of emotion, just like the Kerrs of old. "I am not as fully mentalic as Daniel Olivor, Professor. My powers are more blunt, and I cannot parse specific thoughts. But I can tell you that Biron Messerd is an admirer of both you and psychohistory. His paramount interest is safeguarding the well-being of his province and its people. Chaos is a threat to that well-being. So yes, I believe he is an ally. In any event, we shall need his help if we are to act before—" A moan lifted from the floor. Hari glanced down in surprise to see Moore's Planch roll over onto his back and start reaching for his holster again. Cares took a step toward the man, apparently focusing mentalic attention on him for a second time. The dark spacer yelled. With a jerking spasm, the blaster flew out of his hand and across the room. Surprisingly, Planch wasn't quite finished. Moaning, but fierce-eyed with concentration, the captain of the raider ship got up to his knees. Then, while Hari and Masserd stared in awe, he stood the rest of the way on wobbly legs and drew back a fist. "Matter loss!" he cried, throwing a wild punch that Kerr's cantoon easily dodged. Planch lost consciousness again that very moment, collapsing in the robot's arms. Cradling the man, Kerr spoke with evident torment in his voice. "A human being is injured, and I am partly responsible." "The zeroth law," Hari began. "It sustains me, Professor. Nevertheless, rendering Moore's Planch unconscious required greater force than any of the others. They will all sleep it off without harm, but his condition is tenuous. I must care for him at once before we get to work on matters of galactic importance." Hari persisted, limping after them as Cares carried the stunned spacer down the hall. "How did he do that? How did he resist you? Is Planch a latent human mentalic?" Care's cantoon did not slow down, but the robot's answer echoed off bulkheads and down companionways. "No, Moore's Planch is something much more dangerous than a mentalic. He is normal.